Hello there, Internet. Welcome to the European Masters of Legends of Runeterra. I am Magwai, and I'm joined by my boy Panda as we cover the final day of the tournament. Everything that's been happening during this entire month has been building up until today. And we got quite a bit to talk about because, first of all, we're going to mention the quarterfinal matchups that we had yesterday. And today, we're going to be covering the semifinals and the grand finals as well. But before anything, Panda, how's it going? You excited for today?
Going good. Very excited. Excited to cast the finals day of Runeterra with you as well. Casting Spain in the first match.
With Spain, yeah.
If you would have told me this 3 months ago, I would not believe this. This is, a dream come true, I think, in many regards. And yeah, very excited to see Spain and the rest of the teams perform today and bring, the best Runeterra action in the European continent.
So today we're going to start off with the semifinals. But before we do that, we're going to talk about what happened yesterday as our co-casters, Pulse and Max, covered the quarterfinals yesterday. And we had some amazing series and some incredible upsets as well.
Yeah, Spain right away with a 2-1 win with, an unfavored matchup in game 3, even with Lee Sin against Ashe, but with a Bastion able to help play against that harsh winds that was in hand for Czechia
Bastion,
and get two unfavored matchups, winning both and winning 2-1 against one of the favorites and powerhouses of the tournament in Czechia. Huge surprise. And then France beating Poland 2-0. Maybe a bit more equal there between both teams, both very strong teams. But yesterday, France definitely showed up much more than Poland. And it was a very, a speed run, I think Max and Pulse were talking about, because it was so quick. It was a very quick 2-0 win from France.
Such a dominating win for France, especially considering how hyped up Poland was this entire tournament. People considered them to be the top dog of their division. And France, who flew a little bit more under the radar there, just managed to get a super dominating win here that I think really puts France on the radar for many people out there. And I think France is one of the favorites for this tournament. But they got to take down our hometown in Spain in the semis. Spain, talk about... I was conflicted about this one, Panda. I don't know about you, man, but Spain versus Czechia, I wanted both to win. It was a bit bittersweet, but obviously I'm incredibly happy to see Spain in the semis. But let's talk about the other two quarterfinals here, as we had perhaps low-key one of my, in a way, Czechia 2.0 for me, Panda. Portugal here. They're taking down Italy in yet again a 2-0 clap easy win after that 0-2 start in their group, just being completely left aside, and people just wondering if Portugal was even going to get a win in their division, especially Poland being there as well. From day 3 onwards, they just kept winning, and not only winning, but 2-0ing everybody. And I think this is low-key one of the strongest teams in the entire tournament. They had a bit of a slow start, but is a huge contender to make it to the finals, as they'll be facing off against Rocky themselves in Croatia, who took down one of, if not the tournament favorite in Germany yesterday with a 2-0 dominant win as well. Croatia attributing a good portion of their success to Germany's lineup, which was apparently more geared towards an aggressive sort of strategy, even though I did see Fresh Lobster talk about the match afterwards on Twitter, and he said that they were very confident in their lineups, but they just did not get the right draws, apparently. Nonetheless, Croatia managed to pull a major upset and has to take down another terrifying team here in the semis in Portugal.
I think we have to mention that, both the Spain win and the Croatia win could have been seen as upsets, because Germany and Czechia were favorites from the very start of the tournament to become the champions even of this entire thing. And you have to mention that in card games, you can have a good matchup. You can have, in theory, better players. That there is, of course, the luck of the draw. There is, of course, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Top decks. And these things can happen. And maybe Germany thought they had the better matchup. They were the better team. They still ended up losing. And it can happen again today. We really don't know what to expect. We'll see the matchups and what kind of play both teams bring, or all 4 teams bring. But it really is, anything can happen. Maybe the final with the best of 5, it'll be much more consistent. But both of these semis still are going to be very excited and very hard to call.
It just show how, in the end, we were hyping up group death throughout the entire tournament, but group death got deathed. I don't think that's a word, but basically they got taken down, and it's all about Group A now. 2 teams from Group A are in the semifinals, which was also the most contested group out of all of them, with Belgium and Romania barely being left out of the playoffs. Very intense, and to see both of them up in the semis is also honestly really nice to see, because these teams really fought hard to be here, and they're still going at it. So we are going to be covering Spain and France relatively soon, but we wanted to give you guys a good breakdown of what has happened up until now. We're going to be covering the first and second semifinals, and then we will be covering the matchup for the third place. That will be happening today as well, and we'll end off the broadcast with the grand final. So, how about you? But I'm ready.
Yeah, we'll check out the schedule just to have that, kind of the approximate times for each match. But important to note, third place team is going to be in the prize money. Fourth place team isn't. So that match is not just a match of, seeing who gets, the participation award or who gets to the podium. It's $3,000 on the line there for that match. So a very important one as well. Definitely have to note. And of course, quick reminder, best of 3 for every single game today, except for the finals, which will be best of 5.
Yeah, very, very key, because in best of 5, we will really see that sort of like dragged out match, which honestly is going to be a huge treat, considering, because one of the reasons why I've just it's been so easy to watch this tournament for me is because we just see the best of the world go at it, very few misplays happening, and we get to see a lot of these really strong tuned decks go being piloted to the full potential, right? And that really goes a long way as an experience. As a spectator, I really appreciate high level Runeterra, and I'm excited to see what a best of 5 match between some of the best players will look like eventually. So we are going to be heading into the picks and bans soon for France versus Spain, even though we'll be talking about mentioning the rosters a little bit earlier on. As this is a big one, man. I don't know about you, but a France versus Spain semifinals, that's kind of you dream about these things. I don't know. I really I'm excited to face off against our neighbors, especially considering how France has in a bizarre way flew a little bit under the radar, even despite the fact that they were dominating their own group, right? We're so focused on Poland, on Germany, on Czechia. But France has been perhaps the most dominating team in this tournament up until now, really backing up their number 1 status as a country in the qualifying process, as Elix is the number 1 ranked player in Masters ranked when the qualification occurred. As we see Spain be represented here by Nujwick, CDS Fall, and Raxitos, as France will be led off by Elix. We got Aoi and Flexel as we go into picks and bans, and we take a look at what these teams have brought to the table.
Quick reminder, of course, these teams could change their decks. Yesterday they brought 9 decks, and today maybe Spain decides, okay, I'm facing France. They have this lineup. I'm going to maybe expect them to bring a similar or maybe almost identical lineup. I'm going to change these decks around, have better matchups in this case or in this case. So there is a lot of counterplay involved with the deck building, and there's a lot of mind games involved, and maybe you make 2 steps into that counterplay. So could be different decks today. We'll check it out today, I think. For Spain, I believe, I do have some notes here. They changed 2 of their decks. So they used to have Aurelion Sol, Leona yesterday, and that ended up becoming
Nightfall is one of the new ones, right?
Trundle, Tryndamere, FTR, and they changed the Tom Ken Soraka into Nightfall. So 2 deck changes for Spain.
Interesting. Because Nightfall is one of those decks that has, it had a really strong presence at the beginning of the tournament, but then kind of fell off. I believe it was just ultimately substituted by the Elise Callista Fearsome list. I think that one just proved to be overall better and had a similar, sort of matchup scenario to Nightfall to begin with. So it's interesting to see that they're bringing it back. And instead, we see Elise and Callista, but with Freljord and not Targan. Could be Endure.
Could be a last day bamboozle from Spain, bringing something like Fearsome with Troll Chant and
Troll Chant, yeah.
We won't know until we see it, but right away looking at the bans, it looks like it is Jinx and Draven discard aggro banned for France. Yesterday, Spain banned discard aggro, Fiora, Shen, and Ashe Noxus. We might see the same bans here. We'll see if they do, maybe just decide, okay, this is our lineup. These are the bans we don't want to face no matter what team it is, and I'll just ban the same. Or they might have different bans here. Heimer Vi is the ban that comes in from France, so Spain cannot play in this semifinal.
And we want to remind spectators that bans do happen simultaneously today between both of these teams, and we'll see what kind of implications that lead to, as the Heimer Vi ban is something that I'm not surprised by. Heimer Vi has established itself as one of the best decks in this tournament meta, I believe. It's had a really solid win rate and performance overall, and Spain has not shied away from using it. Something that really defines Spain as a team is that they're very flexible. They don't overcommit to any specific strategy, and they have shown to be able to play all sorts of different strategies and adapt really well. And I believe also their their decision-making has been going up instead of the other way around throughout this tournament. They've been getting better, and this is the ultimate test, though, because France is close to unstoppable. And we see the scout ban there for Spain, and Trundo Tryndamere going down, FTR for the rush. And here we go. It is the potential bamboozle, Fearsome versus Ash Sejuani.
And important to note, France also changed 3 of their decks from yesterday to today, and 2 of those decks got banned. So France, I think, did their homework in terms of preparing a lineup that maybe Spain is scared of, certain decks that Spain is scared of with their lineup, because 2 of the decks they switched, they brought both discard aggro and scouts for the first time today compared to yesterday. Both have been banned. So already, I think in the picks and bans, especially in the ban stage, France getting an advantage there, maybe bringing decks that they didn't want to play, but that they knew would get banned from Spain. So heads up play there from France in the strategy segment of this matchup. But right away, Fearsome against Ash Nox. How do you see this matchup, Mogwai? Who do you think it might be a bit favored here?
I mean, naturally, I do believe Ash Sejuani is slightly favored. I think cards like Reckoning, even though there is a certain threshold that the Fearsome can overcome with the miss rates, right? Like once they are 5 power and up, their board becomes significantly more resilient. But I think the combination of Frostbites with cards like Reckoning and pressure from Ash, and obviously, as you always want to see with this deck, your Avaros and Trapper on curve, right? They can be able to develop a strong enough board that can even withstand the likes of Frenzy Skitter through the likes of Yetis and just multiple 5 attack units that this deck has. And I think ultimately they can have a bit of a slight advantage, but it's not like crazy one-sided, because we know that the power of, especially if it is like it depends on what it is, right? Because it could be They Who Endure, or it could be the Fearsome deck with stuff like Troll Chant, like you mentioned. Regardless, if they are playing the Harrowing, that is still definitely a very scary card to go against, regardless of how many Frostbites you have. If you can refill the board in just one play, that's spooky.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing with Fearsome is that it's a very strong deck, but it's very kind of proactive and almost solitaire. Doesn't have that much interaction.
Yes.
It doesn't really have ways to answer some of the more outside of the box plays from certain decks. If it's just straight up combat and straight up playing on the board, great. You have a ton of great, huge attack units, and you can flood your board with units very quickly. But outside of that, with kill spells, with different spell interactions, they don't have much to do with this deck, just the way it's built. There's not that many spells outside of Harrowing. Pale Cascade would have helped with Frostbite effects and be able to block when Ash is leveled up, etc. If this is a Troll Chant version, which it might be, you don't have anything to boost attack, because you're only boosting your health there, which might be an issue playing against Frostbite specifically.
This is Fearsome. It is. Like I didn't see, like, people maybe confused. It's not because I was looking at the top hand and I saw Troll Chant there. It's because Harrowing was in the opening hand for Spain. And that's not a card that you would generally see in a They Who Endure variant, because that deck utilizes They Who Endure alongside Atrocity as the win condition, which would be terrible against Ash, by the way. It's very easy for Ash to counter that. So it's better for Spain that it is, in fact, a bit of a bamboozle Fearsome deck, trying to go even further than Czechia. And instead of splashing in Pale Cascade, I would assume they're splashing in Troll Chant for a more of like, you're sacrificing card draw for a higher impact, right? From the combat trick, even though it is not, it doesn't give you the ability to push more damage, which is also one of the cool things about Pale Cascade, right? So I'm not really completely sold on this take already, but I'm definitely curious. I don't know about you.
I think Troll Chant might even be looking at the mirror, Fearsome versus Fearsome. It has, I think you just get more value, like you said. In combat, you're just able to get more 2-for-1 trades. You can save potentially 2 different trades. In this case, Elise immediately targeted by the Cooling Strike. So it was a great top deck from Spain. They had only a hand with only 3 cost units, had no plays for turn 2, but Elise just managed to come into that hand in the top deck. But it is instantly killed by Cooling Strike, and no Trapper in hand for the French team. So already starting off with a less than ideal hand.
They do have the Rhyme Fang Wolf, and because of what you mentioned prior, because of the Fearsome's deck lack of reactivity, Rhyme Fang Wolf is actually a very powerful unit in this matchup. You don't really have to worry about your opponent just double pinging it or graspingly undying it, and you have a unit that, alongside Ash, and even stuff like the Troll Chant potentially, can just start picking off the board every time it gets to attack. And I think that's, without going down itself, right? So I think Rhyme Fang Wolf in this sort of matchup can apply and potentially generate the same amount of value that a Neverosan Trapper could if, Spain does not apply too much pressure from the get-go, because one of the things about Rheinfang Wolf is that it is a little bit understated for its cost, right? It is the price you're paying for a unit that will kill every time it gets to strike a 0 power unit.
That being said, the Ashe Nox, the French team can't really just say, okay, they have no attack buffing spells, because there is still Mark of the Isles. So that is still a Shadow Isles card.
Very good point, yeah.
You can't just completely forget about it and say, okay, no Pill Cascade. We can suddenly have all these plays and we can do them unpunished, because there is still a punish with Mark of the Isles. So.
And double now. So that Rheinfang Wolf, because of what you just said, just got completely nullified here. And this Skitter, I like the Skitter a lot from Spain. They still have Mark of the Isles to potentially push some damage if they needed to somehow. And it nullifies this Rheinfang Wolf as a blocker this turn, which is huge. Because now if Spain would like to curve out into Ashe, it's not something they can really afford to do here. And they're going to go for the Avarus, the Icevale Archer, right? To this is very key, hitting the Frenzy Skitter so that they can threaten a block into the Callista so that they can deny a potential later level up.
Exactly.
Down the line.
And that trade does not feel too great. Trading Callista for a 3-1 doesn't feel ideal. I think there's not really much you can do about it. I think if you eventually have to go all in with an attack, you have to attack with Callista, and teams can always, block 2 units and then not block the third and block Callista instead and kill her. In this matchup, she's not really like a win condition, or it's not a priority to level her up. It's great if she does level up, but it's usually not something you think too much about, I think, with fearsomes in general.
One of the key things here, looking at France's hand, is that they have double Ashe, which means once they develop Ashe, they will have access to a Flash Freeze. Next turn, they could potentially develop Ashe with Flash Freeze and or Troll Chant support, or just go with the Avarus and Hearthguard play, which will still allow them to potentially cast Troll Chant if they needed to. So it'll be interesting to see what France opts to do. If they opt to go for the carryover value play as early as possible, or because it is their turn to attack and they have a Rheinfang of the Wolf, I wouldn't be surprised to see Ashe here instead, especially since they drew an Omen Hawk. They could justify Ashe into Omen Hawk, into Troll Chant potentially as well.
The hand is looking a bit awkward for Spain, though. I mean, having double Skitter for harrowing later on can be great and can be game-winning even in some cases, but not having any miss rates, not having any Wraith Caller, not having any of those explosive 2-for-1 on the board plays for the mid-game is a bit worrying. And having double Mark is great in terms of the surprise factor, because you can maybe go into combat, get Frostbitten, use one, get Frostbitten again, and use another one, and that might, trade for much better cards from the French team. But you're losing out on that card advantage. Suddenly you use both spells, you have 3 cards in hand, and you're out of cards almost going into the late game.
How do you feel about this Frenzy Skitter? I mean, in a way, it does deter Ashe from attacking, right? Because even though you're going to be able to Frostbite one of the Skitters, the other one will still be able to trade into Ashe. You do have access to Troll Chant, but Spain does have access to Mark of the Isles. So it's safe to assume that this Ashe is going to go down this turn. But I still do like this attack. It's making use of the Rheinfang Wolf, and you're also like these Skitters. You only have to worry about them when harrowing happens from now on, right? Like getting 2 Skitters out of the way, considering how devastating these cards can be when you build up a strong board state, is not bad, right? But at the same time, Spain does want these Skitter dead. Like they want to be able to bring them back with the harrowing to potentially set up a lethal fearsome attack. We're gonna see what happens here.
We'll see how much France values the Ashe here. They have 3 spell mana up. They can use both Troll Chant and Flash Freeze. Both would save the Ashe. But of course, there are 2 cards in hand, double Mark, that can be used from Spain to counteract anything here. And it's a good trade. 2 mana for 1 mana. You're up in cards. And we don't see any kind of card draw in hand yet for France. No Assessor yet. So if they're running out of cards and using up all the cards and they run out of fuel in the mid game, the harrowing will definitely take over in the late game.
And because very interesting Troll Chant right there. Because of that decision to pump up the Wolf, 1 Mark of the Isles is all Spain needs to knock out Ashe. How do you feel about that Troll Chant? Was it necessary to buff the Rheinfang Wolf's health? Were they worried about a Mark of the Isles on the other Skitter? That could be the case.
Yeah, I mean, I think Ashe is obviously going to be the priority. I think it's the scarier unit there. Between both the Wolf or the Ashe, Ashe is definitely the most impactful unit there. So an easy trade there with 1, like you mentioned, only 1 Mark of the Isles. You can still save that second Mark for a different combat trade later on, or even just pushing damage on a harrowing turn, for example. The Omen Hawk comes down. Great for buffing your own units. Not great as a fearsome blocker, obviously, as a 1-1. Not ideal in this matchup. And no Elise either means that it's not going to find value blocking something like a Spider either. It's just going to be kind of a useless unit on the board there for Team France.
This Avarus and Hearthguard is backbreaking for Spain. This skitter got completely shut down, first of all, as now they do have the Mark of the Owls to allow them to trade into it, which, for now, Spain is deterring the Trifaring Assessor, right? By constantly eliminating the 5 attack units from the board here. Ash into Avaros and Hearthguard, really limiting the card draw here, but they're running out of gas. They're really banking on that harrowing. And honestly, France, all they need is one solid Harsh Winds. There it is. Yu-Gi-Oh! And they counter them completely.
And they find the Assessor as well, which is what we're talking about. They needed to find something that can get them some more card draw because they were using a lot of spells like Flash Freeze and kind of running out of cards, like you mentioned, but they do find it, and they find the Harsh Winds as well. And Spain, we see the problem with having these low-cost spells and having too many of them in hand. You use them, you get value for them, sure, but suddenly you're out of cards and you don't have really too much card draw on this deck aside from Stalking Shadows, which has not been found. And Troll Chant is not an impactful, value-efficient play in the late game. It's a great combat trick, but you're using 2 mana and you're 1 card down. And like you mentioned, they're running out of cards completely in hand.
Let's be real, Panda. We both, if we're Spain, we would be wishing right now that Troll Chant was a Pale Cascade. Like 100%. Like you would just draw a card to your deck and it would because at this point, Spain needs to get the most out of this harrowing. But the problem is, I'm not sure how big this harrowing is. I know 2 skitters have gone down. I know Callista has gone down. Elise as well went down early with the Culling Strike, turn 2. So I think this harrowing should fill up, but besides that, I would rather have Pale Cascade to push damage, right? Than here. I'm not, like I said, I'm not sure I'm sold on this. I like the idea. I like the innovation, quote unquote innovation, just swapping the splash card for another one. But I'm not sure if it's gonna work out for them here though.
They do find Glimpse, and they do find Stalking Shadows as well, so they do find some much-needed card draw. I think Harrowing here is a possibility still for 9 mana, but it's not what you want because Harrowing is usually a play you want to make on your final push. You play Harrowing, you deal lethal damage on the Nexus, and you don't care that all those units are ephemeral and they're disappearing. In this case, you play Harrowing, you might deal some damage to the Nexus, but suddenly your board is basically empty. You didn't play any Wraith colors, you don't get any Mist Wraiths, so you have an empty board, and Ash is attacking you next turn, and it might not be lethal, but you're going to be in trouble. I think they want to try and play the Stalking Shadows, the Doom Beast if they can. Try and do some burn damage to the Nexus, to the opponent's Nexus, and have some units to block next turn. But they're going for the Harrowing instead, so very aggressive play here.
It's really powerful because of the triple skitter. I wasn't aware. I only counted 2, 3. Yeah, you definitely got to go for it here. The problem is that the more units you develop, the less likely you're making it so that you pick out those skitters, right? Because Doom Beasts do share the stat line. So, which means it'll be a coin toss in that sense. But now this is the one moment in the game in which you guarantee triple skitter.
That being said,
to the board.
There is a Harsh Wind and there is a Brutal Steel.
Earlier,
so it's a play that maybe could have been a crazy almost 1-turn kill if the French team had a different hand. Yeah. But in this case, they do still have the mana to play Babbling Björk, still Harsh Winds, and also Brittle Steel, so they can really effectively shut down this big push here. And then Spain's left without a board. There's nothing they can do here. They can maybe have 1 spider if one of the units is an attack and at least creates that spider and it's not blocked. But overall, a risky, an aggressive play from Spain, and maybe a play that might punish them in the next turn.
I think with how the matchup is going and how they drew and how the fact that they were just so depleted with the board, right? They could have focused on trying to rebuild, going Stalking Shadows, double Doom Beast, and the likes. But I feel with triple Skitter, this is a Harrowing you have to go for. This is why you play the Harrowing. This is one of the few moments in which you actually have such an open shot at the opponent, considering they only had 4 cards in hand. It's like, maybe they don't have a Frostbite. But like I mentioned prior, one of the things that France really had to hope for there was something like a Harsh Winds to counter this kind of play, denying also with that Brittle Steel the Callista and getting the Ash level up, completely shutting down this attack from Spain. Things are looking really good for France here.
The good thing here is that Callista will be leveling up because of the ephemeral units are going to be dying regardless of their attack, or if they're getting blockers or not blocked, does not matter. So if there's a second Harrowing, Callista will be leveled up, or if Callista is drawn into hand in the next few turns as well, that could be a minor silver lining there for Spain. But overall, they were thinking they were going to push 20 damage. They're pushing 2. So definitely not what they would have hoped for. And I think, like you mentioned, when you're in a bad situation, you're kind of at risk of running out of cards, of not having a great hand, of maybe having a low chance of winning the game. You have to start taking bigger and bigger risks. And this risk in the end could have paid off, but it is not going to for Spain.
It wouldn't seem so bad if it weren't for that a Trifarian Assessor in France's hand. That's going to allow them to just keep going at him. Spain does have the tools to get some solid rebuilding going on here. That leveled up Callista is always a nice draw to have, and Double Doom Beast can allow them to repair damage. Right now, Spain will be going down to 7 health, I believe, with this open attack, which means that Double Doom Beast would get them back up to 11 and drop France down to 9. That, is a health total that you can work with, right? But this Assessor is going to draw them 2 cards. We're going to see what it is here. Oh, there's Captain Hearn and another Brittle Steel. Brittle Steel's so good here, man. So good. You're going to play that card every time. You're always going to have some opening for it. And it shuts down one misrate attack amongst many other things. So France looking really tight. Very strong looking board state. Because of the lack of cards like Withering Whale that this sort of Shadow Isles deck would otherwise be running, they don't really care about the fact that they have 1 health left. Those are still units. That's still an Ash that's going to deny blockers, and Spain is in big trouble.
And we mentioned Ash is leveled up now, so these Frostbitten units cannot block, which is a big deal as well. And there is a Crystal Arrow and a Brittle Steel in hand. I think France not utilizing those cards just yet. I think they know they can't get a lethal push here, so might as well try and save those resources for later on for more of a surprise factor, maybe the next attack turn they have, or maybe to survive the next attack turn from Spain if they need Brittle Steel, for example, the Frostbitten unit. But here, yeah, the Wraithcaller cannot block here. There is, of course, if that Troll Channel was a Pale Cascade, things would be different. We were mentioning that tech change, and in this specific matchup, not working out for Spain, not being rewarded for it at all, being punished instead. And yeah, it's a big attack here from France. They're not going to win it here, but they can definitely win it next turn.
I like the fact that France does not commit the Brittle Steel to preserve the Rangfang Wolf. They have more than enough. Like, they have Sejuani, they even have Captain Farron, so they have ways to keep building this board regardless. And they're preserving that resource. It seems like a very minor detail, but it can actually go a long way. Something very key to point out as well is that because of Ash's level up, they're hovering over it right now. This is what I wanted to talk about. That Crystal Arrow is a harrowing deterrent. And Spain is fully aware of this as well, because that's not a card that you can draw. That's a card that Ash generates as she levels up. So Spain knows this. So even if they do top the harrowing, it will be completely shut down by the Crystal Arrow right there, as it will frostbite a targeted unit and every other ally that has 3 health or less. So completely nullifying the attack, and basically a 2-mana deny for the harrowing. So France is just an amazing position overall.
Yeah, the biggest thing for France now is they're not so scared about, units being generated for the Spanish side. I think they expect now with Stalking Shadows being played, they're going to be able to play, Wraithcallers or Doom Beast, etc. It's more going for lethal through Ash's level up. If Ash can just frostbite a few more units, you have Crystal Arrow, you have Brittle Steel. Because there right now is no counterplay, Trollten does nothing against that because it doesn't boost attack. It'll just be a lethal where Spain might have so much mana, but all their units might be just frostbitten and they cannot do anything. They'll just be at the mercy of France. And this is what we mentioned about not having spell interaction. Your opponent plays Crystal Arrow, and your deck, because it's just aggressive and go face and play fearsome units, can't do anything about it. You just stare at the board and say, oh, well, I guess I lost.
This Troll Chant, I'm pretty sure Spain has tested this a lot, and they've had really good success with it, but this is not a good example. This is not a good first showing for the combat trick right here, as this matchup specifically, oh my god, Troll Chant is just so useless. The fact that Pale Cascade, as you mentioned, is a way to counter an open attack from Ash, and Troll Chant just, he can't deny 2 attack at least, but it just feels so bad here. As we're going to see an open attack very easily denied there by the Babbling Brook after a frostbite onto the Callista from Sejuani. Now it seems like Spain, this is the problem though. If you develop Double Doom Beast here, Crystal Arrow wins. So what do you do?
I think you have to do it just because you're burning your opponent's Nexus and also getting some health back as well.
Yeah.
You're at 5 HP now. That's a scary spot to be in for any deck, and especially for Fearsome. If you're expecting a Crystal Arrow, it's there. Like you mentioned, it's a 100% guarantee. It's not maybe they have it. No. Ash creates on top of your deck. You draw the next turn. It's 100% there. So Spain is now, for the most part, at the mercy of France here.
Yeah, I just don't see how they can make it out of next turn. The lack of that's why they don't go Double Doom Beast as well. They have enough to protect an open attack here, but unfortunately this Crystal Arrow, especially because this is like one of the few Shadow Owls decks that does not play Ruination or Vengeance. So there's just that's the big downside to this deck. That's the big weakness. If you're behind, you can't really threaten.
We see a 10/10 Captain Farron as well that can be played for 8 mana and still have mana to play Crystal Arrow and Brittle Steel as well. So it's a difficult one here. Troll Chant can give health to one of these units to put them above the 3 health range that you mentioned earlier. That's the one thing.
It can do something. It can actually do something.
In the end, it does provide a blocker in a different way than we would expect. But sure, okay, it does maybe provide a blocker still. But yeah, I mean, with Crystal Arrow and with a Farron coming down still and 11 mana still up for France because Crystal Arrow is so cheap, only 2 mana and a very powerful effect. It's going to be difficult here for Team Spain to do anything about this attack from France.
On top of all that, France is drawing another card, which, it could be something even better. Like, everything about this is just looking terrible for Spain, unfortunately, as Omen Hawk is pretty irrelevant. Down goes the Mist Wraith, which will pump up the other Mist Wraiths, though, allowing them to block. Very, very, very key play here by Spain. Could that allow them to live here? Is it possible? It could. Oh, no. I don't think so.
Blocker. Fury of the North can still be used as well in Sejuani to get some extra damage to that Overwhelm keyword. Overall, even if they do survive, their board is depleted. They don't have Harrowing. They have a very sad Doom Beast and Sticky Onlooker for next turn. And I am a bit surprised to not see the Decimate, the Farron come down. There is 9 mana up for Spain, so maybe France thinks, okay, it's closed deck list. Maybe they're running a Ruination, and they just, for some odd reason, and they just play it, and when maybe lose a game. So playing very safe, I think they know they have the game very much in their favor, and now they don't want to take any risk. They want to just slowly choke out their opponent and slowly get the win. And well, that's faster than we expected. The surrender comes in from Spain, and the first win comes in for France with Ashnox, and Spain's Fearsomes go down to a game 1 loss.
And now is the part where we have to act like we're not completely devastated by or biased in any way. Yeah, Spain going down 0-1, really solid, strong start for France. Leading up with that Ash Sejuani deck and showcasing why that deck has received as many bans as it has throughout this tournament. Ash Sejuani, a very good tournament deck, and really a complete dismantling here of the Fearsome deck. Though we have trashed Troll Chant enough, I think. It's also important to note that I don't know if having Pale Casket instead would ultimately have made a difference that game. Like, that's the important thing, right? Obviously, they could have bide a little bit more time with it, navigate around certain things, but still, that was very well piloted by France, and I don't think they gave them an inch to breathe. It was pretty aggressive dominance performance by France there. And Spain is with the back against the wall. They have to bring back 2 wins in a row to go to the finals, or they're out.
Yeah, it's a best of 3, and there's no losers bracket. This is do or die moment. Even the semifinals, if you lose 2 games, you're out. And even though you've been playing for a month, your journey's over as quick as it started almost. So definitely going to be tough for Spain here. We're going to see what deck they want to choose. Of course, there's 3 bans for both teams. So teams had 6 decks to choose from. Now that France has won with Ashnox, they only have 5 decks remaining to choose from. Once you get a win with the deck, you cannot play it again. You can't just abuse your favorite deck or the best deck in the meta. And meanwhile, Spain, because they lost, they still have a chance to either replay the same Fearsomes list they just played without the bamboozle factor, because now France is guaranteed to know it is Fearsomes and not Endure, or they can change to any other 5 decks that are available.
If you're France here, what do you think you would bring?
I mean, some of the changes they made yesterday, they brought deep, which they weren't bringing. They brought deep today, which they weren't bringing yesterday, for example. So that's a deck that maybe they were thinking about bringing against this lineup from Spain specifically. Hyman Revive is also a deck that has generally okay matchups across the board. It's not too scared of anything, which is a deck that maybe if you're just looking for a stable win and not trying to find any polarized matchups, you might go for it. Or they can just copy Spain's strategy yesterday, go for Lee Sin Zed, which can get some crazy wins out of nowhere with a 1-turn kill potential, and try and get a win with that as well, which they did yesterday again in the quarterfinals against Poland too. So Lee Sin Zed looking like a very strong deck in the format as well.
This is a race, ladies and gentlemen. This match is 100% a race. 2 very proactive decks going at it, and Spain really needs to get that curve. Spain needs to get those myth rates pumped up, and they need to kill France before they get their own strategy going. Once Lee Sin is leveled up and Zenith Blades are going down, the matchup will end very soon, considering the absolute lack of reactivity by Spain here. They have Trochant, and I think that's pretty much it, right? Like, they don't have anything else. Trochant can interact in a way. Like, it's a good way. Like, Trochant is actually better here because it shuts down Zed really well, right? For example. Like, Trochant is definitely better than Pale Cascade here. So we could see the card shine and ultimately find some redemption here for Spain. But ultimately, their main objective is very clear. Draw the best curve you can have and go with it, baby. So we see a close to full mulligan from France, even though they seem to be wanting to preserve Lee Sin in hand, though probably debating about it as well.
Yeah, I think it's more not because you want to play Lee Sin early. He's a 5-mana card, but because you want to make sure you draw him at some point in the game. He is one of the pivotal. Well, you just drew him back after that mulligan, so he is one of the most important cards to draw in this matchup because the deck kind of revolves around him and his one-turn kill potential. In this case, I think they were looking for cards like Mountain Goat to play on curve on turn 2 and have a fearsome blocker that provides gems, so it just synergizes with your deck very well. And they find both of them. They find 2 Mountain Goats, so I think France very happy with their mulligan. Spain also quite happy. They have Elise on curve, although in this situation, not ideal on the board. It does die to the Mountain Goat and Callista as well. So still missing the miss rates and the Wraith Colors, same as last game, but maybe a bit of a better curve here from Spain.
Mountain Goat and even the likes of Eye of the Dragon are a bit of a nuisance here. Even though Eye of the Dragon and the Dragonlings can block into Fearsome, the constant threat of Pale Cascade always exists. And turn 2, Eye of the Dragon also enables Pale Cascade at the same time. So basically, Spain seeing a 2-drop here makes them a little bit sad, right? If that weren't the case, they would be able to apply tremendous pressure from the get-go. And that's not going to be the case. Also, Mountain Goat is arguably the worst one to face because those gems can be used to give certain unit the ability to block into Fearsomes as well. So I think what we're going to see here from Spain is as we saw there, a develop onto Elise onto a Trochant potentially to get a clean trade. But double Mountain Goat does not feel good. No, we're going, okay, Stygian. We're going Stygian. All right.
So Spain trying to flood we're thinking about it. I'm not sure you want to do this, of course. I mean, you are going to get some damage onto the Nexus now. That's a guarantee, but you're maybe, Pale Cascade would be a punish. There is still, of course, 2 mana still up for Team France, and this deck is full of spells. Lee Sin is kind of Lee Sin, a few more, supporting units, and then a whole lot of spells to level up Lee Sin and have that synergy. And there's a great amount of very powerful spells in Targon as well, so just it makes sense. So Pale Cascade is still up for Spain. Spain can bluff. They have a Mark of the Isles, maybe, but that's really all they can do with 1 mana.
They end up dropping the Stygian Onlooker here, looking at a potential attack. We could see an attack with the Arachnoid Horror and the Onlooker, preserving Elise in the back to not trade into those. I like that a lot, especially because Elise attacking also gives you the opponent the opportunity to trade the Goat into one of the Spiderlings and generate a Mountain Gem without dying, which can also be annoying. So I like this attack by Spain quite a bit. Getting 4 damage in and trading with one of the Mountain Goats, only having to deal with 1 more. But the fact that France got 2 of them is just really bad news because those gems, it doesn't seem like much, but they go a long way, especially in a matchup like this.
And missing something like an Eye of the Dragon, in most matchups, you want to have that card early on against aggressive lists like Fearsome, but Fearsome, because of the Fearsome tag, makes Eye of the Dragon a lot more awkward, not having a 3 attack, and the Dragonling also not having 3 attack, having to use spells to support that, be able to have blockers. So I think if you ask France, hey, what's the ideal hand in this matchup, they pretty much got it. With double Mountain Goat, it's kind of the Fearsome blocker, and only for 2 mana as well, with the gem synergy.
Guiding Touch into a Mentor of the Stone's Draw. I expect Callista to go down here to enable still the Trochant and the Glimpse Beyond, and also allow Spain to work for this level up due to the fact that, barring challengers, it's not like France has many ways to interact with Callista to begin with, right? So as long as Callista can make it out alive this turn, which can be very easy to do with the likes of Trochant, then they can work for a level up and start applying some really mean pressure on their attack turns, which is what they need. Because right now, at the pace they're going, especially considering Lee Sin has access to triple deny to counter harrowing, this is the stage of the game in which you need to push damage. You need to get the upper hand. If you fail to do so, it's starting to look grim.
And this is a great double top deck from Spain. First, the Wraithcaller last turn, and now the Mark of the Isles. You can push a lot of damage. This is the turn where you have to really push a lot of damage and start putting pressure onto your opponent. Your opponent is still playing very slow, very reactive. They didn't find a Zed to provide pressure, of their own. Yeah. And now they can maybe play Lee Sin, but Mentor of the Stones allowed an attack last turn. Very slow play. Mentor of the Stones needs a buff from Pill Cascade, for example, to even do anything. The Concussive Palm can be pretty clutch here to provide a blocker and also stun one of the units, but this will be an important attack from Spain here.
Pill Cascade, but also even Sonic Wave could be utilized potentially. There are many ways for France here, because not only one but two Pill Cascades right there. So that Mentor of the Stones can very easily fulfill its duty as a blocker here. But even then, France right now only has 2 units on the board versus Spain's 5/6, because the Elise will be generating a Spiderling upon attacking. And the fact that Spain has access to both Troll Chant and Mark of the Owl's Hill is really neat. This is the kind of scenario they need to be able to push for a win here. And I love that Concussive Palm. It gives them another blocker and denies an attacker. It's absolutely the best play they can hope for. Spain could react, though, with a Glimpse Beyond, and I actually love Glimpse here. I think Glimpse here is fantastic. You only have to worry about Nopify, and that's it. If they don't have Nopify, you deny the 3/2 body. I would go for Glimpse here.
It does take away the possibility to play something like a Troll Chant this turn as well, and not just have the Mark of the Owls. We could have even seen maybe a proactive Troll Chant before combat to stop one of the blockers, although there is still 2 mana up for France. France very carefully, at least having the threat of 2 mana up to play Pale Cascade onto the Mentor or Sonic Wave, like you mentioned. And we're seeing here now France deciding the blocker, deciding how to do this. In the end, not as much damage as we thought would happen, because, like you mentioned, the 3/2 body comes down and the stun onto the Wraithcaller. So a 2-for-1 stall, let's say, from France.
The good thing, like, if they had 4 mana, I think that Glimpse Beyond is 100% the play to go for. But because they could not do this and Troll Chant, because Mark of the Owls is not a card that you utilize to preserve something, right? As you're giving it ephemeral, so you're set on that unit dying. But Troll Chant can preserve a unit, and with Callista, especially working for a level up, that's really important. Especially in a matchup like this. So preserving Troll Chant as a reactive tool is really neat here, as now they can decide, well, okay, I can preserve my Elise, I can LoR, I can up that. Yeah, because ultimately they have to go with this, because no matter what they do, they can preserve both Elise. And I like this Pill Cascade a lot from France here, actually.
Yeah, kind of proactive, but I think they knew what the outs were for Spain, what possibilities they had with 3 mana, and it ends up working out. Elise does end up trading with the GOAT. Callista does survive, but again, there's 2 cards left in hand for Team Spain. So there is a bit of a silver lining there for France, especially if they find something like Deny, like you mentioned before, because the scariest thing now might be a Harrowing, because it's a 9 mana spell. You can dump all your mana into that in the late game, and you're fine not having any cards, because maybe you just win off that Harrowing turn. Still, no Deny in hand for Team France. They do finally have the Lee Sin maybe coming down this turn, but without support, only 1 mana would be left after that, and he hasn't leveled up, and he's not even close to doing so yet. So maybe the game plan for France not working as smoothly as they would have hoped for.
I would 100% go Glimpse Beyond here. Immediately on the Spiderling. Glimpse Beyond on the Spiderling. It progresses Callista's level up. No. Risen Mist you can use next turn on the open attack. Go for Glimpse Beyond on the Spiderling immediately. Yes. So you can progress Callista's level up, and you can draw into potentially another one, or even something else that could. Because if you level up Callista as they go for a gem challenger Lee Sin attack, you're able to trade into Lee Sin, right? So Glimpse Beyond 100% has to happen here.
And because Lee Sin was played this turn, usually you want to play Lee Sin maybe on the back end of a turn, and when it switches to the next turn, you have all the spell mana to get his barrier up, to level him up even. Because he was played this turn, there's only 1 spell mana left. You don't have the possibility. You can't get barrier on him this turn, and that allows for Spain to have much more freedom in how they want to play this round out, and what they can play around, basically.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Found the answer. Troll Chant. Troll Chant actually going to do something here that Pale Cascade would not. And that is keep Callista alive. I think. Yes. Because I was not taking into account the buff from the Mentor until now. But even if they go up to 4/6 attack, Callista will still easily be able to, well, easily by 1 health actually, will be able to survive with Troll Chant even after a gem boost here. So really, really clutch draw here for Spain, because I think keeping this Kalista alive and allowing him to level up is really, really key, as they can potentially threaten the opponent with a Risen Mist open attack next turn. We'll see. Stacking Shadows can also happen here, but they don't have to do that this turn. Down goes the gem onto Lee Sin. He will get Challenger, but not Barrier. As he actually opts not to, okay, just gonna level up the Kalista. Is that interesting? We could even see like a Risen Mist here to get more damage on it, but I actually don't like that. I think you
want to save that mana for just the value it gives you on an open attack and on like the just instant Risen Mist.
I agree. Completely agree.
Or you can still develop something like a Doom Beast this turn if you want to have an extra body on the board and have an extra attacker next turn as well to make it as big of an open attack as possible.
I like. There is a good argument for Troll Chant here to preserve the Risen Mist.
That being said, you can't play Doom Beast then. You can maybe play Stalking Shadows, but then you don't have mana to play the unit really. So I think if you really want to go for
you won Kalista to level up. Like I forgot about that for a second. Like you never mind, because you won Kalista leveled here. That's just great, especially considering has Wraithcaller died?
I believe it has. It has not. It was stunned last turn.
It's a Mist Wraith when you bring. I mean, if it's a Mist Wraith, it's still great.
Yeah.
But we're about to see right now. We're gonna see an open attack. I mean, naturally, this is gonna allow them to attack with 6. This is really big for Spain. We see Hush. We see Hush, and potentially the likes of Pale Casket to cycle through a deck. But there's not that many answers here for Spain. But this block from Lee Sin is really key. Even though the Troll Chant can make it so that Lee Sin can't kill the spider, which is huge.
Of course, there is mana for 2 spells, so Lee Sin will get Barrier. That is the only thing. But yeah, Mentor of the Stones, of course, can block either the Wraithcaller for attack unit, definitely great. Hush could also take away Fearsome tags from any of these units as well, to keep that in mind. But can France do enough here to stop this attack? I mean, they should be able to.
Defensive Sonic Wave here, though. Like they're depleting the reason. Even like right now, you got to keep in mind that they can only Hush. At this point, to really interact, they can only Hush. So this Troll Chant can be countered by a. Can it be countered by a Hush? Yeah. This is really intense, man. Like they're going very low.
And 4 mana still up for France. So I mean, both teams still have a lot of interactivity in terms of spells and mana on both sides. So there isn't any guarantee when you make a play, you're not going to guarantee it's going to go through. There's going to be Hush or a lot of different things can happen from Team France as well, but. Lee Sin still not leveled up. It's still not a one-turn kill next turn, probably. I mean, I think it's not that threat yet. You're 20 HP for Spain as well. So if you don't kill him this turn, it's not the end of the world. But you should start getting worried, I think, if you're Spain.
Yeah, for sure. Like all it takes is one Zenith Blade and just a few gems, and it's over. It's very scary. It's very scary to pass over the attack token to this deck every single time. Spain right now debating whether to go for Troll Chant onto the Arachnoid Horror, but ultimately deciding against it, considering their opponent does have 4 mana available, and Troll Chant could allow them to potentially survive.
And take away 2 attack from Lee Sin, which is, it could be 2, but if a Zenith Blade is played and it levels up, it's 4. It's much more.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like with Troll Chant, they can potentially buy a turn, and it makes it a really, like, getting them down to 3. It's not like this deck has amazing healing or anything, right? They rely on pretty much Eye of the Dragon exclusively to heal.
And Guiding Touch, which was played earlier. One of the copies was played, so only 2 copies left in the deck. And Star Shaping, not usually an inclusion. In some maybe crazy variants of Lee Sin with Karma instead of Zed, it's a possibility, but not really the case. Stalking Shadows, though, finds a Doom Beast, and France is at 3 HP. They don't find it, though, unfortunately.
Skitter is just as scary, though. Like, double Skitter, that's like a different version of harrowing in a way, right? Like you're setting up this crazy attack board state, despite the fact that only half of your board is fearsome, but still, like double Frenzy Skitter could just be the home run play here for Spain. But again, like we mentioned prior, Spain has to survive. And you may think, well, they are 20 health. Yeah, but that's kind of like what Lee Sin does, right? He doesn't really care about you being at full health. He will Muay Thai kick you.
And the biggest thing here is now, like you mentioned, just surviving this round, and they have Troll Chant to take away 2 attack, and both Skitters can also take away 2 attack from Lee Sin. So that's already massive. And there's no Zenith Blade in hand, which is a big part of the combo for France as well.
Or drawn.
And yeah, hasn't been found. Lee Sin levels up. No Overwhelm on him yet, though. You have the Eye of the Dragon to maybe help using the board to block next turn, but I think next turn, if Spain survives this, they might just win. I think it's just going to be possibly GG with the full board attacking. And Lee Sin is a deck that is kind of a combo deck. It doesn't play on board too much. It has this like, it survives for a few turns and then just kills you on one turn. If it doesn't kill you that turn, then you probably win the next turn. That's kind of how it goes. So we'll see what Spain can do here. Till now, I think they're not threatened to play anything. I think they're just going to chill and see what France wants to do, and they can play some skitters in response instead and be more reactive.
I like skitter a lot, like as an offensive play to guarantee lethal, but at the same time, like ultimately, like they are gonna get that 3 damage anyways, right? So taking away as much attack as they can, yeah, like double skitter into troll chant. Like it's hard, especially without Zenith Blade in the mix. It's hard to envision Spain going down here. And that does make me a little bit satisfied. Not gonna lie. I don't know about you, but I would like to see a game 3. I think
the second guiding touch was found though, so a bit more heal coming in for France. Now at 5 HP instead of 3, definitely a bit more manageable. With most of these units being 3 attack from Spain, they can have 1 unit go through. And like you mentioned, there's a troll chant, but there's no pill cascade. So that extra bit of damage that you want to have maybe the next turn, instead it'll be helpful in surviving this turn and keeping lead to a more manageable attack right now, but you don't have that spell to push some extra damage next turn.
Yeah, we see the Eye of the Dragon go down here, which will generate a Dragon Link next turn. Frenzy Skitter will be able to get that Dragon Link down to 1 health, but the Dragon Link will still be able to trade into the likes of Doom Beast or the Stygian Onlooker, or even into the Wraith Caller that Kalista will be resurrecting, as it does not have Fearsome as well. So in a pinch, that Dragon Link is definitely going to go a long way and could potentially make the difference between France surviving this next attack or not. I do believe Spain does have to make use of Frenzy Skitter and Stygian Onlooker next turn to have the best chance at pushing for lethal. But we'll have to wait and see what they opt to do. Troll Chant really good at just nullifying Zed here if Spain does need to do that. It's actually good for Spain. If Zed opts to attack, that would be good news, because that means they can deal with it and remove a potential blocker for next turn, which is really, really crucial here. As Spain has to keep developing, though. They have to keep threatening the open attack. And I do like that, at least right there. But an attack is definitely what Spain wants to see here.
So France here attacking with Zed, they do have 2 mana up, so they can play both Hill Cascade and Sonic Wave here, so they have some interactivity of their own. Maybe trying to bait Spain into making some plays where they think, I'll take down Zed here, that's 1 less blocker next turn as well. I'll maybe win the game because of it, and then they get punished by a Pill Cascade or a Sonic Wave. I think they may be expecting that as well. This is a deck that just played Deep Meditation, that draws a ton of cards, that played Guiding Touches draw as well. So they're going to have, a very full hand. Sometimes, a lot of gems there as well, kind of filling out that hand, but still a lot of cards that can be combat tricks that can maybe swing things back in favor for France.
Very interesting challenge there by France, targeting the Wraith, ultimately going to Kalista, though. I think they're definitely respecting the Troll Chant, but they have both Hush and Pill Cascade, so unless they're looking at like double, I think they're fine. And especially because if you are playing Troll Chant, I still think you want to be targeting Zed here. You want to be removing Zed as a blocker, and then potentially even preventing some damage with a Stygian Onlooker onto the Shadow, right? Like it's hard to say, but ultimately, I think you can make up for the loss of value in Kalista here, and still focus on Zed. And I like this approach by Zed. Oh no, okay, they're.
And this will get punished by Pill Cascade onto Zed. It's still going to be enough, and also Sonic Wave. So Zed will survive and will take down Doom Beast here as well. So maybe things not going as Spain expected. They wanted to go for a big swing next turn and go for lethal, because I think they have to. The turn after this, for sure, Lee Sin will be able to maybe go for a 1-turn kill and probably find a Zenith Blade on the way there as well. So we'll see what ends up happening here. But France has the answers to this Troll Chant from Spain.
I guess Spain really values being able to replay Kalista here. I think that's ultimately why they went with that play. Like because they're fully aware, like they're not oblivious to the possibility of Pill Cascade being a thing. Like they are going through this, but ultimately the team decided, hey, we really want to keep Kalista. We want Kalista to stay alive. So if they get to keep their Zed alive, then so be it. But we really need Kalista to win this game, and I can understand that. There's the harrowing, but at this point, just completely worthless. Double
because
die.
because you have a full board. So I mean, harrowing to get one unit when Callisto's already bringing a unit back and Elise is bringing a spider. You have too many units already. Your board's not full yet, but because of the way Callista and Elise work, you essentially have 7 units to attack with. And of course, there is also the Wraith Caller, so it will be spawning a Mist Wraith, or maybe not because of the board state right now, but there's going to be there's the Spiderling being overridden and the Wraith Caller coming out instead. And full attack here with from the Spanish side, and no spells to interact with now. They don't have a Troll Chant, they don't have a Mark of the Isles, they have nothing to interact with here.
Gonna opt to attack with the Spiderling instead of the Stygian Onlooker, which is really interesting to me. I mean, ultimately, it's still the same card that can be blocked, but the Dragonling will always block the Wraith Caller instead. So I wonder what the reasoning was. I guess wanting to preserve as many blockers, not believing that they will be able to represent lethal this turn. Unfortunately, if they go with a Skitter setup, normally it would be the ideal play, but with triple gems, in their hand, it's just not really going to make a difference. And it's actually going to enable them to generate more potential blockers as well. As we see Sonic Wave here, I would assume the +2 boost will go on to one of these 2 in the back to allow them to trade into one of the fearsome units, as it does go into the lifesteal unit, which makes sense. And this could just, this could just...
Yeah, this is, I mean, France completely stalling out this attack. It seemed like it's going to be maybe the winning turn for Spain, but they have all the tools they need to survive this. They're not threatened right now, and because Spain isn't even playing Pale Cascade, that's one less spell they have to worry about. As we know, as we see the hands right now, there's literally no interaction from Spain here. They're just going to look at this board. And 6-2 Dragonling, so he really, got a huge glow up this turn. And this is France surviving and France maybe winning next turn because of the way Lee Sin works.
They are going to be clear Zed. But ultimately, honestly, it just comes down to whether if France does draw into Zenith Blade, this game is super over. Super over. And they do have that deep meditation right there, but I don't know if France is willing to go under the 9 range when their opponent has 9 mana. I don't think that's ever a risk you want to make. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm completely wrong. It depends on how many charges the dragon has, right? If they want to enable the Dragonling next turn in case they don't find lethal. But if that's the case, I mean, they have deep meditation enabled this turn anyways, and eventually they're gonna find that Zenith Blade. Whatever I say, they draw it.
Zenith Blade, the Dragonling is here as well. Once again, spawned from Eye of the Dragon, so they have even more life steal. They have Guiding Touch as well to heal even more. So they were at 3 HP 3 turns ago. They're going to be at 12 after this turn, and there might not be any more turns after that because Lee Sin, like you mentioned, gets the Zenith Blade. He's leveled up. He's going to have Challenger and Barrier. And we mentioned the problem with this Fearsome deck. It has no interactivity. Look at this hand. There's nothing Spain can do here other than play units. But the units don't do anything in this situation. They need to have something that can interact with Lee Sin. Skitter gets 1 point of attack off, but I don't think that will be enough to stop this.
France oh my God, is France gonna lead off to another 2-0 dominating win here? The same, are we gonna get Poland? Are we Poland 2.0? Oh my Lord, yep.
And that's Spain. They know they have nothing to do.
Defeats Spain 2-0 and advances to the finals of the European Masters. Good job, France, but I cry every time. Spain did really well. Honestly, that was a really interesting take with the Troll Chant onto the Fearsome list. I'm pretty sure they tested that extensively, but France had none of it, man. France is like, nah, this is not going to catch up us guard. We got this matchup covered, and they did, man. They shut down one of the most, pun intended, feared decks out there back-to-back, man. That was really impressive. France is just France is almost unstoppable this tournament. They just keep getting better and are just really, really dominant over everybody at this point.
Yeah, very confident interview from Elix yesterday. We'll be talking to him in a bit as well, or maybe one of the other French players to see what thoughts they have. But the confidence, I think it was warranted. It paid off here. We can see why they were so confident. I think they're all very skilled players, and they have a very good idea of what matchups to go into, what to play around, the banning strategy. Bringing, like we mentioned at the beginning, those 2 decks that Spain banned yesterday, they did not have in their lineup. They brought them today, and they were banned again. So just maybe tanking some bans with decks they maybe weren't as experienced with. So heads up play from France overall in the strategy section, and also just playing the game itself. And that was a $6,000 match. Advancing to the finals guarantees they're in first or second place, of course. There's no loser bracket. So that was a huge match for France. We saw the big reaction there from the French player on the webcam, and Spain is now officially out. They will be playing the third and fourth place match later on, but they will not be in the final, of course, and they are not going to be winning this tournament, unfortunately for us and all the Spanish people at home.
You don't have to like repeat it though. I'm already down enough. But yeah, shout outs to Spain though. Phenomenal performance throughout this tournament. Really had a very tough division to climb out of, and managed to do so at being the number one seed at the same time, and then ultimately shut down Czechia in a very surprising win over one of the most dominant teams this tournament, but ultimately succumbs to France, who has just been on an absolute tear. They only have one loss in this entire tournament, which they ultimately avenged in the latter portion of the group stage against Italy. And now they're just one win away from taking the title home, man. They're going to have to face the winner of either Portugal, of Portugal and Croatia, and that'll be that. Definitely not super surprised to see France, reach this point, but it's, instead of us talking, let's talk with the actual player himself, the man himself, the number one ranked player in ladder for this tournament. Elix is going to join us for a bit of an interview, and we're going to, ask him things and stuff, as I'm pretty sure he has quite a bit to say considering he's made it to the finals. So here is Elix. Hello, man. How's it going?
Hello, guys. How are you?
Awesome performance, man. First of all, congratulations. You guys have been doing really well this tournament. In fact, you've proven you're one of the guys to beat. Naturally, you are in the finals. You avenged your only loss to Italy in the group stage, and you've been doing great. Can you run down with us a little bit, like what your team preparation sessions are like? And because I really like what you said yesterday, how in your team, there's like an expert at each sort of archetype, right? Like, or at least one of you is more knowledgeable at a specific deck. Like, for example, you're very knowledgeable of Shen Fiora, right? And ultimately you get the decisions on that. So I would like to know more a little bit about that team dynamic that has seemed to be so efficient, honestly. Like, you guys are doing amazing. So how is it?
Thank you very much. First of all, we are very happy because reach the top two, the money time, it's always incredible.
Yeah.
That's the first point. The second point, as you know, I am French, so my English sucks. And I just want to say sorry for you. But yesterday, maybe we had some misunderstanding. It was not aiming to say that an amazing player on ladder is maybe not an amazing player on tournaments.
No.
For me, definitely, this is not the same skill. This is not the same approach. I would even say this is not even the same game. That's the first point. It's important to be clear.
Sorry for interrupting you, but I think that's just Twitch chat sometimes. I gotta say, they take things and they spin them in the most mean way. I did not interpret it like that at all. I completely agree with you. In fact, you use these words. You said, just because you are a good ladder player does not mean you're a good tournament player. It doesn't mean the other way around. I completely agree with that sentiment. So yeah.
And actually, to answer to your question, the most difficult part in this tournament is the preparation, because this is not Elix versus Alan ZQ or Owi versus GM Ying, Pokrovac, Brachet Kata. This is a team and against a team. And we train 4 to 5 hours every day all together. We're always playing together. And because the communication is the most important part in this tournament. If you have an efficient communication, if you say, I'm right, I'm wrong, why, if you have a good analysis after the game, after a lose, especially after a lose, you can involve your skills, you can involve your understanding of the game. So communication, first point. And the second point is being very flexible. As you know, there is amazing players from different countries. I would give one example. Shogopas from Poland is insane with MF Queen. This is the best player of the world with Scout in his hand. But you must be flexible. You have to come with 9 decks. So playing one perfectly deck is not enough. Shogopas is playing also discard. This is an aggro player. In France, we are flexible player. We play everything, not only a specific archetype.
So I want to ask you, Elix, something that I noticed when I was looking at the lineups, the difference from yesterday to today, you guys changed 3 different decks. So obviously you can change decks from the quarterfinals day to the semis and finals day today. 3 of those decks you guys changed, and 2 of those decks you guys brought today for the first time were both banned by Spain. I think you guys did a very good job in that regard. Maybe not even trying to play Jinx Raven or Scouts, but maybe just trying to, make Spain waste their bans on 2 decks that you did not have yesterday. Was that something you guys thought through, and was that something that was planned?
As you know, Nautilus, the Nautilus from Spain is incredible. They are very strong. The deck is well done. And we know that the best counter against Nautilus, this is aggro deck or mid-range aggressive deck like MF Queen. So we just mix control deck and aggressive deck like Jinx Draven discard aggro or MF Queen aggressive deck against Shadow Isles. That's why we made a mix between control and aggressive.
I have another question for you, Elix, regarding like the tournament format. Because it's important to have the perspective of one of the competitors, especially like one that has performed so well, such as your team, right? As from a spectator standpoint, this is very fun to watch, right? Like we get to see many different decks go at it, and we very rarely see mirror matches, and it just really it highlights really well the diversity in this game regarding strategies and archetypes, right? But at the same time, I can understand how it can be a bit of a nuisance as a competitor to have to worry about so many different matchups and the mind games that it can lead to when it comes to like what decks to bring and everything. How do you feel about that? How do you feel about this format from both from a fun standpoint, also from a competitive one? And just share with us a little bit what you think.
We all know the player for Germany, Fresh Lobster. He made a tweet, a perfect tweet with the perfect sentence.
Yeah.
It was the tournament is amazing for the spectator because it's a lot of champagne, but as a competitor, it's way different because you have to. You cannot have, for instance, hardcore counter or software counter. You have to play everything. You cannot come with street specific deck against S Draven or against Field Rush. So I prefer the best of 3 with the mod conquest, 1 ban, and no faction repetition. But this is just my point.
I get it. No, and I remember that tweet very well. Like I couldn't like argue with that, even though my heart wanted the competitors to like the format, I completely understand it. Like, especially I've seen it more as I've casted more games throughout this tournament. Like I've noticed like how a lot of times it comes down to like this mind game of like, are they going to bring this? So we counter with this. And it definitely must be a bit of a headache, but at least it was fun to watch.
So to close it all off, Elix, are there anything you want to say to your fans? I imagine a lot of French players I've seen on Reddit and on Twitch chat, on Twitter, a lot of French, players of Runeterra probably supporting your team and now very happy to see you in the finals. Is there any message you want to relay to the French community in general? You can even say it in French if you'd like to.
No, in English, because I'm fluent in English. No, I'm kidding. So how can I say? We have no fun. We are all passionate. We are in love with this game. This game is amazing. This is a deep game. The cosmetics are amazing. So actually, our main objective is to put the French flag in the top of the mountain target. We are playing for France. We are playing for the flag. This is not Elix. No one cares about Elix. Elix is just a little boy. The flag, oh boys, this is something else. That's my heart is pumping, So we are patriotic and we really want to do everything for the French community and the flag France.
Thanks a lot for those kind words. I mean, it's great to see someone that's so passionate and so involved with the game and plays so well. And sometimes you do see people maybe get too confident and have a big ego and all this, but I think it shows that you care a lot about just having your country at the top. And in the first ever big tournament for Runeterra, France winning it, I think you'd be very, very happy with that as well. So thanks a lot for your answers, Elix, and thanks a lot for your time, and very, good luck to you in the finals as well.
Thank you, guys. See you.
Best of luck, man.
That is all from Elix, and just lovely answer. It's great to see. I think
what a great like honestly, what a great example of a player. I think like this guy was number 1 in the Masters ladder. By the way, this is the guy who placed number 1 for the qualification process, and he has honestly he and his team naturally have really lived up to that, and not really like also like not being any like overly arrogant or anything in the process as well, which can be easier said than done when you're doing so well, right? So awesome. It's awesome to see like the passion for the game as well being shown in that conversation. Like that's very neat to see. As somebody who's very passionate, like I'm also like I also feel that it's nice to see other people express it. So yeah, man, great stuff. Kind of sad that our country went down, Panda, but we got the rightful finalist, I think, here in France. And man, next one's going to be really interesting. So before we go on to the next semifinals, which will be Portugal versus Croatia, we're going to have a quick break. Do not go anywhere, as this is just getting started.
Honey, I got what you want. Give me all of your love, 'cause it's burning hot. It's what you do to me, babe, I can guarantee. Honey, I got what you need. Under the night sky, I want your eyes all on me. Don't tell me lies now, I always get mine. Don't play with me. Do you want it? Can you feel me? No, can you handle it? Right? Do you want it? Don't try to hold. I can't take it anymore. Put your love on me now. Trust me and you will see. Honey, I got what you want. Honey, I got what you need. Honey, I got what you want. Honey, I got what you need. Give me your love, no holding back, no. We could take it to the stars where you wanna go. The things that we can do, don't need to prove you know. Honey, I got what you want. Yeah, under the night sky, I want your eyes all on me. Don't tell me no lies, I always get mine. Don't play with me. So do you want it? Do you want it? Can you feel me? Can you feel me now? Can you handle it? Alright. So do you want it? Put your love on hold. I can't take it anymore. Put your love on me now. Trust me and you will see. Honey, I got what you want. Honey, I got what you need. Honey, I got what you want. Honey, I got what you need. So don't put your love on hold. Can't feel it, I can't take it anymore. Don't put your love on me. Trust me and you will see. Honey, I got what you want. Honey, I got what you need. Honey, I got what you want. Honey, I got what you want, got what you need now.
When you say you feel low and good things are hard to see, when you pray to find love, I know somewhere we could be. There's a place where we can go tonight. The rhythm will make it right, where everyone is happy and the sun will shine all night. Good time, let everybody sing. Why don't you let yourself slip out of control. We could have a good time that everybody say. Get your feet up on the floor. So when the world feels dark and friends seem hard to find, you know how to light a spark, just to let your worries unwind. When you're down, there's just one way to go. Let us ascend tonight. Everyone could be so happy and the sun will shine all night. Have a good time that everybody sing. Why don't you let yourself slip out of control? We could have a good time that everybody sing. Get your feet up on the floor.
Welcome back, folks. We are back. I said that twice. What an intro. Welcome back to the European Masters of Legends of Runeterra. I am Mogwai, aka the guy with the Brazilian flag casting the European tournament. And I am joined with my boy Panda here as we are going to be covering the second semifinals of the day, which the winner will represent their country in the finals versus France, who just took down Spain in a very dominating 2-0 win, which was a bit bittersweet to say the least. Nonetheless, really crazy way to start things off. And there's a lot going behind this matchup right here between Croatia and Portugal. We got quite a bit to say because these two teams have had a very interesting run towards playoffs, and they made it really far, more so than many expected them to.
Yeah, Portugal starting off not so hot. It could be nerves. It could have been, just a new format with 9 decks and kind of something you have to adjust to as a competitor, where you normally play best of 3s with conquest format, and you can ban a deck and then you can target stuff easily. But in this case, it was, the wild, wild west, I think, for most of these players when it comes to the counterplay and the strategy. And that could have been the reason Portugal started off not so hot. But 10 wins in a row since that,
Ridiculous.
Since they turned it around. And just a team that I think a lot of fans have gotten behind because they seem to be so charismatic, so happy when they get the wins with Manitas piloting, always very elated and just almost jumping up in joy from every single win. And the same with Croatia. Ani Desu, a player that is definitely taking advantage of the spotlight. He's definitely being quite the quirky fellow. I think chat and just the viewers on Twitch have definitely noticed that one as well. And I think it's great. I think it's great to see players having a personality and showing it on stream and enjoying playing the game, but also taking it seriously, but also having fun with it as well. And we see Jubar and Thunder Uncle, one of the greatest.
That's the first time. That's the first time that I see. When I heard Thunder Uncle as a name, I don't know. I envisioned this middle-aged. That's not what I was expecting.
You have some problems.
I don't know. Some
see the word
50-year-old hard boy. But no, that is Thunder Uncle for you, and DJ Obar, who are the other two members of the Croatian team. Croatia is, I like to label them as the Rocky of this tournament, as they had a bit of a bumpy ride in their group. I think Group A was pretty nasty regardless, though. Like with Belgium and Romania, all 4 teams were pretty even. And it was a very hectic ride, as Croatia had a very good start. Both of these teams kind of have like the opposite story in a way, as Croatia started off 2-0, very dominating both Spain and Belgium at the same time, and looking to be the #1 seed in their group, while Portugal was the opposite, 0-2 start, and nobody was even like, people were even forgetting about this team at that point and just talking about Poland all the time. And now they both pulled a 180, and Portugal is one of the scariest teams, while Croatia barely managed to make it to playoffs and also pulled a very surprising upset against Germany yesterday.
And the bans are trying to come in. We're looking at the lineups here for both teams. Quick note, 2 deck changes, one from each team from yesterday to today. So not as much of a shuffle as we saw with France, maybe preparing more and targeting more Spain's lineup. In this case, we saw Portugal change their Endure list into a Lee Sin Zed. We saw Lee Sin Zed winning and having great performances yesterday and today already. So, I think that's a good change from them. And Croatia changing their Spooky Karma deck into a Karma Lee Sin. So both players didn't bring Lee Sin yesterday, and both players both teams bringing it today. So heads up, and Lee Sin becoming one of the big decks in this final day of the tournament.
This is one of the first instances in which we see both teams banning Aurelion Sol. I don't think we've seen that up until this point. Aurelion Sol with Lux and Aurelion Sol with Leona from both teams is gone. Anivia is also banned for Portugal, even though we see a bit of a glitch there. Maybe Anivia is banned over there for Croatia, never mind. And Lee Sin ultimately banned for Portugal right here. So Portugal has some interesting choices available to them. I'm a little bit confused. I'm not sold on that Lee Sin Karma idea. And we spoke this like early on in the tournament. We saw variants like this. I'm not super keen on it, but it'll be interesting to see if Croatia, yeah, they have it available, so they could opt to lead off with it potentially, as they're going deep versus Ezreal Draven, a deck that I've been very critical of. But people like, I need to clarify something. I don't think this is a bad deck, but I think this is actually a good deck. I just think it's not as good as some players think it is. All right,
yeah,
that's basically it.
A deck can be overrated but still be good. It's
exactly.
Just not as good. It's not perfect. It's good, but maybe not a 10 out of 10. It's a 9 out of 10 or a 10 or an 8 out of 10. So I understand what you mean. I think, of course, in a tournament situation where you have different matchups and you compare, certain lineups against a different matchup, it gets more value. I think maybe you meant on ladder, for example, as well, but we'll see. The argument will be settled after we see this match here. Portugal maybe bringing it on purpose just to put you on the spotlight, put you on the spot, my way, and see what happens here. But bringing Draven, Ezreal, and Croatia, bringing deep a deck that is, saw play yesterday with Spain. This is a version with Lure of the Depths. Could be the exact list that Spain played yesterday even. Could be Croatia net decking a deck that won and seemed to perform. We saw Elix also mentioning that they thought the deep list from Spain was very good as well. So we'll see what ends up happening here. But right away, what do you think about this matchup in general?
Well, one of the key things is that it does seem like they are playing the variant that Spain, brought to the table with the Lure of the Depth. So it is a much slower version of Deep, which makes it vulnerable, actually, because even though you see Ezreal, a lot of people confuse this deck for like a bit of a slow sort of like control build with a lot of reactive spells. But in reality, Ezreal Draven does have the potential to apply some nutty pressure with Draven on curve. And Chump Wump here, they are looking at their best opener, but that House Spider, that changes things. House Spider into Draven can lead to some serious aggression, especially when Croatia only really has a Dredger there as a potential blocker. Besides that, they have the Slaughter Dogs, which is not really what you want to be going for against this sort of matchup when you're looking at a total of 6 damage being represented onto your Nexus next turn.
Yeah, it's a very slow play, and against control lists where you're not going to feel any pressure early on. It's fantastic because it gives you so much value in terms of the toss every turn, and also the eventual sea monster transformation that could become a Terror of the Tides. That's always going to be fantastic for the deep player. But in this case, there is pressure. This Ezreal Draven list can be seen as a control list at times, but it also is a list that I think plays much more for tempo and for getting value out of their mana, because they have 1 mana Flock, for example, and so many plays that can provide so much board value very quickly. Biggest thing I think to note here for Team Portugal, they're going to be looking for cards like Scorched Earth, because they need to find the removal for Slaughter Dogs, for example, or even removal for Nautilus. Nautilus is a 13/13, but once he's damaged, Scorchers can kill it. Something like a Guillotine can kill it as well. So 2 very important matches.
Sorry, but I was just going to ask, do you know if they're playing Scorched Earth or Nox and Guillotine in this deck?
We can find out. I can do some research in the background.
We can be surprised as well. Let's wait for it. I was also just going to say, it is completely unrelated, but it's hard to not root for Croatia with that super cute doggo in the back.
I believe the name is Natsu, so it does have a name. It is a secondary.
Oh,
Natsu.
it's got an anime name.
I mean, Anidas is an anime. I mean, kind of Japanese oriented. It is from, of course. If you guys don't know the backstory,
man.
Anidasu's name is because he was a very high tier challenger player with Annie on League of Legends, and he was known as one of the best Annie players when he played 6 years ago. So that was the name that kind of stuck with him, basically. Malgai, I see you're in shock. You like the story so much, you're just silent.
You know what? I'm not gonna lie to you. I was just looking at the dog.
All right, let's focus. We're on turn 4. Draven is on board. Slaughterdogs and LoR is played. So super low tempo plays from Croatia, thinking that maybe they can not worry too much about the board right now from Team Portugal. And they might be right. They're still at 17 HP. They're still very healthy. And I mean, the board is going to start getting a lot wider now. Chumpomp can come down as well. Get that discard fodder synergy with both mushrooms. But Portugal playing it very slow, just passing here.
Now, here's the thing. Do you go for Thermogenic Beam here, or do you develop the Chumpomp? I like Thermo Beam much more. Yeah, definitely. That Slaughter Dogs, like, this is the point in which Portugal, this is where they have to really pressure them, right? Unfortunately, though, if Portugal wants to develop next turn, they will be vulnerable to a 5-mana LoR of the Depths. Sorry, not LoR of the Depths, Devourer. Yeah, the Devourer right there can eat up Draven. And I like this open attack from Portugal. I like it a lot. I think they're fully aware of that possibility, considering LoR of the Depths has been played. So they have to respect that. And 6 damage here is actually pretty neat. More so with our knowledge of the lack of healing in Croatia's hand right here. Going down to 11 at the stage, turn 5 can be pretty brutal.
Yeah,
but not life ending, you know? Sorry.
What Deep has to do is basically just survive the mid game. Once they survive the mid game, they can immediately take over, and the tempo goes out the window against any deck because they can play, 7 sea monsters in 2 turns, and you're looking at sea monsters that are all like 7/7, 10/8. It's really hard to deal with, but first they have to survive, and second they have to go deep. And those are things that right now Croatia is not doing very well. They have a Slaughter Dogs, they do have the Jettison in hand, but they don't. I think they're still pretty far away from deep. And they're at 11 HP, like you mentioned, and the board is still here. They haven't cleared this board yet. They don't have any kind of Withering Whales. They have Missed Call that can maybe do something, but again, it might be just too slow, too reactive.
Do we know how many cards they have left? I haven't been able to see, because that's a lot of dogs has been going off, and they do have that Jettison in hand as well. Stalking Shadows can also help them. Or not.
Whiffs.
Or not.
If it was looking bad, that was what they needed to come back into it.
The doggo was looking away. That's why it happened. Oh no, that's tough. Yeah, Annie does not like this at all. I mean, it's kind of like that nervous, panicky laughter at this point. We see. I mean, they still do have plays enabled, right? Like, it's also important to like not dwell too much on things like that. Don't let them affect you too much mentally, because a lot of times the mental impact of a pun like that can be more damaging than the actual, loss of value itself, right? So get your stuff together, Croatia. Just get back in it. It happens. It's not the end of the world. You're an experienced D player. Losing a Stalking Shadows, it hurts, but it's not the end, right?
Well, it's normally not the end, but when you're at 11 HP and you have no units on the board and you're looking at 4 of your opponent's units, it could be. You still have mana for Devourer. He is a 4/4 right now because you're not deep yet, so he has a lot less health to work with, and that means that cards like Static Shock, even with 5 mana still up, or Noxian Fervor, a card that's not always played in this Draven Ezreal list, can see a showing here and can be pretty impactful here if you can kill maybe the 1/1 Spider, damage the Devourer, and then have Static Shock even to kill it next turn, for example. But yeah, here I think Static will do it, and there's not much. I mean, maybe a Vile Feast would be the only punish there.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I think you can definitely justify the Noxian Fervor onto the Spider, the big house Spider, to play around Vile Feast and guarantee that. But you are losing the ability to go face with that as well.
And you're losing a unit, so they're going for the riskier play.
I like it. I think this is just the payoff is so big. Yep. Like that's one of the things. Like a lot of times in card games, it's not just about playing around this, playing around that. They could have this. It's just weighing your options and be like, hey, if this goes off, how big is the payoff in comparison to the downside, right? Like how punished can I get? And ultimately, the punish is not heavy. Yeah, that's huge. That Ravenous Flock is great.
This might be game winning.
Yeah, that could be game
for Portugal. I mean, they're going to open attack next turn. They still have
Vengeance.
They have anybody. They have Fervor to respond, and the unit that gets Vengeance would be dying anyway, so they can Fervor and respond, and that would be full mana used basically for Croatia, where they don't have anything else to play. I think they're not close to deep. I think
not close, right?
If they jettison, they might be at 17, 18. They might pull it off just in time. But even then, I mean, we still have double mushrooms that can be used for trying to go lethal the turn after that, and the Noxian Fervor as well. We see a lot of emotes here from Croatia. I think they are warranted in this case. Jettison comes down. Does it go deep now here? They don't.
They don't.
The insta surrender for Croatia.
Wow, Portugal with the win. Right off the bat, I mean that Stalking Shadows. How impactful do you think it was? Because if they did find like a Dead Bloom Wanderer, for example, right? Like they could have developed some blockers and they could have bought a turn. Yeah, that could actually have cost them really big. There's no way around that, right? Like it was a big like RNG swing against them. Yeah, that's unfortunate, but that's card games sometimes, you know.
I've played a lot of deep, and in these matchups, the line is so thin in the mid game where you're surviving by almost nothing every time. And once you can survive and make it to that deep and that turn 7 and turn 8, then you can turn the game around and win most of the cases. Yeah. But missing that is just what you need to get pushed over the edge and not have enough tempo to play for the board and play for your life and your health and your 20 HP in the mid game. And that's game 1 to Portugal in a matchup where maybe they weren't super favored, but a lot of things went their way with a House Spider draw, with the counterplay for a lot of the different plays from Spain, with the Stalking Shadows being missed as well. And Deep is a deck that if anything goes a little bit wrong in the mid game, you're going to die because you're just too slow to develop.
Do we know if that version, because we assume it is Spain's version, does it run a Thorny Toad? Because I know it runs the because it's important to know that this is a specific version of Deep that's designed to take on control decks better, right? Which means that it's not running Withering Whale. It's not running pretty much any healing, I think, whatsoever. It's playing Lure the Deaths. And if it's not running Thorny Toad, it's only playing the Dredgers and the Wanderer, then it's not as much of a case of like bad draws, more so than like the version of the deck just being, because like we mentioned prior, Ezreal Draven is a deceptively fast deck. Mm-hmm. Like it can put on a lot of pressure, especially if they play House Spider on curve into Draven, which is what we saw there.
Yeah, and there was the Dredgers played turn 2, but other than that, no unit plays. We saw Slaughter Dogs being played on turn 3 and then Lure the Depths turn 4. Yeah. Both plays that give you 0 tempo and 0 board presence. And maybe the Croatia had no choice. They had to make those plays, but if they would have played it in any other way, they, like you said, draw it into a Devil and Wanderer, for example. They had board plays with units actually being played. That would have been maybe a very different game. But unfortunately for Croatia, first game lost. They can, of course, play deep again if they want to suffer a bit more. But for Portugal, they cannot play the deck they just won with. So Ezreal Draven, the best deck in the game, gets the win right away. You're gonna hate that comment, Mogwai.
You could hold that in, huh? Thank you, David. It's important to note though that I think Deep has especially this version of Deep. Now that Ezreal Draven is I mean, you can argue like Ash Sejuani shares a bit of that speed as well, and potentially, but I think every other deck here is significantly slower. So I do believe, I mean, you are the Deep expert, right? But I do believe Deep is still a solid decision here for Croatia, considering what's left.
Yeah, going into something like Anivia, for example, it's great. You can obliterate the Anivias, for example, and you just win by tempo, because those turn 7, 8, and 9 before Anivia enlightens, and you get the full impact of Rekindler and Harrowing. Those are the turns where Deep just instantly flips a switch. You play Nautilus, you Stalking Shadows into Devour, you devour everything on the board. You know, an Anivia, a Rekindler, it doesn't matter.
They have Ruination. It doesn't matter because you're playing 2 mana 7/7s. So it's like, okay, wipe out this. I still have mana for all this. And I completely agree that it's hard to believe that they would actually bring Anivia because of this. But it turns out Croatia switches it up. Does not believe in the fishes no more, and is gonna go Karma Lee Sin. I really want to see this deck in action because I just do not believe in it at all. So I wanna be proven wrong here, as we see the Nightfall Daybreak deck from Portugal here.
And how many matchups in a row have we seen Lee Sin being played? He got a nerf, and you know, if he patches go, people thought, okay, he's done for. This deck's not going to see any play anymore. But we see in the hands of the best players, and just what the deck can do. It can do something that not many decks can do. Just combo out in one turn, have a lot of interactivity with Hush and Pale Cascade and a lot of different cards to interact with almost any deck, and it can squeeze out a surprise win against almost anyone in just one turn, one hit turn combo there. But yeah, we'll see if this Leona Diana deck that we haven't seen much of in the tournament, kind of not the most established meta deck, we'll see what Portugal can do with it and can get the final win here.
Wait. I have a lot of questions with this Leona Diana deck. First of all, because I was going to say, what I would expect from this deck is to run a full set of Targon into a 3 copies of Unspeakable Horror to provide you with more Nightfall synergy and utilize Shadow Owls to splash for that. But we see Atrocity here in the opening hand for Portugal and Eclipse Dragon with no Aurelion Soul in the deck.
It could be.
I'm intrigued.
It could be used for the Nightfall trigger, just to have card advantage and value, and that's kind of your late game.
That's cool.
It gives you a 7/7, but it also gives you more cards and card advantage to play, so you don't run out of fuel very early on. If you're playing a lower curve with things like Diana, for example, and the Solari Soldiers, and you think you're going to run out of cards early on, you have the Eclipse Dragon to generate cards later and still let you play for the late game against some control decks.
For sure. We saw Behold the Infinite there. What is this, like 4 months ago? Like they're playing Behold the Infinite with Lee Sin here. Like I said, this is a variant with Karma, so it is aiming to actually reach those later stages of the game in which both players are at 10 mana and capitalizing from that as we see an early Zenith Blade onto the Mountain Goat here. This play could be somewhat countered by Hush, but the draw from Zenith Blade will still be happening. So this is actually a very solid start for Croatia, allowing them to apply some good pressure. Leona is still 1 turn away from going down. We could just see a Solari Priestess just as a bit of a chump blocker, or we could see the Hush being dropped down here early to just trade with that go right there.
The Hush could be played, but Hush is, the importance is paramount here against Lee Sin. I mean, it's game winning, given it's a 2-mana card, but it really does do so much in this matchup. And because you only have 1 in hand, you can't guarantee you're going to draw into more of those later. We're not sure how much cycling this deck has and how much card draw it has as well. I think you might want to keep that and save it for a more impactful moment.
I like this Golden Sister pickup. Definitely considering the matchup. You're facing Ionia. They have Deny. So any spell that's fast or slow speed that is more expensive than 4 mana can prove to be ultimately a liability. So going for the 6 mana unit that spreads out and allows you to both defend and also apply pressure offensively is ultimately the right call here, as we do see double Leona in Portugal's hand. Will they have to go for the Leona onto the stun on the Goat to try to go for a solid attack that could deal quite a bit of damage, especially considering what the hand looks like? And they indeed do.
And we saw that this deck has Atrocity. Maybe you do want to chip in damage early. You want to chip in damage with, like you mentioned, the Elusive from the Golden Sister as well. Kind of guarantee some damage if a Hush isn't played, for example, to stop the Elusive, because there aren't really any Elusive units played in this Lee Sin deck. So there might just be looking for chip damage here. Maybe because this deck isn't played as much, Croatia gets a bit too comfortable taking damage early. They're not too scared of it, and then suddenly Atrocity might be a game winner for Team Portugal. So we'll see how that ends up happening. But Spacey Sketcher is played here from Team Croatia, and they have a chance now to pick into one of these cheaper but still very impactful Celestial cards.
Silver Trickster and Crescent Strike. Crescent Strike is very tempting, as against a deck like Leona. Leona does not really go for open attacks too often, because you do want to capitalize on her stun effect. So a card like Crescent Strike can actually buy you prevent a lot of damage, basically. A significant amount, actually. So I do believe it's between Strike or the Moon Silver, but ultimately they go for the Crescent Strike. I like that pickup a lot. I think that's ideal, honestly.
They could have gone for the Elusive unit as well, but I think in this case, you're not guaranteed that your opponent picked Golden Sisters. Of course, they have a choice between 3 cards, and you don't know for sure what card they picked, so there's no guarantees there. We do see finally attack come in, and Croatia already down to 14 HP. I have the Dragon, hoping to maybe bring that HP back up with the Dragonling in the next few turns if they do find that 2 spells played per turn synergy.
With double Behold the Infinite, that's definitely a possibility. Also, Sonic Wave being drawn there for Croatia. There's always an argument for trying to utilize it alongside the Goat to pick off something like Leona, for example, even though that is a bit of a risky thing to do, as you're facing an opposing Targon deck, especially like a variant of the deck that's like 99% Targon. So cards like Hush and other very powerful combat tricks are going to be at your disposal. So ultimately, you being the one who plays the spell first generally puts you in a bit of a disadvantageous position there, as Portugal just passes, takes the hit from the GOAT, lets him generate the gem. Portugal's like, hey, we still have Hush in the back, and we're still pretty healthy. And next turn, we can develop a 4-attack lifesteal unit as well if we want to. So they opt to take the hit and are debating what to do now. This is a bit awkward for Portugal. They could just develop Diana, but they wouldn't get the Nightfall trigger, and they would lose on the ability to threaten the opponent with challenges. But their curve is a bit limited from that point onwards, because next turn, you do kind of want to play the Golden Sisters, right? And then you want to play the Eclipse Dragon, ideally. So I do like this pass from Portugal, though. They are down in mana, so ultimately Croatia would be burning more, and their board is a little bit better just because of Leona, I think. We'll see.
And the Guiding Touch here being played, non-committal play, just being played to cycle, use some of that mana, like you said, not waste the entirety of the 8 mana there, and see now if Portugal reacts. If not, then you're in a bit of a better position if you're Croatia, because you didn't waste all your mana, at least able to draw another card and heal a bit as well. So Portugal's still passing here, still thinking that they're fine with this board state, they're fine with the game going long into the late game. And again, another small burst play here. Again, Croatia is just testing the waters, trying to see if there's going to be any bigger reaction from Portugal.
You saw them immediately take there's a Cosmic Inspiration. They don't have to worry about deny from their opponents, so this card could actually make the absolute difference and give them an alternate win condition as well. Like now they can win without just Lee Sinning, They can actually develop a very spread out board state that's significantly bigger. Especially because when you're combining Diana and Leona together, it's not like your units are the biggest. You have really solid stats for like between turns 1 and 5, but you don't have any like huge drops besides stuff like Eclipse Dragon. So you are very vulnerable to being out-muscled. As we do see the Mountain Scryer right there for Portugal. There's the Facepalm by Manitas there. I'm not sure what they're pondering here. They seem like they are a little bit stuck, but they're not being ultimately like super threatened as of right now, right? I do like the Scryer setup. I think, especially being able to play every Celestial play from that point onwards will be cheaper. So it is, you can't afford to go for that. But obviously, you always have to take into account, do I go for an open attack now? Can I afford this? You got that 4/4 Mountain go to the back, saying no to that. So a bit of a tricky situation here for Portugal.
And Mountain Scryer is kind of, Portugal saying, we have a better late game. I'm going to invest into that late game and just try and go for value and go for a longer game, where at least then we can shut him down with Hush, for example. He doesn't do anything basically, and we can kind of survive and make it to the late game. But Cosmic Inspiration kind of flips that a bit, because that suddenly makes Croatia a much scarier opponent into a turn 10, turn 11, a late game situation, because of all that value they get on every single one of their units, even the Dragon Links coming from the Eye of the Dragon, for example. So going for the Mountain Scryer is a slower play.
Going for the Scourge, though. For a second, I was like, are they going to go for them? Because the Moonlight is always a great card to go for. But them going for the Scourge is like, yeah, we want to just blow through your defenses. And that's when that Crescent Strike, David, is going to be amazing, by the way.
There we see the facepalm from Portugal, because they know they were the late game deck. They were the deck that was fine passing priority the last turn with 8 mana up, because they knew if we get to the late game, we have Hush to answer Lee Sin, and this is a one-dimensional deck, a scary one from Croatia, but it's just Lee Sin. Now, like you mentioned before, there's an alternate win condition, and playing for value maybe isn't the better play. You're maybe playing for tempo now if you're Portugal, and maybe playing Golden Sister this turn and trying to push damage was the better choice. So now they're thinking, we have to suddenly completely shift our game plan and maybe try and squeeze out a much earlier win. While we don't see a Lee Sin in the hand yet for Croatia, their game plan is still working out, because they found that they're playing into the Invoke package much more than just Lee Sin. And like you mentioned, they have, Falling Comment to obliterate, a Serpent for another blocker if they want to, if they feel pressure.
Potentially as well to protect the Eye of the Dragon, because the Eye of the Dragon became an absolute powerhouse of a unit with this Cosmic Inspiration. Not only is it a 3/5 itself now, making it much more resilient, every time he plays 2 spells, they're generating a 4/3 with lifesteal.
Yeah,
that's insane. That's gonna allow Croatia to buy so much time and basically dictate just how long they want this game to be, and that's just a massive threat for Portugal right here. And I like the Challenger, though. Like, I really am a big fan of just the 0 mana 4/3 with Challenger that can trade into Leona potentially for 0 mana here. Like, they can set it up. It's just, it's going down immediately. And I do think we could definitely expect an open attack here from Croatia. and we'll see what Portugal can do about it. But this Cosmic Inspiration, we've seen the huge impact this card can have on a match before. We saw it with the Weimar Mirror in the early days of the tournament from Poland, as they were facing an opposing Heimerdinger Vi deck, and the player who played Cosmic Inspiration first ended up winning. Shocker.
It's a very slow card, 7 mana, of course, a slow speed spell. It takes up a lot of your resources in the mid game where you're maybe fighting for survival. But in this exact matchup, because there wasn't much pressure and there was just Portugal, again, thinking this is not a card that their opponent had in the main deck. It's not a card you have in, it's a celestial card that you generate. So it's something you might think about a little bit, but it's not something you have at the top of your mind. And once they saw it played, I think Manitas instantly was like, oh, okay, we're in big trouble now. We have to suddenly shift our game plan altogether. And Diana can kill, the Dragonling there, but that's basically it.
That attack was basically to try to see if they could bait another trade, and ultimately to cycle through the deck with Pale Cascade, as they do draw into the Atrocity. But again, you're taking into account the matchup that has a full set of Deny. So that's
Star
not
Shaping.
a card.
And Guiding Touch. This is a different Lee Sin deck that has Karma in it for a reason. It's not just you just switched out Zeds for Karma. You made that change, but you made it a deck that has much more play against control decks and late game decks, and you suddenly are much scarier, and it has a huge invoke package that we're seeing being utilized to the full potential here. Cosmic Inspiration coming down. We saw the Double Behold the Infinites. We saw the Spacey Sketcher. We saw the Star Shaping in hand as well. So all of a sudden, Atrocity win is looking very unlikely for Portugal, and winning on the board is also looking unlikely because of Cosmic Inspiration.
Yeah, that's so important to point out. Like, this deck is, while you can argue it is sacrificing a little bit of Lee Sin consistency, it is definitely giving the player other options and other means to actually gain advantage and win this game. And it does provide more flexibility, which I think is a very valuable asset for a deck like this to have, and it's very easy to overlook, right? It's very easy to disregard. Oh, Karma Lee Sin is just the worst version of the deck. But there's a reason why, this Croatia team decided to go with this variant, and right now we're seeing the fruits of it, because I don't know if we would be in this situation if this was a standard version of Lee Sin.
And there's Lee Sin finally found. We mentioned the importance of playing Lee Sin on a situation like this, where you can play it this turn and then have the mana next turn, where your opponent doesn't have mana now to react. Next turn, you'll have the mana to back him up and save him from any potential weird situations. That being said, Golden Sister was developed here by Manitas, by Team Portugal. So suddenly that board is looking very wide and quite strong. Even if there are bigger units from the side of Croatia, they go for the gem instead and don't play Lee Sin this turn. So this open attack would be looking scary, but that Dragon League 4-3 lifesteal.
4-3 Dragon League every turn, man. That's so busted. Like, how do you beat that? How do you overcome that? Like, that's you're not getting any damage through, man. Like, that's a 4-3 that's coming back every turn. It's like it's the same thing as that Golden Sister in Portugal's side. Like, that is just so difficult to overcome. They also have to find a way to, like, the problem is, like, even though they have the ability to go very deep in the late game with value, right, with double Eclipse Dragon, Portugal has the means to not run out of gas for a while. They need to actually be the aggressor here. They need to apply pressure, because even with all this endless value, their plays are still just going to be inherently outmuscled by Croatia's, and that's just really tough. This stun is really neat. It does take out the GOAT, and they could even use a proactive Hush onto the Dragon Link potentially as well. And I think they kind of have to start making plays like these if they want to have a chance at winning this game.
And Diana can also, it's going to be tough not to give value to this Dragon Link, because at some point it's going to block anything. You can't just attack with only the single elusive unit, for example. Your opponent is still at 20 HP, so you're not even close to trying to threaten any kind of lethal. I think Croatia is still very relaxed. And I'm thinking this might be a pretty long game. I think this is going to take a while, with both decks having so much interactivity and healing and ways to, hushes, etc., to kind of foil their opponent's game plan. This might be a long one here. I think every time we see Invoke, it always goes to very long games because of how Invoke works in general. And yeah, it's looking tough for Portugal for sure, though. I mean, this game got flipped on its head completely once that Cosmic Inspiration was found and was played a few turns ago.
Scourge could be a legit win condition for Portugal if it wasn't for that Crescent Strike pickup earlier. Because once the Scourge is stunned, it's safe to assume that Lee Sin will be able to, kick it back to the hand, at least with the Dragon's Rage. Even though we do see Hush in Portugal's hand, it's important to know, especially for newer players, that Hush, while it does silence a unit, it will not deny the Dragon's Rage skill being generated by the leveled up version of Lee Sin. So the Scourge would still be kicked over to the hand, and would still represent the massive tempo lost for Portugal in a matchup where they also have to take into account the likes of Concussive Palm as well, right? But I'm saying this because I believe Scourge is Portugal's best chance at winning this game, and it's not really looking too great for it either. Man, this 6-4 Dragon Link trading with Leona. Oh my god, dude.
And if you were worried about one Dragon Link, now there's 2 Dragon Links every turn. So
God,
this is just an impenetrable wall that Portugal will never get past. It's impossible, I think, at this point.
You can't.
Every single turn, 2, 4, 3 Dragon Links just healing you back up to 20. It's hard to deal with. It's going to be a match that Portugal, if they want to win, they're going to have to grind it out. And really, it's going to go for a long while. And they have a hush for Lee Sin for one turn maybe, but I think eventually Lee Sin will be able to push through. And it's going to be a tough one for Portugal for sure. Picking here between, the Immortal Fire is great, but against Targon, not so great, maybe with a Hush, for example.
Equinox. It has to be Equinox. Wait, this is for Portugal or this is for Portugal. Equinox, yeah. You have to go Equinox because Equinox denies one of those crazily broken followers that he has right now in the Eyes of the Dragon. Portugal needs 3 Equinox in this game, so at least getting rid of one of those will definitely go a long way. I would assume that they will be targeting the 3-5, as it is the most nuisance of both, as the other one is more weak and easier to pick off with that 2 health, which could potentially be taken down with the likes of Diana amongst other things. So Equinox is definitely something that we should expect, I believe, from Portugal here. The question is how they're going to approach next turn. Will they try to develop the Eclipse Dragon, or will they go in with the Scourge? As Equinox onto the Goat instead. Okay, interesting. I don't know. I think Eye of the Dragon is doing more.
You stop.
Look at that, dude.
You stopped one even then, but there's still going to be another one, and there's still another Dragon Link. So it is tough. Of course, Equinox is silence a follower. It's not just one round. It's a long-term effect. It's something that a lot of people might not notice immediately because they're used to Hosh and how that works for only one round. But in this case, it's a long-term effect, and the stats obviously gets debuffed as well. The Mountain Goat, so double impact there. But this is a scary-looking board. If I was playing against Croatia and I saw this board, I'm like, all right, I'm out. I'm heading out, guys. See ya.
Screw you guys, I'm going home. As we see the Hush go down onto Lee Sin, and you can see from the expression there, from Anydesu's body language there. I'm gonna go ahead and act like I know about these things. I can interpret this knowledge.
Psychologist Mogwai. All right, I'm ready for this. Let's see. What are you gonna say, Mogwai?
So, basically, I believe because of his body language that, wait for it, Croatia was expecting this.
What an interesting take, Mogwai. You really went for that one. That was a high stakes take there.
Thank you. I just want to say you're welcome to the chat for this top tier casting right here, as we are seeing Portugal grind the clock here, really debating what to do. They do have the Atrocity open, but obviously Deny is most of the time going to be a thing, right? So they ultimately decide to go with the Nightfall Eclipse Dragon right here, generating 2 solid. That warrior is looking great, but unfortunately, that would have been better, I don't know, 5 turns ago.
We'll see how many attacks come in here. If Croatia wants to only attack with Dragonlings, of course, they're ephemeral units. You have to attack with them anyway at some point, and this is something that Portugal has to deal with. They can't just take 8 damage to face when they're at 14 HP. They're going to go quite low if that's the case. We'll see Croatia can just think, let's just slowly grind out our opponents. We have these 4-3 Dragonlings every turn. We're getting healed. We're threatening damage on the Nexus with ephemeral units. They're going to die anyway. And they might just be taking it really slow, not taking any risks here.
But they're definitely not looking happy. Manita specifically has been a player that has been really passionate about the tournament. I started seeing, his posts on social media and the likes, and they've been really, it's nice to see that they're really, really invested, especially considering that horrendous start that they had with that 0-2, that's very mentally, that's pretty tough to take in, right? When you're in a group and you lose to 2 teams, you're like, oh man, am I outclassed here? And to see this comeback from Portugal and that passion behind it, right? I see it in the Twitch chat as well. People, going with the with the Portugal caralho, which I will pronounce properly one day. I share that Iberian passion, and it's nice to see, that this team make it so far. But we definitely, my whole point here being that we definitely have seen them in better moods before. As right now, it's just a pretty grim scenario. And Croatia, the other side of the coin, as you can see right there.
They could go for a second cosmic inspiration, possibly, and they do.
Okay, now I get it. Now I get it.
Now it's we're going to be casting this, but we're just trying to fill the air for the next 20 minutes because this is game over. I mean,
that's what we've been doing for like the past 10 minutes. Just
the Scourge comes down. The Crescent Strike is there, like you mentioned. The early pickup, so long ago, going to find the impact here if Croatia wants to go for it. I think they do definitely have the mana to do both Crescent Strike and play the second Cosmic Inspiration. And when you have a full board, it feels so much better. When you're low on tempo, low on the board presence, and you play Cosmic Inspiration, you don't get any immediate value. In this case, you get extremely immediate value. You see here an entirely full board, and it's going to be, I mean, if it was tough already for Portugal, now I'm sorry to say it, but it's almost impossible. This is going to be so much value overall coming in.
I think one of the things that we've seen today, and not only this matchup, but I think the downfall of Spain's fearsome lineup as well, it just goes to show that these allegiance tactics are not by any means perfect. Their lack of interaction is doing them dirty. The fact that deny is a thing here for Ionia, amongst other things, like Ionia as a region combined with Targon provides them with like not only utility but also disruption and all sorts of different very useful tools here, while Portugal is running a deck with mostly Targon and Atrocity and maybe Unspeakable Horror, and that's basically it. They only have Hush. Their level of interaction is significantly lower, and I think that's ultimately what's coming down here. Like that's what's really giving Croatia the edge, and that's basically like I don't think this matchup comes down to draws that much at all. I think it's really, Cosmic Inspiration is obviously like really sealing the deal here, but I don't even think it's necessary. I think this is a really strong matchup for Croatia, and this variant of Lee Sin, which is slower but overall more consistent and valuable as a deck, like less reliant on drawing specific cards, and also like a very good decision against aggro as well with I would assume would be triple Tasty Folk in the lineup too. Just really proving to be a really solid choice of a deck, and definitely getting the upper hand here against this Nightfall Daybreak team up here.
Yeah, it's a deck that you maybe don't see on ladder, but it's something that you can prepare specifically for certain matchups and certain lineups in a tournament setting, which is very different from ladder, and find success with it here by finding those matchups. And right away, we see it once again, the onslaught coming in from the Dragonlings, the Lee Sin challenging as well. It was a Hush last turn, but that's the only Hush that Team Portugal found. So we mentioned the importance of it in this matchup. It stopped Lee Sin one turn, and now it's back here to do damage once again. We see the Dragon Strike coming in, and this is lethal presented, which means that Portugal has to react here, and it gives Croatia later on the chance to react with certain spells as well.
I'm getting some early patch PTSD here as we're covering this Lee Sin. It's like Lee Sin filled day, really. We saw it being dominant for Spain, or it being the win condition for Spain in the quarterfinals. And down goes the Atrocity here, trying to play around the Dragon's Rage. If you remove the Scourge with this Atrocity, Dragon's Rage will not connect, and they will only be dealing 7 damage. But there is a deny in Croatia's hand, which basically seals the deal. And I assume Croatia is just going over potential counters to this deny. And that's basically it. But once this deny goes down, due to the information that we have, Croatia will be establishing a kill onto Portugal, and we'll be moving on to a game 3 for this particular semifinals, as Croatia does not want to call it quits. The finals dream is still alive for this team, who has been the underdog in many matchups up to this point. But really strong performance.
No deny needed here. It seems like it was enough with just the overwhelm there. Was it enough? I think it wasn't. So they actually don't go for the deny. Portugal survives here instead. So maybe Croatia playing too slow, respecting too much here. Portugal survives, but at what cost? Obviously, their board has been completely cleared. There's still going to be 2 Dragonlings next turn. So I talked about Croatia respecting their opponent and taking it very slow. There was 7 mana still up for Team Portugal. So maybe a few cards Croatia was playing around and trying to not make any rash decisions just yet. Of course, going down to 8 HP due to the atrocity, I think they're okay with. They do have a lot of healing with the Dragonlings every turn, so that's not really the biggest issue. But yeah, there's a surrender from Portugal.
It's it. I honestly, like, I'm pretty sure at this point, like, a good portion of our chat will be like, oh, what are they doing? Oh, but in reality, with double Eye of the Dragon on the board, generating you 4/3s with lifesteal, there's no reason to take any unnecessary risks whatsoever. Like, and I think that's basically the approach that Croatia took. And, they didn't even have to kill in that turn. Portugal cried uncle, and we're going to be going to a game 3. Really solid performance from Croatia with a deck that I was not expecting too much of. So this series is all about decks that Mogwai thinks are not good are actually good because he's an idiot. The series. So we're going to be seeing how this one plays out. But really intense, really tight up until now.
And we could see lethal on the board there, of course, but the players don't have that information. And with 7 mana still up and closed deck list as well, you can maybe make a fairly accurate assumption of what your opponent's deck list looks like, because most of them are going to be, there's certain meta decks that have been refined to a point where they're very consistent, and you're going to be running exactly that or maybe a few cards differences. So they looked at 7 mana still up for this deck from Team Portugal, and they thought, okay, let's not take any risks. Let's take it slow here. Maybe Deny is going to be more impactful later on if we need it. And we don't mind being hit, 12 to the Nexus. It's fine. We'll just win next turn. So in the end, Portugal assumed that they couldn't get past those Dragonlings, and they take the loss there. And we're moving on to game 3, where both of these teams now have a win and cannot play 2 of the decks they had available. So the Lee Sin deck for Croatia and the Draven Ezreal for Team Portugal. 5 decks available now for each of the players, and they have to decide now which deck to pick to take them to the finals.
It all comes down to this. And it's going to be a very interesting choice for both teams. As I was mentioning prior, I do believe Croatia's Deep has a pretty decent matchup against a lot of these decks. We mentioned the Anivia matchup, but I also do feel like that deck would do well against Daybreak Nightfall. Do you agree with that? I believe that would be the case, because it's not a super fast deck, and they can survive up to that point. But it is true that this version of Deep is quite greedy, right? It's meant to punish the slower builds, but I just don't think Diana Leona, from what we saw there, is fast enough to punish that deck. But maybe I could very well be wrong about that. Other options for Portugal specifically, like, the thing is, they have so many different matchups to take into account that it's hard to really predict that. But we do see Deep there for Croatia. I think Deep is the right call, and we see what I assume is Go Hard from Portugal. So a Shadow Isles matchup, but 2 very different archetypes at that, going at it, and the winner here will move on to the finals. What do you think about this matchup, David?
Go Hard is a deck that is a bit tricky, because you might think, okay, they're a deck that draws a lot, that cycles, that goes for the late game, that's trying to go for the combo piece of pack your bags as early as possible. But it's also a deck that has a lot of very aggressive traits early on. It floods the board with Elises, with Jacket Butchers, with Croakers. It has a very wide board very early on, and if Deep doesn't find the right cards early on, if they find only, like we saw before, Slaughter Dogs, Lure of the Depths, and a very slow start overall, they could be in trouble. I mean, there's a lot of burn that comes in, or not burn, but very high tempo start from these Go Hard lists with certain hands. And then there's the burn from the Pack Your Bags or the Doom Beast later on, which, if the list isn't running any heals, like we saw with Spain, for example, could be a problem as well. So depending on the hands here, if Deep is able to find Dredgers, Deadbloom Wanderers, Jawhunters, not so much in this matchup because of the Go Hard kind of countering it completely.
Jawhunters, you mulligan away. I agree.
But the thing is, I think the starting hands are going to matter a lot. Deep has to survive the mid game, and that's the most important part.
But if that's one of the things, though, I have a feeling that in this matchup, like, Go Hard has to curve out really well and apply some really solid early aggression. Otherwise, I just don't think the deck is fast enough.
Yep.
I just don't think the Go Hard, people love to say, oh, Go Hard OP, this and that, but in reality, like, Go Hard is a very slow stretch. It takes a while, and it starts off with you drawing Go Hard. We see a lot of open, like, super full mulligans from Go Hard players, because at the end of the day, what matters is for you to find that card as early as possible, right?
Exactly.
And that does, by going for a full mulligan like that, it does leave you vulnerable to some clunky hands, right? But there it is. They find it.
If you're a skilled player, Mogwai, you just find the Go Hard. And Portugal is a skilled team of players, so I didn't doubt him for a second. We see the Deadbloom Wanderer in hand for Croatia, so that's great to have some extra lifesteal and also a great blocker on turn 3 that doesn't die to Go Hard, especially.
Yeah.
But then again, we see, other than that, a pretty slow curve here with Slaughter Dogs and Lure of the Depths. Great against a very slow matchup. In this case, it could be problematic if we see a fast development here from Portugal.
Yeah, because while Go Hard is slow, the rest of the deck isn't particularly, as we do see they're playing the Jag Butcher. They drop the Dreadway Deckhand, which will allow them to threaten a Dead Bloom Wanderer with Go Hard, and Portugal is obviously very aware of this. They have the ability to develop Doom Beast as well. Not really now, but next turn to lead off an attack with it would be really on turn 5. I mean, would be really neat for Portugal, because that really allows them to apply pressure. Also, keep in mind that Doom Beast does synergize with the Keg as well, something that a lot of newer players don't immediately realize. Down goes the Dead Blue Wanderer. I mean, I think here, if you're Portugal, you want to be going for Go Hard, but will they take miscall into account? Do you even miscall here if you're Croatia? I think there's a good argument for it, right?
Because of this matchup, I think you have to. You're not thinking, oh, let me try and get the ultimate value on miscall in the late game and revive Nautilus. You're thinking, let me survive and even make it to that late game. So miscall, insta-played here by Croatia. You get the triple toss once again, and you have a great 3-2 that can not only block and trade off with one of these units next turn, but also get 3 lifesteal, which you're getting the value from because you're already at 16 HP due to the opening attack on turn 2. So in this case, the Go Hard with the barrel worked out perfectly for Portugal, but the miscall, a card that I love in some versions of Deep, paying off here for Croatia. And the open attack here, I think they know there's no spells that can be played fast speed in combat from this Portugal list that can punish here, and you're guaranteeing you're getting that healing at least, and you're guaranteeing you're trading with the unit as well.
Yeah, it's not the ideal trade. Generally, you want to trade your 3-2 into at least another 3 attack unit, but the reality is this board is going to stay the same unless Croatia does something about it. And these 2 spread out units can be very problematic. And if they don't get one of them off the board and get that lifesteal in exchange, they could very well regret it. So I do like that bait attack from Croatia a lot. And Portugal definitely had to take that trade there as well, because it is favorable for them ultimately, as they're turning a 1-drop into a 3-drop, right? We're going to see the open attack here from the Dreadway Deckhand, wanting to drop them down to 17. By going for this open attack, they are sacrificing the ability to push for more damage this turn, which is definitely it's what they're considering now, right? Is it worth it? But ultimately, I do think it is, just because you want to take that more because of the structure of this deck. I think leveling up to the Fate is more likely with this deck. So you want to go for the blue card, and you want to work for that Twisted Fate level up. It could actually happen. Right now, we do see Vengeance, but you don't want to waste the Vengeance on a 4-drop, right? That's never great.
And you only have 4 mana as well. The thing that gets punished here is not open attacking. You're not getting the plunder effect this turn, which there's a Gangplank in the deck, so that is kind of relevant.
Yeah, that's true.
Also important to mention, you're not getting the reactivity you get with Twisted Fate. You can open attack, pass opponent, see what they play, and then react. Usually you do play blue card in this deck because drawing is so important, and finding the Go Hards is the big win condition for this deck. But sometimes a red card and a yellow card can get you so much value that it's worth it as well. And having that open attack gives you the reactivity on the 4-mana turn to play Twisted Fate and find the best option possible. In this case now, though, still 19 HP, so still really healthy for Team Croatia. And they have double Slaughter Dogs, which could be a huge thing going into the next few turns. I
play a lot of Twisted Fate. Like, I'm going to say it's my favorite champion. So this is a scenario which I'm very familiar with. Right now, Twisted Fate is at 2 draws. They're looking at salvage right there. Salvage will get them up to 4. Them going for the salvage now here is really, really important, because they get Twisted Fate up to 4, and that double Go Hard as well is really neat. But I really would like to see the this is decent as well. There is an argument for setting up the 1-drop too. But going for the Twisted Fate level up here could be amazing for Portugal, and it is very plausible. Right now, they are at a total of 5. As they draw a card next turn, they will be at 6, which means that if Croatia goes for a Vengeance on the Twisted Fate, they can react with a Glimpse Beyond onto another unit and level up so that other copies of Twisted Fate will be leveled up. And that, alongside the Go Hard late game, can be absolutely devastating for Deep.
And you might think, sure, the 2 other Twisted Fates are leveled up, but they're not going to find them. They're not in hand right now. But this deck cycles so much and draws so much with fleeting cards, etc., that it's really not that implausible to think that they're going to instantly find Twisted Fate off the next, of the Glimpse Beyond draw even. I mean, it could happen, or the next few draws at least. So yeah, Twisted Fate, and not only that, but trading a Vengeance for Twisted Fate is not a great tempo trade when you're trying to survive on the board and survive the mid game if you're a Deep player.
This is exactly where this variant of Deep like where you can actually question these cards, right? Like instead of having stuff like Grasp of the Undying, which would be great here, right? To deny the level up. They're playing stuff like Lure the Depths. Again, tools to punish slower decks. But this is also a slower deck that has a very menacing mid-game engine. And if Portugal does manage to get the level up here, that really could just mean a win for them. It's super important. They have to really work for this hard.
The go hard is played there because obviously the earlier you play, the better, the higher chance you have of drawing it next turn because it shuffles back into the deck. So if you have the mana, almost always you're going to want to spend it unless you're playing around a certain card like Glimpse Beyond, etc. But in this case, normally no Glimpse Beyonds in the deck for deep players anyway. Stalking Shadows having more of an impact nowadays on deep. Slaughter Dogs does come down. There is no counter. Sometimes Crumble is played in some of these lists, but I think it's been phased out pretty rapidly by most players, or maybe only one copy, which isn't great consistency to draw it. In this case, it's looking like Slaughter Dogs might be too slow. We've seen double Deadbloom Wander, but not any Jettisons or Direct Catchers, so I think they're still pretty far away from deep.
I love it. The bait they used. Oh my lord! They used the Pool Shark as a bait because it's like, hey, if you don't kill Twisted Fate here, we will level up automatically next turn on draw. Which means they have to go for the Vengeance. They get the Glimpse Beyond, and the level up is online, ladies and gentlemen. The next time they draw into Twisted Fate, he's going to be leveled up and will be triggering all 3 Destiny cards after each play, which is really strong in a deck where your win condition is 1 mana, right? Because you're very easily going to be able to get your Destiny cards off, and it's just going to be overwhelming value, even for the likes of Deep. So Deep needs to go deep as soon as possible, which I'm not sure how. I honestly, I haven't been keeping track of that as much. I don't know if you have, but they should be relatively close, right?
They've tossed 7 cards maybe, or with double Deadbloom Wander with a missed call, and then the Slaughter Dogs, and they've drawn a few as well. So they're going to be around 20, I think, maybe not too close just yet. Once they play the Deadbloom and maybe the Slaughter Dogs next turn, they'll be a lot closer.
They will go, but it's not the fastest Deep you've seen for sure.
And they're still fairly healthy as well. I mean, they're 14 HP. It's not the end of the world for the deep player. And once they turn it around, even if Go Hard is turned into back your bags, these sea monsters will be very big. So you're going to need, I think, the TF backup with red card being spammed every turn or something like that to really put a lot of impact on the board. Triple Slaughter Dogs. If I'm a deep player and I'm alive in the mid game, going into the late game, this is what I want to see. I would be very happy with this hand, maybe missing a Nautilus, for example, but overall, you're going to get so much value from the Slaughter Dogs.
I think Chronicle of Ruin is very likely here because it is fleeting and it is very good with the Zap Spray Fin. That's why players run this, because it is a way to guarantee, like, it's kind of like a 4th copy of Zap Spray Fin, which allows you to draw consistently into your Go Hards. And there is the Pack Yo Bags, which will deal 5 damage to all enemies and the enemy nexus. This is what the Go Hard decks build towards. This is the win condition. The cheapest card in their deck is actually their win condition. And I think there is an argument for waiting for next turn to play it so that you can actually hit the sea monster as well. But it also depends on what sea monster they get, because as you mentioned prior, it can be a little bit too big for a 5-mana AoE effect to take it down.
It would still allow for trades to happen with something like maybe a Zap Spray Fin into Abyssal Eye, for example, to get the trade and kill the Abyssal Eye, back your back displayed, and also stop the card draw, of course, from the deep player as well. Atrocity is drawn there. An important card, but we see Vengeance in hand for Portugal, so that could be either a response Atrocity to a Vengeance onto Nautilus later down the line, or maybe a Vengeance to stop a preemptive Atrocity from coming out. So double Slaughter Dogs, I believe they're about to go deep. They might be flipping this turn. Important to note, even if you're at 16 cards on the flip, if you have double Slaughter Dogs, both will transform. If you're at 17, only one will transform. Yes. And if you're at 18, then neither will transform, even if you go deep with the card draw.
Yep. I'm surprised to see the Croaker instead of the Dreadway deck in. I would definitely expecting that to potentially enhance the. But I guess they don't have to like drop it this turn, right? And they are trying to suck it through the deck as fast as possible to get there. They do go deep, but they go deep after the Slaughter Dogs trigger. So they were at 18
on the flip. They tossed 2, so 17, 16, and then they drew into 15, but no transformation comes out from both of those Slaughter Dogs. Attack token is on the side of Portugal. They have a full board. It's looking pretty scary. There's nothing that can happen fast speed. You can't Atrocity a Slaughter Dogs into anything. You can't Lure of the Depths to stop damage. It's going to be a big hit here with Pack Your Bags also being there, and a Doom Beast that we see in hand. So it's looking healthy right now for Croatia, 17 HP, but they're going to start going down really quickly here.
Right now, Portugal is looking at a total of, I believe, 10 damage. 10 direct damage to the face, which would be close to lethal. And I mean, it would actually be lethal if you just play another dribbling deckhand into the pack your bag. So Croatia has to 100% develop here. The question is, I mean, I don't think you want to be going for pack your bags here.
I think you need to wait for the flip.
Yeah.
We talked about it. It's so important for this deep player, even if you're in a bad position in the mid game, especially when you have 3 Slaughter Dogs in hand and going to be played probably in the rest of this turn. The moment you go deep and all 3 of these flip into enormous sea monsters, if you draw a Terror of the Tides and you draw 2 Abyssal Eyes, it's GG, basically.
It's over. Yeah. Like, Terror of the Tides in general would be just absolutely devastating. And the odds are pretty decent. I believe 20%.
And if Vengeance is played next turn proactively from Portugal to stop the immediate attack, then you're going to have Atrocity to answer as well. And that's a 9 attack Atrocity going to your face. So things can become problematic for Team Portugal. It looked like they were on, applying a lot of pressure early on. We saw the triple Dead Bloom Wanderer played, one, the missed call, and then the second one as well, which helped Croatia get to this mid game still very healthy at 17 HP. And they could definitely turn this around.
But if they do, so right now they are going to be getting 9 damage in. 9 damage in.
They have double barrel.
They have double Doom Beast, and they have double Doom Beast with, like, they could play Doom Beast now, and Doom Beast will represent 4 damage. The combination of Doom Beast plus pack your bags will represent lethal, and there's nothing they can do about it.
Yep.
This could be it. But Portugal has to go for the kill here. They have to.
Croatia,
they're below
Croatia
4.
can have a Vile Feast. That's the problem, though. Croatia can have a Vile Feast to counter the barrel. So there's 4 mana still up for Croatia, and Portugal has to take it slow. They're seeing with Pack Your Bags here, it's going to be 7 damage to the Nexus for 1 mana.
Got him! They got it!
Once it resolves,
you can see he's breathing heavily. Manitas is breathing heavily. Oh, he sees victory. He's so close, yet so far. Oh,
that's it.
There it is.
That's
there it is. He knows
no
it.
Vile Feast, no heals.
Beast. Portugal goes to the final. Boa, Portugal, caralho. There you go. It is not going to be an Iberian finals like I was hoping, but it is going to be France versus Portugal. And honestly, this is the final that is deserved. I don't know who exactly deserves it, but this is definitely the final that I'm very happy to see, because both of these teams have just been so strong throughout this tournament, and both of them have their own individual stories. Like I said, I repeat it a lot, but the Portugal journey to playoffs and now has been amazing, and it really shows that even if you have a slow start, you shouldn't be discouraged, because they've been on a tear. This is the first time they win 2-1 though, in their crazy win streak that is up to 11 now, right?
It is. I mean, it's been broken with the loss, so now it's just 1 from this last game. But again, we mentioned with this deep matchup against Go Hard how thin the line is in terms of if they would have survived this turn and those triple Slaughter Dogs flip, they could have lethal on board, maybe, if they get the right sea monsters. And yeah, Go Hard goes under. I thought they were way too healthy at 17 HP, but I was wrong. Clearly, the game ended right there, and that's a huge win for Portugal, making it to the finals. We'll be talking with, I believe it is, I think we're talking to Cyber Dragon actually in the interview, so I'm very excited for that. A player that hasn't been piloting the deck
yesterday. Yeah.
So
he was interviewed yesterday. I'm excited for that too. Awesome, man. What a great team. Definitely has become one of my favorite teams this entire tournament. They've done so well from that upsetting start, and to take down Croatia like that, really, really neat. Also important to know that they're facing a team that hasn't had that hiccup, right? So it's going to be the ultimate test, I feel. And I don't know, man. I think we should be talking to Cyber Dragon first, and then we'll start speculating a bit as to who we think will win. So we'll be having Cyber Dragon join us for an interview any moment now. And we can pick their brain a little bit as to how they're feeling, because I'm pretty sure they must be at the very least on cloud 9 as of now.
And quick reminder, we are going to be seeing a 3rd place versus 4th place match between Spain and Croatia. Now that has been confirmed with both of the losers in these 2 semifinals. So we'll be seeing that first. That will be the match deciding the 3rd place position in this tournament, which has a $3,000 prize pool. And then we'll be seeing the best of 5 finals after that to end out the day and this very month-long tournament.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if we are ready to move over to Cyber Dragon.
There'll be a bit of a switch, so I think we'll be seeing Pepsi Cola instead coming into the interview. Manitas is a guy that I think a lot of viewers are familiar with because he has been the pilot for Team Portugal for most of this. So it's going to be fun, I think, to be able to see another one of the players in the spotlight. This is always a 3 versus 3 tournament. It's not just one player winning it all. It's not just the single player. These players are always in a call and always discussing plays, and I think it's great to have the spotlight on all 3 players for each team.
We have seen quite a bit of Pepsi Cola though throughout this tournament. Like he's definitely been the pilot quite a bit. I've seen like at least half of the Portugal games. I think I've seen. We haven't seen Cyber Dragon's webcam too much, but Pepsi Cola and Manitas have both represented Portugal numerous times. And yeah, man, I'm excited to talk to any of the 3. Honestly, like this team is great, and I just let's talk to Pepsi Cola.
We're gonna be waiting. I assume they're gonna be with a shuffle. They're gonna be switching things around now. So preparing the interview there with Pepsi Cola, but we're gonna get there very shortly, Mark. I know you're very excited. I can tell. I'm gonna calm down your excitement because it will happen eventually. There's gonna be an interview. I can guarantee you that much. And production will be assisting with that, so we can have finally some questions that I think. Is there anything specific you want to ask Pepsi Cola that you want to highlight, especially in this last matchup, or just in their take in the tournament?
Well, I know what my first question is going to be.
Well, don't spoil it. Don't spoil it. Let's wait.
Exactly.
I think he's here. I think we're ready to go.
Yeah, we're good to go.
Moving to the
there he is. Hey, man, how's it going?
Thanks, man. Oh my God, I'm so mind blown.
We weren't seeing you, but we were seeing Manitas towards the end. He was, with the heavy breathing, and then when he saw that 3 mana for the Slaughter Dogs, he was just like going crazy. So, I safe to assume that it was pretty intense, right?
It was like because we were super worried about the TF Go Hard pick because they could just counter pick with fearsomes, and we were like super worried about that. And yeah, we knew that the matchup was good, but yeah, until the end it was just sweating, and yeah, it was very intense.
Yeah, I mean, it was your first 2-1 win instead of a
imagine that. So, imagine that.
Exactly. So
oh my God.
Well, you can take a breather for a second. I ask you, man, like the first thing I want to ask you guys is how does it feel to come around that way? Because you guys had the one of the toughest starts in the tournament. You guys began 0-2. You lost, I believe, your second day you lost to Poland. If I no.
We lost to Latvia. Yeah.
You lost to Latvia, and then you lost to the other team, Bulgaria.
The Russia. Then we lost.
Russia.
We lost to Russia, and then we lost to
Russia. Yeah. So you had a tough start. A lot of people were already counting your team out.
You
go from this 0-2 beginning, and then you have this ridiculous win streak in which you guys are. Not only are you winning every series, but you're winning 2-0. You're clapping. You're clapping everybody 2-0. And I just want to know, like, how does that feel? Like, what exactly happened to switch it up? And I mean, it must be a very rewarding thing, right? Like, to make that. Sure. So.
Yeah, basically the first week we had some communication problems. Like against the Latvia is where it showed the most. We had a really difficult turn, and we did like the worst thing that we could possibly do. To the hand they actually had. Like the play was fine if they only played like 1 star shipping or 2. Yeah. We played into the second like really hard. Okay. It was like super frustrating.
Yeah.
I was doubting. Like, not my team, but me, like, myself. Like, am I worth it to be here?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And, yeah, just making it. Like, the first 2-0 was so rewarding because it was, like, Poland,
that one was
favorite.
Good.
Yeah, it was, like, really rewarding. And after that, we have just been really making good drafts and, playing optimally. Like some games we had some misplays, but overall I think we played pretty well for sure.
Oh yeah, for sure.
It sounds like you maybe had, like you said, some rocky start and some maybe confidence issues early on with doubting if you deserve to be there, maybe if your play was good enough. And then I think you found the miracle, exactly what you needed in going 10 games in a row winning. It gave you all the confidence you needed and more, I think. And I think it shows as well. I think we saw Manitas, and I guess you guys as well in the call piloting decks very cleanly. I think your play was extremely clean throughout the end of the group stage and the playoffs as well. And you're in the final. So, I mean, huge congrats. Obviously, a great showing from you guys. I have a question regarding this last matchup against Croatia.
Mm-hmm.
They lost twice with Deep. And is this something you think was a mistake on their part, bringing Deep? That's a deck that's kind of inconsistent in some cases, has some very polarizing matchups where if you don't go deep or you don't have enough pressure in the mid game, you can just straight up lose to the tempo from some decks. Do you think it was a mistake, or do you think they just got maybe a bit unlucky, or you got lucky with the matchups?
I think we read that, honestly. We were expecting the deep pick because it has been a comfortable pick.
It made a lot of sense. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, and they really like the deep deck, so we prepared that matchup a bit. We knew that our Dravenez and our TFCO Hard were like really favored into the deep deck. So we were like prepared for that, and I think it's not a mistake. We are Portugal really likes like its control as well, just like Croatia, and deep really punishes that. So I don't think it was a mistake.
I completely agree. I think, like, in fact, when we were going over the matchups, I was definitely expecting Croatia to bring deep every time, just because of how the deck looked against like all of your remaining matchups, right? But ultimately, it goes to show that even though you're bringing many decks, it doesn't mean that you're necessarily planning to play with every single one of them. Like, a lot of times you can use some of these decks as a diversion, right? And you can be like, well, we expect deep from them, so we're obviously not going to give them the Anivia matchup, for example.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Yeah. So definitely, definitely like that approach. My other question for you guys is more about like the general experience. I'm curious, how did you guys? Because I know, at least most of you, if not all of you, have been competing in tournaments besides this one. And I would like to know what you guys think about, not specifically the format, but the idea of playing in teams, the idea of playing with fellow comrades from your country. How has that experience been? Because I know that the Portugal team in particular has a very passionate following. Like, it's pretty wild. If you look at Twitch, like, everybody's
I
know. With the C word, which I'm not sure if it's a bad word or not. Like, I'm just saying it because other people say it. So
it's not a nice word. Let's say it.
I'm in trouble then. Good to know.
Yeah.
But but how do you guys feel about, like, how's the camaraderie and everything? Like, how was the overall experience?
I mean,
playing Runeterra in teams.
It's different for sure. Sometimes it's a disadvantage just because the small plays, the plays that you, when you're alone, you can focus on those small like plays, like starting with draw or just basics, right? It's a little bit harder to follow with them. But overall, the macro and the game plan, it's a huge advantage if you can work with a team, because like there are very many like points of view when you talk about like game plan and that in general, which having 3 players piloting helps a lot. And like I feel like, I'm not sure about the other teams, but I felt like Portugal is where Portugal really stands out from the other teams, is that we have our, like, Manitas is more of a aggro mid-range player, I'm more of a control combo, and Cyber is a little bit more versatile, but I feel like the playstyles from each other complement the team really well, and I think that's our strength, basically.
I think the very first day of the tournament, we had a discussion with the rest of the casters saying, is it a beneficial thing to have 3 players working together, and 3 big brains is better than 1, or is it a possibility for conflict between 3 players that might think their play is the best, and there's discussions and all this? But I think it goes to show that France and Portugal both being in the final, it shows that teams that really worked on their teamwork and had that great synergy between the players, it became a huge benefit. And like you said, I think having 3 players that are great at the game and having the chance to work together to get the best possible solution and game plan in every matchup has proved to be very important. And it shows with you guys and France both being in the final.
Yeah, I agree.
Do you have any last things to say to your fans in Portugal and all over the world, I guess? Any message you want to share with the viewers at home?
I have so many shout outs. First of all, I have to shout out Enidesu for sure. I know him for quite a time. Like, I started to learn about the deck in his Discord server because he has a Discord server where people give out free coaching. So if anyone is interested, I give it sometimes as well. And yeah, like, I'm just super grateful for Annie. It's kind of hard that I had to beat him to get here. It's kind of
bittersweet.
Yeah. So thanks, Annie.
He's been a pleasure to watch. Like Annie with the dog, it was hard not to root for him.
Yeah, thanks, Annie. Like, I'm really grateful.
Yeah, I mean, I think you guys deserve it. You guys played really well. It shows you guys have a lot of passion and emotion, and you really care a lot about the game and showing up for your country. And also, it's a great community where you can beat a rival in a semifinal and still care so much about them and have them had impacted your own career in Runeterra as well. I think it shows that it's a very positive community. And yeah, again, big congrats to making it to the final with the rest of the team from Portugal.
I love the passion.
And yeah, we'll see you in the final, and best of luck in the preparation there as well, Pepsi Cola.
Thanks.
Yeah, man. You guys are doing great. You deserve to be in the finals, and I'm looking forward to see you guys take on France. Hopefully that works out well for you. Good luck.
Good luck.
See ya.
And that was a lot of emotion from Pepsi Cola. It, like you said, a bittersweet moment, I think, having to take down one of the better friends you have in the community to make it to the final. But this is a tournament. Not everyone can win. There has to be one winner. And in this kind of community, there's going to be times you're going to have to face players that you might become very friends with, that you've prepared with a lot, that you maybe played in other tournaments that are individual a lot. And unfortunate to see it go that way. But I think in the end, Pepsi Cola is still happy to be in the final. Portuguese fans, definitely very happy, I think. We're going to be seeing a lot of bacalaos in the chat as well. And that is going to be it for the semis.
We're going to go into a swift break. Before going there, I just want to say that I something I want to get off my chest. I think Portugal and France really shows how, like, I like the fact that, France mentioned, that they were basically practicing 4 to 5 hours every day. And they had a lot, they had like very set, specific parameters and protocols for like how their team was going to function, and which decks one would prioritize on over. And I think Portugal shares quite a bit of this within their own team. I think they've grown a lot. I think there's definitely some bonds established and a lot of passion as well. Like I've noticed on social media, on, their games. And obviously as a fellow Iberian, I can definitely relate to Portugal a lot. I think we're similar in many ways, and it's very nice to see that passion and that hard work pay off. And best of luck to both teams. Really, it's been great to cast this tournament, man. I just wanted to say that, and I'm looking forward to the finals. But before we head on to the finals, we're going to be covering Croatia versus Spain in a best of 3 matchup, which will determine the third place in the tournament. And this is basically a rematch for what is week or day 1 of the group stage. So it's going to be really neat. We're going to be seeing that right after this short break. So don't go anywhere, as we got quite a bit more to show just yet. So yeah, we'll see you in a bit.
I've been trying to take my eyes off you. Oh, girl, it ain't easy, just let go of that body. Why you gotta keep flirting like you do? I waited so patiently, but you don't seem sorry. I sent a little DM, trying to make some plans. Now come on, baby, later in the PM, hope that you would understand. I think that if you get to know me, you see I'm way more than nice. I wanna hold you, let me feel you till the morning light. I'm more than just 9 to 5. Everyone's known it's only you and I. Looks like we'll be staying up all night. Time to play what you say, I'm here for you. I'm working overtime. I'm more than 9 to 5. Come on, let your clothes drop down to the floor. I wanna see you moving slowly to the music. We'll be dimming the lights, then lock the door. I know it sounds crazy, but hey, we're gonna do it. Come on. Yeah. Send a little DM, Trying to make some plans. I'm trying, baby. Later in the PM, hope that you would understand. I think that if you get to know me, you see I'm way more than nice. I wanna hold you, let me feel you till the morning light. I'm more than just 9 to 5. So everyone's known it's only you and I. Looks like we'll be staying up all night, up all night. Time to play what you say. I'm here for you. I'm working overtime. I'm more than 9 to 5. Baby. Ooh. I'm more than just 9 to 5. Everyone's known it's only you and I, you and I. Looks like we'll be staying up all night. Time to play what you say. I'm here for you. I'm working overtime. I'm more than I desire. Yeah. Everyone's known it's only you and I. Oh yeah. Looks like we'll be staying up all night. You up all night. Time to play what you say. I'm here for you. I'm working overtime. More than I desire. More than 9 to 5, baby. Yeah.
Lights are shining bright. My friends are in the club, we'll go all night. I see you in the back, the mood is right. If I just had your number, I would let you know how I feel. You walk up to me, start dancing to the music, energies like this was meant to be. Take my hand, I feel my heart beat, and I don't want this moment to stop. Time to go home. Don't want this night to end. Yeah, about time we stop pretending. Come home with me. Let's write a history. Tonight I'll make you see. It's all about us. It's all about us. As we're dancing close together, making out. It's all about us. It's all about us. There's some magic in your eyes, can't get enough. Feel your hands, the way you're touching me around my neck. Got chills down my back, you do it right. The way you're holding me, no, I don't want this moment to stop. No need to fight it, I cannot hide it. We won't regret it. So come with me, maybe we're meant to be. A perfect melody, and I don't want this moment to stop. Time to go home. Don't want this night to end. Yeah, about time we stop pretending. Come home with me. Let's write a history. Tonight I'll make you see. It's all about us. It's all about us. It's all about us. We're dancing close together, making out, making out. It's all about us. It's all about us. There's some magic in your eyes, can't get enough. I can't get enough. Oh, it's all about us. It's all about us. It's all about us. It's all about
Welcome back, folks. This is the Europe Masters for Legends of Runeterra. I am Magwai, joined by my boy Panda here, as we just covered the last semifinals of today, as we are going to be venturing into the finals soon enough. But first, we're going to cover the third place match in what is basically a bit of deja vu here. We have Croatia versus Spain, which was actually, as Panda told me in the break, this was the first game that we covered in this tournament. And yeah, it's pretty fitting that we're back here where we started, I guess.
Yeah, we were the catchers as well. So we've gone full circle a full month later. A lot of Runeterra action this month. I think it's been great for us and for any viewer or player that likes competitive Runeterra. Being able to see so many of the great players every weekend for a full month has been a blast. But we are coming to the end, and a lot of people might think third place, fourth place matches usually not too important. It's just like a little bronze medal and that's it. Not the case here, because there's a $3,000 prize pool for third place. And there's a $0 prize pool for fourth place. So it's very important for both of these teams. They definitely want to finish in the money. And this will be a very competitive match, I think, all things considered.
Yeah, that is the ultimate feels bad, right? Like missing on the prize pool, but just one placement. You definitely don't want to be that team. So there is definitely quite a bit on the line here for both. And it's going to be a very interesting matchup. Hopefully we don't let our bias, sink in too much, as we're going to head over to the Pinks and Bans screen and we're going to see both lineups and start taking a look at what teams, or decks rather, will be banned from this matchup right here. There we see Spain on the left, Croatia on the right. Very similar choices, but there are also some very clear differences as we see the likes of Anivia and Leona, Aurelion Sol, which is not shared by Spain. Both players bringing in deep, which hasn't been super consistent throughout this tournament in regards to representation, but it is definitely making a big splash today. Yes, pun intended. And with that, I'm going to segue over to you, Panda. What do you think?
Not just bringing deep, but deep being a comfort pick for both of these teams. So we'll see if we end up seeing, the elusive deep mirror matches. I would not expect going into this tournament with 9 decks for each team, but it could happen. And it's always an interesting one because everything goes out the window. You only care about tossing as much as possible, as fast as possible. We'll see if we end up seeing that though. But right away, some bans coming in. Fiora banned from Spanish team, one of the decks that has had the most bans. We see it there from both teams in this tournament alongside Ash Nox in most cases. Trundle banned from Spain, a deck they brought today that they did not bring yesterday, I'm pretty sure. And the Karma deck with Lee Sin, that's the biggest thing. It's really Lee Sin, not Spooky Karma, it is Lee Sin, banned from Croatia.
Yeah, Spain wanting nothing to doesn't want to have anything to do with that Karma Lee Sin deck right there, as Croatia also does not want to see Lee Sin as well. You know what? I'm okay with this. No Lee Sin for this matchup. I think we've seen enough, and it's time for other options, as Twisted Fate Go Hard is the ban choice for Spain onto Croatia. That could also be very, very key, as now Croatia has a bit of a mix of late game Shadow Owls based control decks and some mid-range decks in the mix, but their entire lineup is definitely very slow, and that's very good for their deep deck.
Yeah, and some of these bans could just be respect bans. We just saw, Go Hard have a great showing with Team Portugal, so maybe Spain is suddenly top of their mind, like, hey, this deck is pretty good. We just remembered, let's ban it. The same with Lee Sin has been having a huge impact in all of the playoffs, yesterday as well and today as well, getting a lot of dominating wins and showing why the deck was so feared a few patches ago, and even now with the nerf, it's still so feared as well. So a lot of respect bans coming in. Deep is once again clocked in here for Spain, and Croatia is going with a Trundle Tryndamere instead.
That's what I was mentioning prior, like the fact that most of their lineup is very weak to it at this point, or at least is just not fast-paced enough to pose as big of a threat. There is the fearsome target deck naturally, but besides that, everything else seems like Deep can definitely handle well. I'm very intrigued as to how this Feel the Rush matchup will go, as both decks are decks with a bit of a slow start, right? Even though Deep can actually apply quite a bit of pressure, Slaughter Dogs is exactly the card you want to see in a matchup like this, though. Take it away, Panda. Why is Slaughter Dogs so good here?
Well, because if there could be a crumble, for example, but it's very unlikely. I think it's not a card you usually see in Trundle Tryndamere FTR, and there's just no response to Slaughter Dogs because you don't take any pressure early on. This deck with Trundle Tryndamere is a late game deck that doesn't do anything until the late game. All it does is play some not even the Wording Stones, it just ramps, it plays Catalyst, it doesn't play for board at all, which means that you're able to take advantage of that. Slaughter Dogs is a card that can be interacted with Avalanche or Whale. It's just a card that gets you value later on. And both players are going to try and just do as much as possible to get the value for later. So you're going to see ramp from Trundle Tryndamere and a lot of toss effects from this deep player. And the biggest thing here will be, I think, the importance of things like Renation. It could be a big problem. We see the draw there from Trundle Tryndamere. If deep overdevelops on Nautilus turn, they can get punished for it by Renation, and they have to be very careful with that.
Yeah, but that double Dredger's opener into Slaughter Dogs feels so amazing, despite the fact that Spain has drawn not one, not two, but 3 sea monsters in a row. Which, I mean, alongside Nautilus looks pretty good, right? But it is true that they would like to be drawing into stuff like, I don't know, potentially Maokai, Salvage. LoR the Depths works too as well. LoR the Depths actually really shines in a matchup like this, capitalizing on the lack of proactiveness from the opponent as, they play a Trundle turn 5, whoop-de-doo. I play my LoR the Depths, and I can also potentially threaten your Trundle later down the line with double Devourer of the Depths right here, as they do draw in the Beast below as well. Really nice looking curve, and once they hit deep and Nautilus goes down, this hand is going to be pretty insane.
And at that point, Croatia has to make sure to always have Renation in hand. They have Renation mana available, rather. They have the Renation in hand. They have 2 of them now. And that's really the point. They have to bluff it or just, bluff with the mana being open to not allow Spain to really develop as freely as they want to as well. Also important to note, that flash freeze, it could be huge. If Atrocity is drawn and played in this deck, I believe it is for Spain, that is a big card that you maybe play an Atrocity if you're Nautilus into the opponent's Nexus after doing some damage with elusive units like Abyssal Eye, for example. And that flash freeze it destroys you, basically. It's a game-winning card in this match specifically, so very important for Croatia to have found that card early on.
Croatia with the Vile Feast onto the Dread Dredges, removing another chum blocker, which will ease out the attacks from the Trundle right here, as Trundle is 1 turn away from a potential level up. If Spain does not remove Trundle here, which seems like it's a very unlikely thing to happen, Trundle will level up next turn and will start threatening the opponent with overwhelming attacks here.
This card draw is massive. Croatia can stop it with a flash freeze and can stop it with Vengeance. If they don't stop it, you go to 19 if you're Spain, you play Drag Dredgers, and you're
there. And you're freeze. Yeah, and Croatia recognizes this. Croatia completely recognizes this.
Heads up play by Croatia. They know that if a Drag Dredgers or a Deadloom Wanderer is played, it's 3 toss, and you'll be at 17 if you're Spain, so you don't flip yet next turn. And then you don't have a blocker for the Trundle next turn as well. So heads up play. That being said, they will go deep from the toss with Slaughter Dogs and the draw next turn. They're going to be at, I believe, 17 right now. But that means that the Slaughter Dogs won't transform just yet.
And that's really big, because imagine if that was a Turn of the Tides, right? That could be a life-threatening attack right there. Looking over the potential of dropping, I honestly still like Devourer into the Spiderling for an open attack here, but maybe because you don't have Slaughter Dogs and you don't have that, you'd rather wait and make better use of that Devourer here and just play the Beast Below instead. I mean, that Beast Below is going to be chump blocked effective, but it's still like Devourer. It's just like Devourer is just a reliable removal tool that can go a long way here. That I think just throwing it for a Spiderling is ultimately what could be a bad call. There we see the Yedison right there.
A bit late. You don't really need it. You're already deep, so a bit too late. If the Slaughter Dog transforms into a Shipwreck Hoarder, you can use the Jettison to just insta-draw those very powerful treasures from it. But we see the level up here from Trundle. The Devourer can come down. 7 HP would be able to devour the Trundle, but there is going to be a lot of counterplay with things like the Whale that we see in hand there, and a potential for something like a Vile Feast or a Troll Chant could be in hand as well. So we'll see what Spain ends up going for here. If they go for Nautilus, Runation is there, and it's always going to be there. So this is the tricky part in this matchup. You can't overcommit because you usually only have one Nautilus. There's not that much card draw in this deck aside from Stalking Shadows. And once that first Nautilus dies, you're going to be in big trouble.
Them going for the Yedison as a way to pass over initiative without, that's one of the things about burst speed spells. You're able to pass over initiative without locking yourself into a pass, which is really important because that means that Croatia cannot pass back. If Croatia were to pass back, that gives Spain the driver's wheel and allows them to make a decision as to whether they want to go into the next round or not. If they do drop Nautilus, though, it would be safe to assume that Ruination would go down, but that means that Croatia cannot really develop anything prior to that, so that limits their ability to play into this. And they could potentially trade this sea monster into the Trundle here because of the nerf. With that 6 health, it would go down, and there's nothing in the hand besides something like a Vengeance, which would leave open, for Nautilus to stop this. So will we see the block here from the elusive Sea Monster here onto the Trundle? Will they be aware of Trochan?
There's also the fact of the importance of this Abyssal Eye, maybe going for Nexus damage next turn. You're at 19. If you get it down to 13, that's exact lethal for Atrocity with Nautilus if you find it. And it's an answer to Ruination. If your opponent goes down to 13, for example, after an open attack and you Ruinate, you can maybe Atrocity if you have it in hand. But it's not yet in hand for Spain. That being said, with the Flash Freeze being played already earlier, there's a higher chance that Atrocity eventually goes through. So they might be looking at it as a more realistic win condition moving on to the later stages of this game.
And speaking about Atrocity could also be a thing for Croatia, which I think is ultimately what forces Spain to block here. Otherwise, taking 11 to the face would leave them wide open for an Atrocity. And unlike their opponent, they don't get to play cards like Flash Freeze, which means unless they have stuff like Nautilus plus Riptide or Vengeance themselves, they would be wide open for a finish like that. So blocking into that and also removing Trundle from the board, overall worth losing the Abyssal Eye right there as the second Trundle goes down, which means that they are out of Ruination and Vengeance range, which means this is the turn to start packing. This is the turn to develop something. You have to develop something. Now, that will either be... Devour the Depths can be so easily countered here, though. I would go Nautilus, right?
Yeah, I mean, we saw it there. Croatia was hovering. They said, okay, what can we do here? We can't continue stalling and just passing and thinking and then hoping our opponent plays into Ruination, because on the board, they would be in trouble next turn. The Ice Player could be dragged to the side. The Slaughter Dog would transform, and that's a big open attack that they can't really deal with aside from Vengeance. Once they play this Trundle now, there's the green light for Spain to play Devourer, but with 6 mana still up, there's a whole lot of counterplay that this Croatian team can have with Withering Whale, with Baal Feast, with Troll Chant, all cards you expect to see in the deck for Team Croatia. So it's a risky play here. If it pays off, maybe win the game, because of this Slaughter Dogs could be a Terror of the Tides next turn. But there's a counterplay here with Withering Whale, kills the Drag Getters as well, that was hoping to maybe drag the Ice Player to the side. And now it's looking much better for Croatia.
But that's actually really good for Spain. Getting a 5-mana play out of Croatia just to deal 1 damage, that's actually really ideal, because I believe, they have barely enough for Ruination. They get Terror of the Tides. Which is not going to ultimately matter too much here, though, because the Trundle will still have 3 attack to block with. But this could be a huge hit for Spain.
The Harsh Wind is also found. The Harsh Winds is also found, though, which means that this attack could be stalled out completely. And because of the attack is stalled and you're going to be very healthy if you're Croatia, you can't really develop it for Spain, because you're going to play more and more into that Ruination, and you have no way to stop it. You have a missed call to guarantee value because all your units are massive at this point, and all of them would be a good revive, even if you're getting the 25% chance once Nautilus comes down. But again, there's a lot of tools in hand here for Croatia. They can be aggressive with a Field of Rush later on next turn, or they can Ruination this turn as well if Spain develops. So it's looking tricky for Spain.
It's looking very tricky indeed. The Harsh Winds right there, it will be used to preserve the Trundle. I like that play a lot. They can definitely afford 7 damage here, even though you always got to keep Atrocity in mind, as long as Nautilus is not, and they also don't have to worry about Nautilus plus Atrocity as well, right? Which is, if that was a possibility, I don't know if they would be going for that kind of Harsh Winds right there. But now, if Nautilus goes down, Atrocity does represent lethal, but they still have stuff like Vengeance. Obviously, Croatia is going to have to navigate around that from this point onwards, as we see Devourer of the Depths go down again. And this time, they will be able to clear the Trundle. This is huge for Spain. Field of Rush is looking scary, but I think Deep can take that on, though.
Yeah, especially with something like a missed call. And I love the play here. I mean, playing the second Devourer after the first one's been countered by Withering Whale, it tells you that there wasn't a Vile Feast or a Troll Chant in hand, because they would have used that instead. Yeah. And there's a low chance they're going to keep 2 Withering Whales against Deep in the mulligan, for example. So there's an even lower chance to find it, even though it was just drawn now. So maybe I'm wrong.
And they were at 4 mana too, which is important to know, because they were at 4 mana. They couldn't even Withering Whale again. That's a super important thing to mention, because that really does make the difference. That's exactly why they went with that line of play. And Spain, despite the fact that they had Nautilus in their opener pretty much, they have not resorted to it, because of how they're really doing a great job at navigating around Ruination. Because the moment Ruination happens, Nautilus goes down, and all of a sudden Beast Below is 0 mana. Lord of the Depths makes it so that Abyssal Eye is also 0 mana. Devour the Depths is just 1 mana, so they can afford all sorts of things. Here's Feel the Rush, though. So I think this is when we're going to see Nautilus go down.
Yep, and the scariest thing here for Spain is Atrocity now, because some damage might go through from the Overwhelm. They're already at 15, and it could be a problem later on with Atrocity. And after already seeing a Flash Freeze and 2 Harsh Winds come down, they're not expecting Atrocity or any more freezes from the side of Croatia. So at this point, like you mentioned, Ruination is not possible anymore. Feel the Rush was played. Nautilus can be played as a blocker, and a very good one at that, with a 13-13 stat line and tough. And yeah, we can see Miscall into probably the Terror if it gets vulnerable by Trundle. You can revive the Terror of the Tides and play the 0 mana Beast Below and go for a full swing next turn.
My God, this could be. But the thing is, if Croatia top decks Atrocity, it's over. It's still, like this game could still go either way. Beast Below here for 0 mana plus Miscall guarantees that Spain will have a full board state. They just gotta worry about Atrocity. I just wish I could like teleport over there and be like, Roxitas is okay. They don't have it.
You're gonna make it. You're gonna make it, sir.
Never mind. But they are definitely very concerned about that. Look at that though. They're already oh man, wait, I didn't account for this.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage. 16. I mean, looking at the hand from Croatia, they have a lot of cards that are gonna buff up Trundle. So you maybe have to sacrifice the Nautilus. The miscall can get the Nautilus back and still make the Beast Below 0 mana. So it's a 50-50, and both are good options. You get either the Terror of the Tides, which stops the Ice Pillar from blocking, or you get the Nautilus, which makes your Beast Below a 0 mana play, and you have 1 more attacker for next turn. So
it's less than ideal, but it's still better. It's still really neat, and like getting rid of that Trundle right there, super important. Let's see what the Miscall pulls here. I think Nautilus is better.
Yeah, just for the chance you can find Terror of the Tide instead. You could have found an Atrocity next turn, a Riptide even. So instead it will be Slaughter Dogs is found and Catalyst.
I think they can survive though. I think they can survive.
Catalyst and Whale. So you have 2 heals or a Vengeance even. You have 11 mana up. You can only play.
They don't have the mana. They don't have total mana.
I think they have to do.
Wait. They're done. They're done, right? Like if they, it's over. Yeah. It's over. Spain with the win. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I saw the healing and the Vengeance, but I didn't realize they were below 12 for a second there.
That was the key. They could have played both Withering Whale and Catalyst, but then it would not have been enough. Yeah. And if they could have played Vengeance and Catalyst or Whale to survive or to heal up at least, it might have been just enough. But in that case there, not enough. And great play from Spain, showing why this deep list is so scary. With Slaughter Dogs, with going deep so early, with Nautilus and just flooding the board.
With the lure to punish that lack of early proactivity as well. We finally saw a proper matchup to really highlight why this deep tech is so great and so highly regarded by fellow competitors. So I think this deep design may have been Spain's highlight. It's like their own fearsome or / Undying from like Czechia, right? We've seen quite a bit of innovation in this tournament, even if it's not as obvious or clear, just because they're playing champions or decks that are already established. It's very different approaches at these archetypes because of the environment. And it's really neat to see a version of deep like this, which I would just be bad-mouthing to oblivion if I ever ran into on the ladder, putting it in the work, it's really nice. And really good showing for Croatia.
The difference between ladder and tournament, that's the difference, that it's a different world altogether, and you can prepare different lineups and different decks that would be terrible on ladder but are very good when you know what scope of matchups they can face, possibly because of the bans and because of the lineups you expect from your opponent. So 1 win for Spain there, 1 win closer to that $3,000 prize pool for 3rd place. In Croatia, 1 loss, and they have to come back. You have to do a reverse sweep. It will be a best of 3, of course, this match. And Spain has only 5 decks to choose from now. They've won deep. They cannot play it again, whereas Croatia still has all 6 of their decks to choose from that we see there.
The question is, if you're Croatia, you're back against the wall, right? You just took an L onto your Trundle Tryndamere. What do you do here now that deep is out of the equation? You have a mostly control-based matchup, so you would be very happy to see stuff like Nightfall. So you definitely are not expecting Spain to lead off with that. Very likely choices for Spain, in my opinion, would be either Heimerdinger Vi or Spooky Karma, unless Spain feels really confident in their fearsome list, which they have played prior. That could also be a thing. I definitely don't expect Nightfall from them, and I don't see why they would bring Ashe Sejuani either. I think it's going to be one of the other 3 decks, though I'm not sure what they'll opt to go with at that. Croatia, on the other hand, like I said, if they're not expecting Nightfall and they're expecting some of these late game control decks, yeah, it is Spooky Karma. They are going to go with Aurelion Sol Leona. Interesting pick for Croatia. I wonder if they were trying to counter Fearsome here.
I think they might have, because Spain has played it before, and they played it quite recently, quite a lot in the past few series, whereas they haven't ever played, I think, Heimer Vi, for example. So this is a case where some teams, because they're maybe not as flexible, they're already showing their weaknesses, and it makes the matchup situation a lot easier for some other teams that are more flexible and have played all kinds of different decks throughout the tournament. So we'll see now. Croatia, they have played, I believe, this Leona Aesol deck before, the deck that has seen some popularity in the tournament as we've gone on and become more and more popular. Where before it used to not see that much play and was not considered a big established meta deck. And Spooky Karma, a deck that on ladder has a 45% win rate. Of course, it is not ladder, it's a different situation, but it's a deck that maybe still has a lot of question marks around it by a lot of players and competitive players and viewers even as well.
I think the thing about Spooky Karma is that it's one of those decks, if it reaches Enlightened, it goes turbo and is incredible. If it doesn't, it feels really bad. The thing is, this kind of matchup against a slower mid-range, more beefy mid-range, I feel it's ideal for the likes of Spooky Karma, especially considering you're running a region combination that does not pack deny and plays like that to counter your board wipes. So I think this is a fantastic matchup for Spain, especially cards like Concussive Palm can also put in the work. River Shaper can also be really valuable if Croatia doesn't find a good portion of their early curve. And Croatia mulliganing away the Solari Soldier because they're not on the attack token, I would assume.
Yeah, I think
they would rather.
They're also aware that they just need to play for late game for value. It's going to be a long late game match and not going to be something that's decided in the first few turns. And I think maybe they want to have just a higher curve in general in their hand. And this looks great. Solari Priestess into an Invoke. Turn 3, you can save up spell mana for later on. You have Guiding Touch the Cycle, for example, and Leona as well on curve. And I mean, you have
River Shaper though. This River Shaper is amazing.
Yeah, no punish here.
Because they mulliganed away the Solari Soldier though. Like I'm not so sure about the Solari mulligan, man. Like I feel like you also, against Spooky Karma, you need to get some damage on them prior. You need to apply pressure because Spooky Karma is one of the most vulnerable by far decks in the early game. Like, yeah, if you don't die to their pings, to like their Vile Feast and if you have like resilient units, you can just, your turn 2, 3, 4 can be really, really strong against them. So them like sacrificing that Solari Soldier, which is because they weren't on the attack token and they want to find a more value focused curve, is going to leave them wide open to this River Shaper, getting them a deny, which is one of the best. This card is worth gold, David. In this matchup, this card is amazing, incredible.
We see the Traveler picked up there from the Invoke by a Solari Priestess, a card that, again, you're just playing into getting more and more value, getting card advantage, trying to find a Cosmic Inspiration maybe, or a Living Legend is also a great pick if you think your Aesol is going to level up. It's a ton of value, game-winning value. They could just go for another one. Why not? Just get more and more card advantage, continue invoking, and go for a late-game situation.
This is going to come down to whose late game is scarier, and I'm going to go ahead and say Spooky Karma. I think Karma is one of the few champions that can look at Aesol in turn 10 and be like, yeah, that's cute, So I definitely, obviously, Spain has to draw Karma, though. Like right now, they have Thresh, they have Rekindler. Thresh is a bit less reliable in a matchup like this because Croatia can easily find, removal for it, and they have big units that can combat into it, like, the Eclipse Dragons, amongst other things. But at the same time, because of the rather rigid play patterns that this sort of Leona deck has in the early to mid games, we could see a scenario in which, Thresh actually levels up. And if that's the case, that's bad news for Croatia.
And because the board state is a bit awkward for both teams into open attacking and looking for combat in general, and just the fact that obviously combat tricks are going to be threatened from both teams with mana being up, it means that Thresh can come onto the board with a pretty decently sized board for both teams, meaning there's just more deaths that are possible, which is a great thing for Thresh because he wants these units to die and hopefully level up quicker. If he goes into an empty board, there's just no units to die anyway, so it's not as great.
Yeah, it is very important to note that right now, even though Croatia could have single combats in hand, they don't actually have the body, or the stats rather, to take down Thresh. So that's really good, especially considering, Spooky Karma does have access to Ionia with Disruption, right? So they can utilize Concussive Palm to deny any potential challengers, and they can deny any potential removal onto Thresh. So Thresh is actually like low key, really, really good here. Like it playing it on curve feels really neat, especially with Rekindler backup as well. Because one of the things a lot of newer players don't notice with Thresh is that once you level him up and you attack with him, even though in his text it says the first time in a game, if Thresh dies and then you resurrect him with the Rekindler, that copy of Thresh is a brand new Thresh, which will trigger again. So that's definitely very important because Karma is one of those champions that it's not, she's not giving you diminishing returns, basically. Like the more copies of Karma you have on the board, it's actually really crazy, the things you can do, especially with cards like Go Hard, right?
So interesting play there from Croatia, bringing down the Mountain Scryer. They could have also played Ravun and tried to go for much more of a Daybreak synergy with Leona, trying to flip her and trying to get the value from those stuns instead. That Mountain Scryer can be threatened next turn by Thresh, for example. And this attack isn't looking, like you mentioned, too great for Croatia right now. And they can, I mean, they can attack with Leona and Traveler, but yeah, Thresh, the more combat you give Thresh, the more chances you give him to level up, essentially.
Now we could see Spain resort to Deep Meditation for the draw, or because they have 8 mana, they could just develop a Concussive Palm just to have a bit more board presence and enable a 3 mana Deep Meditation next turn. If they go for Deep Meditation now, they are vulnerable to deny. Like they don't have deny open anymore, but I guess they're not too worried about that because, again, only something like Concerted Strike would punish them here. And you don't really expect that from a deck that's just splashing Demacia for single combat, right? So pretty safe Deep Meditation there from Raxitos as they do manage to find Go Get It. Go Get It, one of the KDA cards, perhaps not as known as Go Hard and Feel the Rush. But as you guys can see there, it says recall an ally to summon an exact ephemeral copy in its place. Then you reduce its cost to 0 this round. This card is incredibly potent with the Rekindler because you return Rekindler to your hand and you summon an ephemeral copy of Rekindler, which will trigger the summoning effect and resurrect the champion. And then you have a 0 mana Rekindler in hand as well. So you're able to trigger its effect twice.
The biggest problem with Go Get It in this matchup is that sometimes you just don't have enough board space to do that because you're playing so many units. I've had that happen to me. Also, card Go Get It that was initially with the first iterations of Fearsome. There was versions that had the Miswraith decks that had Callista and played with a later game plan with Go Get It and Ionia Splash instead of the Targon Splash and Rekindler for Callista as well. Obviously, I think the version that has become more popular is the Targon version, but it's a card that saw some play as well in that iteration of Fearsomes.
One thing that I want to point out is that single combat right there in Croatia's hand, Spain is aware of this. Because they played that Mountain Scryer the turn prior, and it did not trigger the Allegiance. And Spain knows that is the only Demacia card that Croatia is playing. So now Spain has the information that they did draw a single combat that turn, and they can use that information to their advantage.
Yeah, that's information that most players, even the best of players on the Masters tier ladder, maybe don't pay as much attention to cards that are drawn, like certain very small things like that. But these players, of course, in a 3rd and 4th place match in this tournament, are aware of every single
on the line. Yeah,
this is a 3K match for Croatia.
You better be.
They're definitely paying attention, and all this information is going to be of vital importance for both teams.
Baiting, and that's it. They want to see that single combat. They got that deny right and ready there. They're definitely expecting it, and Croatia acknowledges the possibility deny is very high. And ultimately decide to pass and preserve that spell mana. Very good call by Croatia right there. I don't think that proactive single combat would have been key. But we see here the synergy, ladies and gentlemen, between Eclipse Dragon and Aurelion Sol. If you do get the Daybreak trigger of Eclipse Dragon, as we showed it on the screen prior there, the next dragon you play will cost 2 mana less, which allows them to ramp into Aurelion Sol for 8 mana. And we're going to see the combination of Vengeance into a Concussive Palm. This ordering is very important. Because that means Concussive Palm, a lot of people, some people learn this the hard way, but just they have to go through this. Go with the spell that you want to use to bop the spell shield last, because it will resolve first, meaning the Concussive Palm will, take away the spell shield, and Vengeance will take down early. So we're going to see a single combat here in response to take down either Thresh or Karma. At this point, which one of the two do you take down here? I would assume Karma, right, to deal with that, and then try to deal with Thresh later down the line.
Whichever whichever one you take down, I mean, Rekindler's a thing in this deck, so you take it down, it'll come back next turn, which always is going to feel bad. But there is the Thresh, or the Karma rather, coming down. Or no, it is the Thresh coming down.
Yeah.
And Karma, of course, not yet enlightened, so not the worst thing in the world to deal with. And yeah, you're expecting this Rekindler to come down anyway, so it's going to be a struggle, I think, here for Team Croatia.
Once you answer Aurelion Sol, like ideally you want to resort to something like Vile Feast or Go Hard instead of like a Gusset Palm to break down the spell shield, but you know, you got to do what you got to do. And ultimately, this is really good for Spain. This is what I was mentioning. Like Aurelion Sol is a very scary late game, but the pace at which it plays out is significantly slower to Karma's. Once Karma is enlightened, the value generation you get off of her is just on another level. Like you're able to do it so much faster that you'll just overwhelm. You'll be set in a position in which you'll have all the resources to deny the Aurelion Sol level up. Your Vengeance, all of a sudden, for example, will automatically kill it because it will duplicate, and the first one will be denied by the spell shield, the second one will take it out. And every single one of your spells, your spell plays is so valuable at that point. Your Gusset Palm generating 2/3/2 bodies every time it stuns. It's just amazing. Like it's really strong value. These River Shapers really need for Karma, especially leveled up Karma with Vile Feast. That's another card that can also generate crazy value as well. So it's looking amazing. That Whimsy is really good for Spain as well.
Yeah, what a lucky hit there. Whimsy is going to be very big on some of these units for Team Croatia. But like you mentioned, even now this turn on 9 mana without Karma being enlightened, you have the Vile Feast Vengeance combo to deal with any kind of very scary 1-unit threat that might be a problem coming into next turn. But once it flips into 10 mana, Karma goes enlightened. Even if she dies, you have Rekindler to bring her back. It's going to get very tricky for Croatia to outvalue Karma. Just one of the cards in the game that just has so much value, just doubling up some powerful spells.
Yeah, and Karma is also one of those champions that in the late game you are actually happy to see multiple copies of her in your hand, because her signature spell becomes a ridiculous value machine that will basically generate you 4 cards for 2 mana at burst speed. And from that point onwards, it's very hard for the Karma player to run out of gas. That's something, this deck has quite a few holes, right? It's slow. It can be vulnerable to spread out board states. It does require very expensive AoE clears, which can be capitalized on with rally effects. There are a lot of reasons why Spooky Karma is not the most prevalent deck in the ladder. But in a tournament environment like this, when you get a matchup like such as this one, this deck just feels unbeatable, man. It feels invincible. And I think Spain is going to do everything they can to keep this momentum going on for them.
Yeah, the biggest problem in most cases with Spooky Karma lists is that although they have, once they take over the game, they're not going to lose that control, but they sometimes have a hard time closing out the game. They don't have a very clear win condition, whereas Go Hard kind of stepped in and patched up that gap that deck had. Although in this case, they've only played 1 Go Hard and they haven't found other copies yet. So if that is going to be the game plan, it might be a very slow and drawn out late game here. I think they will win it because like we've mentioned and we've seen, the card generation, the value, and just everything is going to work very much in favor for Team Spain here with the Spooky Karma list. But it might be slower than we would expect because most lists, they win the board or they take control of the game and then they beat you on the next turn because they have a big board and they can just attack you and win. In this case, with Spooky Karma, it's not always the case. It might be a bit slower.
Very neat proactive Vile Feast there by Spain, setting up another blocker as they go for Ren Stars. And we see, Thunder, I was going to say Thunder Uncle. Croatia is not happy about that. They wanted Aurelion Sol. And any Des is just not. This is the first time that I see him actually legitimately flustered here.
Well, you're playing for 3K, Mogwai. How would you feel? I would also feel quite flustered.
I think it's very clear though. He needs the Rubik's Cube. He needs the Rubik's Cube and the Doggo. And the Doggo not being in the webcam is a massive mistake here by Croatia, and really gonna take away quite a bit of power from them, unfortunately, as we see 4 mana open here for Spain. Spain not wanting to go under 4 mana, wanting to always have that deny available. And especially, when you have to respect single combat, I don't think Spain is ever gonna. Interesting attack here. They want a Whimsy.
Yeah, they're trying to bait you. Their opponent can't expect this. This was a card that was generated by Karma. I'm fairly sure in the last turn, right? So this is something
I don't like this at all because it it leaves them vulnerable to single combat. And they really need, this is exactly. What are you doing? That was a that was a weird call.
I think they want to use the Whimsy as a reaction play.
Basically, in case anybody's confused, this happens a lot. People don't admit to this as much as they should. But sometimes in card games, man, you have a line of thinking. You're like, I'm gonna do this until you're actually going to do it, and you're taking the steps to do it. And you're like, wait, this is a dumb play. Actually, let's actually not do this. Let's bail, right? And then you end up with a suboptimal play that is not really explained. But that's basically what happened there. They attack with the spider. Like, we're gonna Whimsy this. It's like, wait. We could lose karma. Yeah, never mind. And they just lost a spider for no reason. But that happens. At all levels, that happens.
That's the magic of playing with a team. You can have maybe one line of play as one player, and then when you're playing with a team, you have to constantly be second, doubting yourself and thinking, is this the right play? You ask your team tells you, hey, you're an idiot. Don't do this play. That's not a good play. And like, oh, right, I forgot. And they have the chance to clarify that. And to, that's why the tournament in general, I think the play has been, in most cases, so clean. Yeah. It's because you have three players assuring you that with one player, you can misplay because of lack of concentration or human error. With three, it's much more difficult to get to that stage.
Leona is leveled up. This is honestly the only chance Croatia has at this point. They have to just turbo stun Spain here. And Spain can always potentially react with either denies, even a proactive vengeance onto Leona, even though another Leona could go down after that. There's anything but options, or everything English. Basically, Spain can do a lot of things.
And especially with 13 mana and with the Karma leveled up, those possibilities are almost endless in what they can do with this mana and how much impact those spells can have being doubled up as well after every play. But right away, going to test the waters with a double Vile Feast, heal up to 20, and get at least one spider back. So the spider that died last turn comes back onto their board to defend once again.
So ultimately, that misplay prior was pretty much irrelevant, as we're in a stage of the game in which the actual board and replacing cards with other followers doesn't really matter too much. It's all about creating the opening here. So we are going to see Croatia just proactively just develop these Solari soldiers over units to keep those stun procs going, because like I said, that's just the only way Croatia can really get a clean hit here. The problem is Spain is at 20 health. They have the ability to potentially double Withering Wail, even though that won't clear anything at this point. It does allow them to heal 6, but they can only do that after the attack. So ultimately, Croatia just has to go all in here. I don't that double Withering Wail. I'm not sure why that would be a thing here.
I think Croatia is going for the Morning Light, possibly to just get all those stuns off with Rob on the board. But there's going to be a deny in hand.
Exactly.
Rather, and Croatia has to expect this. We're on turn 10. They haven't seen a deny played yet. This is a spooky karma list. They've been drawing. They've been playing deep med. They've been drawing so many cards. It's almost a guarantee at this point. So they're playing for the outs they may have. They're trying to stun the entire board with just the Solari soldiers constantly overriding the last one and continuing to stun and stun. Spain is chilling. They're like, okay, we'll see where you go with this. Right now, it's not lethal or anything close to on the board because of the reactivity I still have. But once Morning Light is played, Deny comes in here, and that's going to help a lot.
That's pretty much, that's going to seal the deal here. As you mentioned prior, Spain has all the tools to win this game from this point onwards, but it may take a while because they do have to tear this board down, right? Any deaths, not. I definitely can assess that. I've seen him happier before than what he seems. Just don't look. He's just covering the cameras. Just, Mom, don't look at this, please.
3 units, but there is not anything close to a lethal coming in. Withering Wail can be played. Wouldn't be clearing anything. It would only be 2 damage to everything. Not quite enough, but it would clear out. Mark of the Owls is just there to kill. I forgot that Mark of the Owls even.
Double Mark of the Owls can allow them to clear that. Wait for the opponent to react, and then they can drop the Withering Wail. This Withering Wail not only clears up that dragon, but also allows them to clear up the Raven as well. But they do so after taking the hit because they're getting that health gain anyways, right?
Yeah, exactly. They would be overhealing if they do it in combat. Because they don't need to do it to survive or anything close to it. They're sort of 11 HP. They can do it after combat. Double up here, go all the way back up to 17 HP, and threaten to kill this Eclipse Dragon as well.
Yeah, they are going to resort to Pale Cascade, cycle through the deck more. The problem with Croatia's hand right now is that it's too dense on units. And high unit density is not what you need turn 10 onwards versus Karma. You need to find the way to kill Karma. But with double deny and Go Get It, which technically functions as a third deny as well for the likes of single combat, amongst other things, just makes it so that this Karma, as long as Spain plays it right, will never leave the board. And the value will just be absurd. As we saw there, a 5-mana Withering Wail dealing 2 damage to everything and healing them for 6. And the more stuff like that they draw, the better off they will be. They have River Shaper as well to fish for more spells. And they have also the ability to just develop Rekindler here and still have Deny backup, even though they can Rekindler and have Vengeance open, but I don't think that's really a necessity here. So this is looking amazing for Spain. Really sad for Croatia here, as Croatia has to find out a way for Spain to leave themselves a bit of an opening there for maybe the Grave Beyond to go for a kill. But as long as Karma's on the board, Spell Shield is irrelevant.
Yeah, you have Whimsy, you have Vengeance, you even have Concussive Palm if you want to save it to stun later on. So a lot of different options for this Karma player. We mentioned it before, though. This is going to be a long game if Croatia decides to not surrender at any point, because even if Spain has a chance to stop the attack every turn and continue stalling out, they don't have a clear way to win the game right now in hand. They have a way to stall and survive, sure, but they have to eventually find the go hard, to pack your bags, and they're going to be playing extremely reactive and just slowly choking out their opponent because they have a much better, almost infinite value late game.
Exactly. Like right now, they're in a situation which this pass also plays a lot of mind games versus Croatia, because it could also mean, hey, you have another Withering Wail. They're indirectly bluffing the Withering Wail by doing that pass. They're like, hey, I can deal with this board. This board's not a problem. So that makes Croatia be like, hey, am I going to waste my attack token here and go down to a 5-mana spell? Or am I going to try to develop this board more so that I can deal some sort of, apply some sort of pressure and damage and power through a Withering Wail? Regardless, it feels awful, because when you face a leveled up Karma with this huge of a hand size, it's just like, what can you possibly even do?
Exactly, because if he doesn't develop enough, then you have the tools with Palm, etc., to just stop any damage coming through. If he develops too much and commits too much mana, you play Ruination, you reset their board, and then all of a sudden you have an actually chance to power through this late game with the Rekindler next turn, and your opponent might run out of cards and not have a big board anymore. So they kind of have the best of both worlds, and they have the chance to answer with both sides of the spectrum, either smaller plays that are not as committal, or the Ruination to just delete an entire board.
A 2-card combination here that they can definitely go for and makes them feel very safe is Concussive Palm with the threat of Ruination. With 13 mana, they can afford for Concussive Palm that can stun out the strongest unit and generate them 2 blockers. They can also potentially block into fearsome units, even though that won't really play a role here. But just really solid, reliable blockers with minimum mana investment at this stage. 4 mana, very affordable, and they still have that Ruination in case, hey, you want to go all in with your Leona stuns and everything. I'll just bop this board and make us start over again. And once that Rekindler goes down and the potential combo with Go Get It is available as well, the value output can just be honestly ridiculous.
And when Go Hard is finally found, now that Karma's leveled up, we'll be doubling up the Go Hard. So that's kind of the point of this deck.
It's taking them a while. Yeah.
It's slower than we thought because they've only found 1 Go Hard till now, even though they've been cycling quite a bit. But for now,
they shuffled 2 copies, right? So they technically have 4, and they haven't drawn one. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. It's kind of wild.
And here's a swing again from Croatia. Not at all really a threat for Spain here. They can block and kill the Leona as well. And still staying pretty healthy at 14 HP. Definitely not a threat right now. And there really isn't too much of a burn chance or game plan for this Croatia team with the deck they're running right now. They can run things that are kind of burned. They run a big elusive Celestial unit, for example. But usually you have the counters for that with this Karma deck. And there is finally the Go Hard is drawn.
They go for this Go Hard. They will be shuffling 2, and the next one will be Pack Your Bags, as they have played 1 right here.
Important to note, when you play Pack Your Bags with Karma leveled up, even if you're seeing 2 Pack Your Bags icon on the board, they won't be both Pack Your Bags. It's not that broken, or else you'd be in trouble. But it's going to be 1 Pack Your Bags, and the second one would automatically become a Go Hard once again.
Because of the text on Go Hard, it says that the cards transform everywhere, and that indeed includes the stack, right? As a card is on the stack, is yes to actually resolve and it will convert if it needs to before doing just that. Still very good with Karma to be able to play a Go Hard and have it duplicate, right? Like that's the whole point of the card in this deck. And that's why, despite the fact that Go Hard has been a very polarizing card regarding discussions lately within the community, because a lot of people feel like it is a little bit overtuned. I'm not certain. Like, honestly, I do believe it is definitely a very good card and could potentially warrant a bit of a nerf in the future, maybe. But I also feel like its design is overall very good for the game because it's a card that allows it's synergy dependent. Like you have to build your deck in a certain way to justify it. Like you need to have, either Karma or good card draw, but it allows you to build several different strategies with it. Like the fact that we have this spooky Karma version, then we have the Twisted Fate version. I feel like cards like that are, synergy dependent, but also overall really good and can function in different decks. Are really neat for the game. Like I like his design. It could be balance tweaked, yeah, for sure. But I like the KDA cards in general for how they're made.
This pack your bags now is a pack your bags because of the double Go Hard from Karma last turn. Even though it was very slow, they now suddenly found 2 topics in a row that are Go Hards due to kind of the exponential amount of cards you have in your deck after playing the first and the second and third one. In this case, they find the pack your bags, and now this is a case where this is how they can threaten lethal and close this game out much quicker than before. This is kind of what changed everything. Not just the 5 damage from the pack your bags, but the chance to destroy completely destroy a board basically for 1 mana, and then be able to open attack without any blockers for the opposing team.
They can even combine this Go Hard with Whimsy if they really wanted to deal with the Eclipse Dragon, for example. Though I think at this stage, if you're the Karma player, your play pattern is actually very simple. You have to stick to a rule, and that is spend at least mana as possible. Like, play as reactively as you can. Don't rush or force anything that does not need to. Always keep your health in mind, right? But as long as you can afford it, pass. Wait for your opponent to commit more, and then you make your crazy plays. I like this Rekindler a lot into Thresh. This Rekindler into Thresh with Pack Your Bags can lead to a very early level up with double deny protection, and we also have the potential combo with Go Get It onto Rekindler too. So if they work on leveling up Thresh and level up Thresh, then balancing Rekindler can give them 3 leveled up Threshes, and that's just a Karma Super Friends party from that point onward. So, yeah, this is at this point we're just kind of like in a bit of a monologue here. I feel, David, because this is a very one-sided matchup.
I think 10 minutes ago we knew the result, and I said it. It's going to be slow and drawn out, chokehold on Team Croatia. There's almost no chance unless Spain really misses.
Chokehold. What is it with you and tender chokeholds, man? That's the third time.
I didn't say tender, Mogwai. I said
a slow, tender choke. I remember 100%.
The pack your bags comes out. It's gonna.
And I was like, what the?
It's going to clear everything on the board, or almost everything except for the Eclipse Dragon here for Team Croatia. The open attack can now happen. The Thresh won't level up because it's going to be only 5 units dying here, or 4 rather, without the Eclipse Dragon. But a lot of damage can finally be threatened onto the Nexus here for Team Croatia, and it won't be as stalled out as we initially thought.
Zero combat in Croatia's hand, which may warrant a deny from Spain. And if they lead off with the Pale Cascade before that, that also gives Spain the information that they can double up, but they don't single combat. Really?
Well, they still have the Eclipse Dragon and the Rabban surviving, so they can single combat after the fact. So maybe try and bait out a play here from maybe Spain commits to a Whimsy, for example.
Yeah.
And then there could be counterplay from Team Croatia.
The thing is, though, that makes complete sense. But by also letting this resolve, you're going to be advancing Thresh's level up by 3, and from that point onwards, Spain can be very menacing with the Thresh level up here. Even though at this point, like that's the thing, like if they level up Thresh, there's actually no chance for Croatia if they have to deal with leveled up Thresh and the Karma on the board already. So that's very important to know. These go hards going off, and every copy, like this copy right here, even though it does not target anything, is still shuffles 2 copies of Go Hard into Spain's deck, which also makes them invulnerable to milling, which is a very overlooked upside of these Go Hard strategies. They don't self-mill. As a Twisted Fate player, that's one of the aspects that I love the most about the archetype, is that it's actually just a Fate deck that I can go overboard with drawing, but I don't have to worry about milling myself, right? So that's also very important to note here, as we can expect more and more of go hard draws from this point onwards, as there's another Vengeance for Spain. Most of Spain's cards are very high cost here, but as long as they keep Deny open, they'll be fine, and halfway there for the Thresh level up as well.
Yeah, some damage finally coming through onto the Nexus for Croatia. We thought this would be extremely drawn out. Pack your bag is one way to clear the board, and then threaten damage as well. So finally down to 7 HP. Again, not many burn spells in hand or in the deck either for Spain outside of Pack Your Bags. There isn't really atrocities, etc. So it's going to be mostly done through combat and just through really taking control of the board in a drawn out game here. And Leona and the stun is one way to do this if you're Croatia, but these two denies have been in hand since almost the start of the game. We see them all the way on the left now because everything that was in hand before has been played already 17 turns ago, and they're just waiting there. They're cards that when they have to find the exact maximum value where you might lose or win a game, and at that point you can play them and secure the victory and be more reactive as the Sweet Karma player.
More proactive with stuff like Go Get It, for example, right? But I love how conservative they've been with these denies. A card that would justify one of these denies to go down would be the likes of Sunburst, for example. Barring that, you don't really want to spend this very, very valuable resource against a skill generated here. But I like this proactive Go Get It. I dig it. It is going to bring back Thresh pre-leveled up, though. So I'm not sure how much I like this timing.
We'll see if Croatia decides to react to this with anything, and we'll see if it has any effect on the board as well. They have a little mana to work with, and they have to be very scared on because there's so many copies of Go Hard in the deck now for Sweet Karma player that the moment they slip up, they can see their entire board erased, and then they can just lose to combat damage from a full board from Sweet Karma. So this is one of the pivotal moments in this game here to see how they react to this Go Get It.
Yeah, because Spain is down to 2. Racitos may be regretting this line of play. Honestly, I don't like. I said I liked it at first, right? Until I saw like the actual board. The problem with this Go Get It onto Thresh. This Hush is interesting. Wait, what?
It'll stop the Thresh from coming out.
Yeah.
Because the Rekindlers.
It's an exact copy, right?
Yeah.
It says summon an exact copy of it.
Including
I never thought about that interaction. That's very interesting. So they do stop the rest, but actually Spain doesn't really care too much about this because they didn't have space to begin with.
We mentioned it was as a joke, but it's a serious thing when you play Go Get It. You have too many. You have 2 copies of Rekindler now. You don't have space for all the Threshers, so it's fine. Unless they're looking for an instant open attack, it's not going to be really as impactful as it may seem. But again, Hush probably isn't going to do much in this matchup anyway at this point. So maybe just testing the waters.
It's important to know that regardless of if Croatia were to pass here, this is still a decent play for Spain because they get an ephemeral kill onto Thresh, right? Getting him up to 4. But you definitely want to do everything you can to get Thresh leveled up this turn. As unlikely as that seems, despite that, like any death is just like you can tell it in his expression. Like I mentioned prior, I am an expert at reading body language. Self-proclaimed.
Doubtful.
As we see the space sketch go down here, Equinox, useless. Pretty much everything is useless. They do get the
Thank you, Mogwai, for the positivity.
Yeah, so I'm trying to see, but
this is the difficult thing when you're casting a game, and the game has in theory been resolved many turns ago, but we're still here. We're being paid to cast, so we can't just go make a sandwich or go to the bathroom. We have to stick here until the very end, and this is why I don't play decks like a Nivea or Squeaky Karma, because my goal in life is not to play a 1-hour game of Runeterra. I'm not trying to break any records here. Looks like Spain is thinking that maybe their goal in life to just go for the longest game possible. I think Germany played a 1 hour and 20-minute Invoke game. Listen, there's 3K on the line. I'm not going to judge them.
Max. Oh my god, I didn't like at first. I didn't even realize how much time had actually passed. But yeah, that's insane. I love this game, but I don't think I ever want to do that again. We see okay.
I think Go Hard is going to be a big impact in making sure this game doesn't go that long, because eventually there's going to be so many Go Hards and so much card draw and so much Pack Your Bags that Croatia won't be able to do anything about it. But for now, they're still in it. The Ravan being killed here, I think, helps with any potential stun shenanigans coming out from Leona possibly, and gets a kill on it as well.
Yeah, I like this grasp. They have to be proactive anyways because that go get it actually clogged up their hand even more. And it's funny. It's funny to see like a player at full mana but still only able to make maximum 2 plays per turn. That's one of the things. That's why I don't know. That's why I personally like believe in toning down Ruination a little bit, even in these Shadow Isles control decks, because it's like it feels really bad when you draw multiple copies of it. And then you draw Vengeance and Rekindler, like all of a sudden in your hand, it's just like, okay, a whole bunch of like nothing in a way, right? Because you don't want to ruinate your own board at this point, because you don't want to lose your karma, and you're close to getting that Thresh level up right here. And Thresh, I mean, they just developed a juicy target for it in that Mountain Scryer. 100% should be, yeah, exactly. Like you got to go for that. And I at this point, dude, I would. I mean, maybe it's just me being impatient, right? Like, yeah, you don't attack with these 3/2s. You preserve them as blockers.
And the Written in the Stars was picked there by the Mountain Scryer Invoke, thanks to the Allegiance there, and it could find an Ace-Hole finally. Unfortunately for Croatia, not going to stick around for very long. We have the double Vengeance possibly coming in. We could see a double play with Vengeance with backup on the knife for whatever reason, but still with a double up from Karma. I think it will be enough to deal with Spell Shield and take down Ace-Hole no matter what. So, yeah, it's looking, again, very grim here for Croatia.
This is a very interesting situation, though. Will Spain go for a... Whoa. Well, if they go for that Vengeance, the last single combat... I mean, this makes sense. They've already played one single combat, right? So it's kind of like, okay, if you have another one... it's definitely single combat going down here. All right, so Thresh has been nullified. Very important for Croatia. If they want to have a chance to win this game, they need this single combat to resolve like this. Even though this game, may seem like it's dragged out quite a bit, like it's not impossible for Croatia to win. Like it's important to clarify that, right?
Especially like you mentioned with a hand that Spain has, where it's a bit awkward, where they don't have all those cheap, Vile Feasts and Whales and Concussive Palm. They used a lot of them already, so maybe expanded those resources too early, and they haven't found Go Hards for quite a while now as well. So there's a single combat coming down onto the Karma now instead.
Oh, I like it. But I mean that's where Rekindler he knows he has 2 Rekindlers in hand though. But I guess they want to do everything they can to just slow down. But they let Thresh level up, and that's
It could be a problem, yeah. If this game goes any longer, which it will.
That's crazy. Like
could be a problem.
Next attack, that's just another Karma. That's wild. Yeah, they go for it in the Stars. They really want that Aurelion Soul, but man, even like 9 mana Aurelion Soul. I mean 8 mana potentially. With the cost reduction there for 0 mana, the Moon Silver could be a thing. This is the thing though here. Like right now, Spain doesn't necessarily need to do anything. They can just continue to pass and be like, "Hey, I'm going to threaten you with an open attack." And Thresh will be pulling a Karma out of the deck.
And you might think that you need Karma on board now this turn as well to have the double up to take down the Spell Shield for Ace-Hole, but he's not going to level up this turn. You're going to use all your mana to play him, and then you don't have enough, I think, on the board as well. He's going to be 12. Yeah, it's going to be 20, but not more than that. So I think you're fine now letting Ace-Hole live for this turn because he's not going to level up. Unless with 2 mana there can be any threat, but I think there can't be. And you can play Karma this turn. You don't expect this the third single combat, I think. And even if you did, you have Denied to back it up. And then next turn with Karma on the board once again, like you mentioned, Thresh attacking into the open attack. You have 2 Karmas, and you have the quadruple spells with Vengeance. So
we see them picking the Destroyer there, valuing the Overwhelm more so because the Phoenix, all those effects are kind of redundant when you're duplicating spells with Karma, right?
Yeah.
They're just kind of like nullified. So here, forcing a trade, I would definitely expect one of the 3/2s here to block Aurelion. So one of the important things to note, though, is because of the way they preserved mana, Spain was able to play Rekindler and have the Deny backup, which is crucial. Even though they don't have to worry about single combat anymore because Croatia has actually gone through all 3 of them. It's very nice to know that you have that backup right there in case they have anything else that's weird that can knock this out. And now this is when things just get crazy. By the way, in case you're wondering, these Karmas will be spawned. There was a bug before with Thresh that would make it so that if you had like all of your champions in hand, it wouldn't. But it will spawn the Karma from the hand as he attacks. But he's actually opted to go for the Vengeance. I like this a lot. Like if you're like Demacia Targan, what do you do? Nothing.
Yeah,
Just cry.
you have nothing to do here, especially when single combat already came down. You still have deny backup. You still have 6 mana up, which gives you a comfort if you're a Karma player where you have the chance to still react to any kind of crazy play that Croatia can make. But I think at this point, you know this matchup so well that you know there is no crazy play to make. Golden Sister is the scariest thing here. It does give you some lifesteal and a chance to maybe survive and gets you a 2-for-1 blocker for this turn. But we mentioned it. It's just drawing out the inevitable. I mean, this is how Karma works.
Key things here is that this Thresh attack is very appealing, but that sister right there with lifesteal definitely can buy Croatia a turn. And we're not in a scenario in which Spain can justify a double attack with Karma here either. Do they have the space in the man? Like, they definitely don't have, like, they're definitely going to overdraw if they go for the inside of it. There's also, like, there's actually one of the quote-unquote weaknesses of Karma, right? Like, she just fills up your hands so fast, you know? And that double on Unspeakable Horror is actually really neat because I can go face. I can drain face. And you definitely want to be attacking with Thresh here, even if it is, like, throwing that Karma under the bus here, potentially to trade into any of those, honestly. I like that exchange with the lifesteal unit. Okay. Well, they could react now with a double Vile Feast here. That leaves, yeah, I like this a lot.
Or even double Unspeakable. I mean, they have all the options. With 4 mana, we're talking
I like
about
Unspeakable.
It before.
Yeah, I like Unspeakable to preserve it in case they want to go face with it, though.
And then we were talking about before, the awkwardness of having so many high-cost spells and denies. You can only make 1 or 2 plays per turn. Now, these Vile Feasts, these Unspeakable Horrors give you a lot more counterplay with very little mana, which I think was very important for this Spanish team to find. They do find it now. The Karma disappears because the spiders come out first and take her plays on the bench. So Karma is very disappointed. These spiders are not sticking to the protocol. They are not the most important unit in the deck. Karma is the most important unit.
Okay, never mind. That should have been an Unspeakable Horror then.
That was one of the reasons why maybe Horror was better.
Oh yeah, that's I didn't notice that. Now this Karma goes down. Yo. Yeah, they gotta. Yeah. This is they gotta rebuild now. I mean, they have another Karma in hand. They have Rekindlers and everything, right? But they've already played Go Get It. There's another Thresh, which just will pull one from hand anyways. Can the box have any sort of impact here with Karma? Yes.
Yes, that's a big yes for me.
Yeah. With Karma, this box can be insane. By the way, another overlooked reason to combine Thresh with Karma. Like, Karma with the box is nutty. The box is a really cool spell. Like, sometimes it feels really bad, but it's a very cool design card. Like, I like it a lot.
At this point, Spain can pretty much board clear with Ruination, with Pack Your Bags, and with the box. So they have a lot of options to take care of any big developments from Croatia's side. At this point, Croatia continuing to think, what can we do here? What can we do to try and sneak in a win somehow? Is there any chink in the armor here for Spain in Spain's armor? Because they have everything. They can deal with everything. They can board clear. They have spells. They have karmas. They have Rekindlers already enabled. So is there any way to get through this barrier?
It's really hard to say. We see right now, out of the that's sort of 8 cards in hand. Out of the 8 cards in hand, they have 3 spells. That's still too much unit density right there for the scenario. Like they have Hush, which can basically stall out Karma 1 turn. They have another Written Stars. Is that the 3rd Written Stars they would be going for this game? That's actually pretty funny. I just don't see how. Like I said, this Targan Allegiance deck with Celestials, its play pattern is too rigid. It's too linear. So it's just not good.
The box, they're not highlighting the Solari Priestess for some reason, but looking at the Oracle Eye, it seems like it is confirmed that it will be dying as well. So, like you mentioned, instant board clear there, basically. Double the box coming out, clearing both the Warrior and the Solari Priestess. Only 2 mana up for Croatia, so not much they can do now at this point. And yeah, Spain very much continue to be in control. They need the lifesteal here. Thresh can just move this Golden Sister aside next turn on open attack, so they want to get the lifesteal value at least and get a blocker out here. But again, I think finally, next turn, we might be seeing the end to this game.
That could be the case right here. I'm not sure what Spain is debating here. I definitely think the Rekindler. Wait, what? I would assume they clear this 1-1.
They can, yes. It would be better than going face with Unspeakable Horror.
Yeah, exactly. Like it represents. This represents 5 damage. Yeah,
And
go for it.
you're also not really overdrawing. You're getting both Nightfall triggers and still drawing your natural card next turn without going to 10. You'll be at exactly 10 after the draw. So
Pick up like a Doom Beast even, or
there it is.
This is right now they're representing lethal. Right now I'm looking at
Hutch does
Croatia's
nothing.
hand. I see nothing, and
Star
shaping saves them.
The Yu-Gi-Oh top deck, but
At this point, honestly, let's be real, David. At this point, like you see it as expression, like they're kind of like, please just put me out of my misery. I'm gonna tell you, they did not want to top deck that star shaping, because it's just like
they're gonna play it, so they want to continue. I guess they're into this suffering because they're gonna play it. Cosmic Inspiration, maybe 23 turns ago would have done something. At this point, I think too little, too late. And again, this Karma deck has the answers to everything. Basically, they can definitely board clear. They have Runations. They have so many things to go for, and they're now finally in a position where they can threaten an open attack that does a lot of damage and still has the mana to back it up with other plays as well. So we'll see what they end up going for here. The attack goes through. They're going to just barely survive at 2 HP, I believe, if my EU math checks out. Finally, it does. Thank God.
You did it. I mean, that puts them. That's Doom Beast range, though. That's pretty much a wrap. Fortunately, Croatia gonna be put out of their misery, because I'm telling you, Annie be like, game, let me die, please. Stop giving me hope. Just let me die. Just let me go down.
No more heals left in hand. Star shaping was used. No guiding touches. Nothing to do here, really. They can't draw into. Well, they can't draw into any heals either. They can't really do anything with the current mana and current hands. So as long as Spain plays a Doom Beast, please, Spain, just play the card. Just do it.
Spain, believe.
And that will guarantee the win here, the 2-0 win in this match by Spain. And Spain, all these players taking home $1,000, splitting that $3,000 prize pool between the three of them, and not winning the tournament, but I think definitely showing up, putting up a very good show, and taking at least something home with them. Croatia on the other side of the spectrum, very sad. No money for them, even if they got 4th place. So
Rexitos, give us a smile. Come on, buddy.
He just won 1K. Come on.
The Croatia player.
He's happier than the Spanish player.
Exactly. Like, what the hell? Come on. Just one smile, Rexitos. Come on, there you go. Well, okay, I'll smile for you. Spain taking the 3rd spot in the tournament with that bronze medal. I think he was as tired of that game as we were.
or more tired.
That was a match of Legends of Runeterra, ladies and gentlemen. It's important to note that most games don't drag out to that extent. Regardless, we got a winner, and we're happy to say Spain got some money. And they won, establishing themselves as the 3rd seed of the tournament. Croatia as 4th. Phenomenal performance by Croatia overall, being able to take down Germany in the quarterfinals in a big upset. But unfortunately, today was just not their day. Honestly, they had quite some bad luck going on their way as well, besides the matchups themselves. But that spooky karma call by Spain, really well done, and ultimately some nice redemption right there, as I think they do deserve their position in this tournament, and they've had a very strong run up until now. But it's done, we got the 3rd place. Next, we're gonna be moving on to the actual finals, and I don't know about you, Panda, but I'm ready for that at this point.
I'm very excited, but first we'll be seeing an interview not only with the Spanish team, with the winner from the Spanish team, but also with the loser from the Croatian team, because they both lost in the semifinals. They didn't have a chance to come onto the into the interview section and just say a few words about their experience with the tournament. And obviously, I think even if they're not in the finals, even if Croatia hasn't landed in the money for this tournament, getting top 4 with how stacked this tournament was, I think is a huge feat for them. And this is Runeterra Esports is just starting now. This is the first big tournament. We're going to have seasonal tournaments every month now for every region. And these players have shown that they have what it takes to compete. And I'm guarantee we're going to be seeing a lot more of Anidas and Thunder Uncle and Jubar as we go on, and the Spanish players, of course, as we move along with Runeterra Esports in the next few months.
Oh, for sure. I've loved just overall the high level, and I've become a big fan of this team format as well. It's been very fun to watch. Also, I do dig the copy pastes as well, like the Allen one with his Poland team. Yeah, and all that stuff. And here we have Annie Des with us. Welcome, man. How's it going?
Not too well, I'm going to be honest.
I can imagine. Landing right out of the money must feel bad.
I honestly, as I told David, I think your biggest mistake was not having Natsu, I believe is his name, on screen this time. Doggo, was it Natsu?
It's Natsu. I think.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that definitely hurt you a little bit, but
yeah, when he went off, I just lost. It was game
good
over.
Luck charm,
pretty much.
Yeah, and the Rubik's cube, man. I don't know what happened to that, but
oh yeah, I totally forgot about it.
Let's be real. You were trying to be fair to your opponents a little bit. That's the Rubik's is too much. But man, talk to us a little bit about your experience in this tournament. I'm very curious to see like how your team dynamic was overall, because throughout all these games, not unfortunately, it was a good thing, I think, because you've been entertaining to watch, but we've only seen you, right, representing Croatia. We haven't seen much from your fellow team members. So if you could tell us like how the dynamic was, how you guys have been feeling throughout the tournament, what you thought of your division, just a bit of a TLDR, basically. Just give us a bit of that.
Okay, basically, when we got qualified to the quarterfinals, we were really enthusiastic, and then we saw Germany, and then we were like, okay, this is not going to be easy, but we're good. We can pull it off. We have big memes and shit. And basically, the game versus Germany was pretty crazy. And after that, my whole team was like, hey guys, we're basically fighting for a prize no matter what now. Even if we lose, we're fighting for third place, which also includes a prize. Mm-hmm. And that didn't go too well. So after we lost versus Portugal, I was memeing, and my teammates were memeing as well, because of the fact that I don't know if you know this information, but up until recently, in tournaments, I got fourth place 4 times in a row.
Oh, really? That's a bad curse to have, I think, going into this last match.
Four out of 6
terrible.
tournaments.
It's not terrible.
Like 6 tournaments,
guaranteed semis 4 times in a row. That's pretty. That's okay. I like that. I would take it.
The problem is nobody cares about the 4th place.
Oh yeah, I feel you. I feel you.
So we were memeing that we're gonna ensure that 4th place, and nobody's gonna take it from us, and we got it. Nobody has the 4th place. We got it. Nobody's good enough as us.
I think, Anitas, you should email Riot after this tournament and tell them, hey guys, maybe make a 4th place prize, a little small thing, not because I always get 4th, just in general for the tournament to be a bit better. Maybe they'll listen to you. And you'll get that payout eventually if you continue playing.
Exactly. I want to get a small prize for the 4th place, so I can go to McDonald's, and let's hope that Ryan makes that happen.
And live up to your shirt. I dig it, by the way. Keeping it PG. Like it.
I have to mention, Anitas, I think a very important thing, watching you guys play, you guys have been obviously great the whole tournament, but one of the things that I think viewers have noticed the most is that you've been very expressive and very fun to watch and very charismatic all throughout the tournament. And that's not always the case with esports. Normally people take it, very seriously or very competitive. And a lot of the players seem like they don't have a personality or, much life in them. And with you, it's been the opposite. So I want to mention that because I think it's very important to create, more affinity with the viewers and create just a funner show overall. So definitely props to you. Even if you've lost, you have a good mood and you're in, an optimistic view. And of course, I was mentioning before, Runeterra Esports has just started, and I think you're definitely in a position to be a big player in the scene. So just wanted to mention that I think you should definitely keep that up. Don't let a loss take you down, and just keep up your just very charismatic approach to esports. I think it's great to see.
Another thing is people don't ever emote in the tournament. I know that it's a serious play, so it's like emoting is kind of stupid in a way and stuff like that. But for this game, Spooky Karma, you saw as well, like everybody saw it. Like the game was basically done at turn 8. And we prolonged it.
We mentioned it, yes.
I don't know if you realized the last play that we had in mind, which was kind of completely going all in next turn if they didn't have a Doom Beast. We went for the Cosmic Inspiration just to stack up on the 1-hit OTK with the 9-mana Dragon. Because what we would have done next turn was 0 mana, reduce the cost of Hush, immediately Hush Karma, so she doesn't double up the spells, and played the 9-cost dragon that would actually have 20 attack, if I'm not mistaken. If they did not have 2 spells, like Vengeance plus another spell, the dragon would have actually done 20 damage. We were just memeing. We were like, it's 99% chance lost, but let's just go full in and meme and let's go for it.
No, I mean, you could definitely tell, like when we were watching the game at that point, like, and we saw your facial expressions, like your movements, like, okay, they're. I think they're as well informed as we are of like the current state of the game, and that's one of the things about Spooky Karma. I do want to reiterate what Panda said. Even though it is true that my fellow Spanish comrades maybe were a bit upset at first, with your antics. I was actually a big fan. I didn't take it personally or anything like that. And I really, I'm happy that we got to, have you in the tournament and have a little bit of showcase. Because as Panda said, some other card game players are not alive in sight or something. And that's
not what I said. That's
a little bit
taking my words out of context.
They're dead.
I said they might appear a bit unlively, a bit, very, very quiet, very, very chill, too chill even.
Hey, I'm just echoing your statement. That's all. But, but yeah, it was a pleasure, man. And congrats on making it so far. My condolences for missing out on the prize pool, but nonetheless, at the very least, you earned yourself a fan here. And
we earned ourselves a 4th place as well.
Yeah,
and nobody's going to take it for us.
Exactly. And you took down one of, if not the favorite of the entire tournament in the process.
It is true. I consider Germany a favorite.
Mm-hmm. I think so. They're pretty good. They're all right.
Yeah, they're all right. Yeah, they're okay. Yeah.
Well, thanks a lot, Anitas, and great showing, and good luck in the future if you continue playing, which I assume you will play a lot of Runeterra esports. So congrats again, and great job on this tournament.
Thank you. I'll see you around as well. Have a nice day.
Cheers, man.
And of course, also just want to mention, it's not just Anitas. There's also Thunder Uncle and Jubar that weren't on screen, weren't on camera. Anitas was the pilot all the way through, but they were there, and also they showed up to the tournament, and they were as impactful, I think. Maybe not in the webcam antics, but definitely on the board and in the game as well. So props to them as well for making it this far in this tournament as well.
Yeah, and Thunder Uncle is actually surprisingly young as well, which I feel is pretty relevant to this conversation.
I'm not sure it is, Makai, but I'll take it.
That's your opinion. Regardless, we are going to be talking with the winners this time around. We're going to have an interview with our fellow Spaniards representing Team Spain as they do establish themselves as 3rd place and get that bronze medal for the European Masters. I'm not sure exactly who we'll be talking with, but it'll happen very shortly.
I believe it might be Nudgwick, and Nudgwick is someone that we both know very well.
Yeah, we know
because he competed.
We go back. We've actually met him personally.
Yeah. We have he's a good friend of ours, so happy to see him taking 3rd place here with the rest of the team, with Faul and Rexitos as well. Gonna be weird, 3 Spanish people talking English on stream, but that's what it comes down to in the end. So we're gonna welcome Nudgwick right now. He's gonna join us for this interview, and we can get his insight as well. Nudgwick, please come in.
Hello, Nudgwick. How's it going? 3 Spaniards talking in English. Nice.
Yep. It's weird.
How you feeling, man? How you feeling?
Well, 3rd place it's not 1st place, but it's something, I guess. It's better than being 4th. So
I like that. I like that reasoning.
So I wanted to ask you, Nudgwick, about your deep list specifically. I've played a lot of deep, and I've always kind of bashed Lure of the Depths and never liked the card a lot. But I think in this tournament setting, it has a lot of value, and you guys obviously prepared this list specifically for this tournament. Who came up with the list? Because once you guys went into playing deep in the quarterfinals and maybe even at the end of the group stage, you guys played it a lot in every single series. And you guys made it to 3rd place, so it definitely proved and had good results. How did you feel about running the list and with deep in general?
Okay, so it was actually our teammate Rexitos, the one who is on camera almost always.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And basically he decided that Maokai was kind of useless, so he just removed 2 Maokai.
Because of Go Hard, or?
No, because a lot of times you just have him and he's just useless. Okay. He helps you get into deep, but it's not really relevant.
Mm-hmm.
And overall, you can win easily against a lot of decks without the Maokai version. Like it's like if they don't play aggro, it's just a free win.
Mm-hmm. I can agree with that. I also favored Twisted Fate over Maokai in a lot of deep builds recently on ladder, but obviously in the tournament setting where you want to have Go Hard as an option, you can't play Twisted Fate. So, but yeah, Maokai I think is also a bit overrated, even in deep, which is a weird take, but that's how it is I think in the current meta.
to be honest, the first time he came up with the idea of removing the Maokais, we were like, why would you do that? But then it worked out, so pretty happy with that.
It's nice to see that level of innovation happen at such a high level as well, right? Like we take certain decks for granted, but then it's like, no, in a certain environment when you know more or less what you're going to be facing, you can make some very, very key changes that can go a long way. Like that's definitely, I assume that's you guys had that or took that decision with Deep when you saw aggro kind of like dwindling down in rosters, right? Like aggro started off really, really popular at first in the tournament, but then kind of like went downhill, right? So I really like that decision. I'm going to ask you guys a pretty generic question that I've been asking quite a bit, but I think it's important. I would like you guys' opinion on the format for this tournament. Did you guys enjoy playing it? And obviously, we've already gotten like most of the feedback from competitors is generally that it's a very fun format to watch, but it can be really annoying and kind of like high rolly in a way, anticipating matchups and stuff. But I just have generally just asking you, like, did you enjoy this format and playing with a team? What are your general experiences and thoughts on it?
Not really. I mean, playing with the team was kind of good at the end. At the start, I had my doubts, like it may be a little bit weird or maybe we are not on the same page, but in the end, it was pretty good. So happy with my team.
Yeah.
And the format itself, I think it's like rock, paper, scissors most of the time. Even if you plan 3 decks, a lot of times you're just going to insta-lose if you face a deck that counters your deck. So
yeah.
Mm-hmm. And you think maybe if you were to, instead of being 9 decks, if it were like 7 decks, for example, with a similar format, or 6, where the 3 bands would make the pool of decks that are available maybe down to 2, 3, or 4 decks, would that be a better format where you can maybe target a bit more? Or do you think it's still... Totally. Though that may be, a line of, you can still have this very fun format with picks and bans, etc., but maybe reduce the overall decks available so there's less, like you mentioned,
variance,
less polarized matchups.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the less decks, you can put more emphasis into preparation, I think, and you can actually target some kind of lineup. Like right now, you needed like 5 decks to target one lineup, and it was
yeah, and sometimes difficult to do certain techs and like tech cards and targeting, etc. So yeah, I think I agree with you in that case that it might be better for overall strategy. Nadvik, one last thing, obviously, the Spanish fans have been behind you. We've been kind of biased and behind you guys as well.
No,
you guys are third place, so I think everyone that's been watching from Spain can be very proud of your performances. You haven't won, but in this first ever showing for Runeterra Esports, you definitely put Spain on the map. You definitely showed up and proved me wrong. I didn't think you guys would make it this far, to be honest, because there's a lot of good teams in this tournament. But
I thought you guys were going to win.
I was proved wrong. My guy's lying. But right away, great showing. Do you have anything you want to tell the Spanish fans? Any messages you want to relay?
In Spanish, of course. Gracias, gente, obviamente, por todo el apoyo tanto en Twitch como en Twitter, como en todas partes. No hemos podido ganar esta vez, ganaremos la próxima. Y obviamente gracias también a Faul y a Raxitos que me han acompañado en esta aventura. Y eso es todo. That's it.
Thank you, Nadvik, for those great words. Maga, just finishing off your statement there. Well,
yeah.
Just added a little bit to it. It's fine. All right. Well, that'll do. Thanks a lot for sticking around, Nadvik. It's nice to see you again. I mean, like we were talking earlier, we've known us three. We've known each other for a while. We've been playing card games, and you've been doing your thing. It's nice to see you again in the same competitive environment, and hopefully you stick around, and we'll see more of you in the future and of your teammates as well. So congratulations. And enjoy bronze and have a great one.
Yeah.
Congrats, Nadvik. See you.
Thanks. Bye.
And that's going to be it for the 3rd place and 4th place match. And now we have the dessert of this big meal we've had today. We have the finals match coming up between France and Portugal. We will be taking a small break before that, and we'll be going right back into it in 5 minutes. I think nothing else to add here, so stay tuned. We'll be back in a few minutes, and the finals is coming up, so definitely excited for that one.
Don't go anywhere.
The stars are aligned, trouble's all out of
right, welcome back, folks. We are in the finals of the European Masters Legends of Runeterra tournament. I am Mogwai, joined by Panda, and we're going to cover France versus Portugal. A final that I think is really, really anticipated, especially considering how these two teams have just performed so consistently throughout this tournament. Definitely, even though I would have liked to see the Iberian finals, I'm going to let that out there. Big fan of this matchup right here, and I can't wait, man.
Yeah, and France coming in as the first seed into the tournament from the ladder snapshot and now making it to the final. So in that case, no surprises. They were one of the favorites to make it through. They were maybe the flashiest team in the first week, where maybe Germany and Czechia got that a bit more, in Poland, like you mentioned before. But they proved that they made it into the tournament as the first seed for a reason, and they're in the final now as well. And of course, these teams will be playing for a $15,000 prize pool for first place and a $6,000 prize pool for second place, split between the three players on each team. So a massive payout for both of these teams here, and both obviously going to take this match very, very seriously.
A lot on the line. France definitely living up to the hype, being represented by Elex, who was the number one. Eventually, I'll get his name right. Who was the number one ranked Masters player. Portugal, though, you're the numbers and stats guy, by the way, because anybody's wondering. Like, whenever I forget about something specific, I always ask Panda. He's my stat guy. Panda, what position was Portugal in, like in the rankings? Do you remember?
They were the 5th seed. So they were not quite topping one of the groups. It was the four groups and 4 first seeds, but they were the 5th seed, and they joined Poland in Group B, with Poland being the 3rd seed. So it was a very close match between both of them, and both of them did end up making it out, with Portugal taking that first seed in that group in the end. So again, like you mentioned, they had a rocky start, and then all the way to this final now, they've been getting better and better and playing cleaner and cleaner, and they definitely deserve a spot here in the final.
Very, very impressive showing by Portugal in general, but also equally impressive run by France. Absolutely dominant country that has been able to take down both Poland and Spain, two very strong teams, in a 2-0 fashion. They also seem to practice really regularly as well. Like I said this numerous times, but I want to point out again, like them practicing 4 to 5 hours every day. That not every team does that. Let me guarantee you that. That goes to show like the level of commitment is really there, and I really like seeing that personally. As we see the first two bans right here, Heimer Vi goes down for Portugal and Fiora banned from France.
Yeah, Fiora, a deck that's been getting a lot of bans. I have not seen played today. I think it's gotten one of the highest ban rates in the tournament for this final tournament as well. And we know why. I mean, she's just a very strong mid-range deck that can do so much with the Fiora win condition. So a ban there. We'll see if there's a return ban from France into Portugal. Looks like it is the Draven Ezreal instead. Portugal got a win in the semifinal, so maybe fearing this deck, and one of the best decks in the game, right, Mogwai? So definitely a ban that maybe was expected here from France.
I thought I was going to be safe from this after Poland lost in the quarterfinals, but I guess that's not going to be the case. Regardless, there we see the final bans right there. Aurelion Sol getting banned yet again. Aurelion Sol Lux. So the way we take a look at France's bans, they're mostly like late game, beefy mid-range list in a way, right? Because a lot of people categorize Heimerdinger Vi as a bit of a beefy mid-range deck as well that can snowball, right? And Ezreal Draven, which is technically, it does in a way fall in the same category. So more than anything, targeting the mid-range, as Portugal is kind of like just going with the very, straight, like very predictable ban decisions of both Fiora and Jesus, Ash. There we go. I had a brief part there. But Nautilus Deep being banned is definitely not something that I was expecting. And they are Portugal taking the France to France, with Fiora Shen being represented by them into Go Hard, Twisted Fate Gangplank for France.
And this matchup is tricky. We've seen, I remember seeing at the very start of, that's not what I remember seeing, but this is Team France in all their glory. It looks like the entire team is being showcased here. We see Elix. I
just feel like Flexout has this same habit of messing around with his facial hair like I do. Just wanted to point that out.
Flexo in the middle and Owe on the right. So the entire team being presented here for the fans at home for this final. And here we see finally Cyber Dragon making a showing on his webcam on the left. We see, of course, Manitas, the usual pilot for
Pepsi Cola
in the middle, and Pepsi Cola, who we saw in the interview, a very passionate player on the right, hoping to take this win home for Portugal.
They're the prayers. Here we go. The intensity is real. $15,000 on the line, ladies and gentlemen. As these two are, I would assume right now they're deciding the bans. Actually, no, we already know the matchups. Never mind. What I'm saying. They're just venturing into that. And we're going to be heading into the matchup. Here we go. This is the finals of the European Masters for Legends of Runeterra wait, what? No, this is
a mistake. I think we're going to be seeing.
Okay, there we go. Attaboy.
And we're going to be seeing. This is what I wanted to mention before we got kind of surprised by the webcams being shown. Glimpse Beyond is such an important card early on in this matchup because you need to deny the Fiora kills from happening.
Oh.
And in this case, we see at least one Glimpse Beyond there to deny that kill. It's going to be very important. And a very interesting card there, Mogwai.
Whoa, yeah. What? Lauren Chevalier in the Fiora Shen deck. Very interesting. Honestly, that could be a really strong value engine with barrier support. I actually really do like that. I'm a big fan of the card, honestly, because I like underplayed cards in general, but that's a very flavorful, really interesting card for this archetype, especially considering that Fiora Shen, one of the weaknesses that it could have is that as a Demacia mid-range list, it can run out of gas, right? So if you have a unit that is generating you a challenger every time it's striking, that can go a long way. And with all the barrier synergy, it makes sense. I wonder what they cut for it, though. But it's really nice to see that in the opener. So as we take a look at France's hand right here, we see Doom Beast, Jaw Hunters. Jaw Hunters particularly good in this matchup against any Demacia mid-range deck, basically, as this region combination that we're looking at right now lacks any sort of ping. What I mean by ping is direct damage. Cards like Mystic Shock, Static Shock, or Withering Wail, Vile Feast, etc. None of that exists here. So that's a 3-mana 4/1 with Challenger that can immediately threaten to trade into a Fiora while generating new card advantage.
And we see Jaw Hunter coming down right away for 3 mana there for Team France. A very interesting Go Hard build with a Curse Keeper, not what you see very often in these Go Hard builds, but there's a Curse Keeper there for Team France. And right away, Fiora is being threatened here by this Jaw Hunter. We'll see what. Obviously, Portugal wants to keep this Fiora alive. It's usually the win condition in these decks. And the French team playing this start of the game very differently. Usually, they want to flood the board with cheap units, but against Fiora, that's the opposite of what you want to do.
Glimpse Beyond is a possibility here for France, but I don't think they'll be playing into a single combat from Fiora with that. Even though if they do end up doing that, then Fiora would be wide open for an exchange with the Challenger right here. It's interesting to see what they're going to opt to trade into here, because Lauren Chevalier actually represents quite a bit. Because if they trade into Fiora, they take away the potential win condition, right? But that means that right now, Lauren Chevalier can just go directly into the Nexus and draw them a card. Basically like a 4-mana, like a different version of the River Shaper in a way, right? Just generating value. Like that's what Lauren Chevalier is. It's a 4-mana version of a River Shaper that generates you challengers instead of drawing you spells. And that could go a long way. That really could.
And there's a lot of great challengers in the game right now. I mean, there's a lot of great options. So we'll see what they end up going for there. But Jagged Butcher comes down for Team France, trying to start building up this board. And with this Go Hard list, no Go Hard yet. That's also an important thing to note. I mean, you want to find them as early as possible, get the exponential draws. And in this case, hasn't been drawn yet by Team France.
France debating whether to attack you or not. The possibility of Prismatic Barrier is always the thing, but that can be countered by a Glimpse Beyond. Though with Glimpse, you generally want to be targeting the Curse Keeper with it, even though once they draw into a Fortune Croaker, that could change. I like this attack pattern because it does welcome in the exchange with the Lauren Chevalier. We may actually see... no, we're not seeing a Sharp Sight.
Single combat was being hovered, but has not been committed yet by Team Portugal. We see Pepsi-Cola there on the webcam, and Owi playing for Team France. We mentioned, Elix mentioned in interviews, these players are so flexible, they can switch between players, whoever's the best at a certain deck. And it looks like Owi is the most proficient on this Go Hard list.
Yeah, we saw Elix claim to be the Fiora Shen expert. Owi being the expert on Go Hard, and Flaxao, I believe, was very knowledgeable of. No, I think Ash Shijwani was also Owi. Yeah, but basically, the TLDR here is that when it comes to the French team, they each and every one of them specializes in specific archetypes. And when it comes to ultimate decisions in a match, the expert has the last say every time. And I like this a lot because, screw democracy. That's good at card games, right? I don't know.
And there we see the full clears happening on board, Fiora going down. So I think Portugal, assuming that they can't really do much to keep Fiora alive in that case and in that situation. And they do just draw into another one. So there is a chance to continue redeveloping and going for that Fiora win condition in a bit slower of a way. But I think there might be just looking at this Bright Steel formation as kind of their huge value win condition on turn 9. Can be tricky though. There's going to be Vengeance that can kill through barrier, of course. So there's a direct answer for that. So it's going to be tough here in this matchup for the Portuguese team.
There's also the threat of like a one-off ruination, which could very well be a thing. We've even seen Poland go with like 2 ruinations, though I do believe that was a little bit greedy. But a one-off ruination in this Go Hard archetype is most certainly justifiable to be able to deal with certain board states from matchups like this. But it's also important to note that this is the one mid-range list that packs in Ionia, which allows them to deny those sort of expensive plays, and France always has to take that into account. As right now they have several options. If they develop Gangplank, they are feeding that dragon the keg, which will allow it to grow for basically free, as it will take no damage with the Fury. So instead, they're opting to develop the Pool Shark right here to prevent that Screeching Dragon from hitting the Nexus directly. And we see a very nice pass from Portugal. Be like, hey, if we don't have to attack with this dragon right now, because the only upside that we have is we take down your 1/2, right? But we make you burn 4 mana here. And with how weak your board is right now, what they're basically saying here is, I don't think you can afford this.
And more so because they know that their end game, if the game stalls out to the end game, is that Bright Steel formation. If they can play it with 4 mana backup on Deny, for example, to stop any kind of Vengeance, there isn't really an easy way for France to do anything about that, really. So we'll see what it ends up coming to. I'm going to assume, I can almost imagine that going into turn 9, Portugal will be very, key to keep that 4 mana for Deny available as well. And the Doom Beast comes in, doesn't do much, burns down some damage on the Nexus 4 team Portugal, but that's little. Normally you want to use it for more of a burn approach later on in the game. So a bit of an awkward hand, like we mentioned before, with this French team. Don't have much cycle, don't have Twisted Fate, you don't have a Go Hard either. So a slow start from both teams, really. The deck's not doing what they want them to do early.
I mean, that's the thing for France, is they really wanted that Curse Keeper to be a Fortune Croaker draw. Like they did not need a second copy of Curse Keeper. And it's also like, that is one of the downsides of running a deck in which your low cost units kind of like have to be combined together, right? To get their actual value out. Sometimes you're going to draw too many copies of one of the 2 combo pieces, and it's just not going to work out in that sense. But ultimately, it's worth it because the synergy is really that great, right? You're pulling a 2 mana 2/2 you're converting your other 2 mana into a 4/3, and you're drawing a card. So that's great tempo, that's good card advantage, and ultimately it is worth sacrificing that. It does feel bad though that because France is opting to, because France is opting to play more reactively, they are not making good enough use of their mana with this Glimpse Beyond. There's many scenarios in which Glimpse Beyond would have been great, but because the threat of single combat is always there, they're inclined against it, and they're burning mana and not really curving out and tempoing the way they would want to.
The Caster Blessing comes in as the Croaker is drawn off the Fleeting and the Go Hard. So you curse one thing, I curse bless the other, and they got both. So
why don't I bless? Why am I the one cursing?
sorry. You bless and I bless. We're all blessing.
Thank you.
But France draws into exactly the cards they would have liked to see off of this round switch there, going into the round 6. And Portugal starting to, this Go Hard is not what they want to see. They want to try and deny as much of this as possible. Nopify is a card that makes this matchup maybe 7 or 8% better for the Fiora player if they have Nopifies in their deck, because it can stop the Go Hard entirely, not just the damage, but also the effect of the Go Hards being copied, basically. So maybe they're not running it, maybe they are, but not having it in hand is obviously not great for Team Portugal. And Deny is just a bit too expensive to make it worth it, I think.
The downfall of playing Nopify in a deck like this, though, is pretty great, because we mentioned prior, like, one of the few weaknesses that this mid-range deck has is lack of card draw, right? When you combine these 2 regions, you can't really justify something like Deep Meditation in a deck like this, which means that all of your other sources of card draw really only cycle, right? Like, you have maybe the Vanguard Redeemer, and other tools like
River
Shadow
Shaper
Assassin. Maybe. River Shaper is like your best source, right?
Yeah.
So because of that, justifying notifying the deck can be a difficult thing to do. Because all of a sudden there's so many other matchups in which it can be a horrendous top deck, especially when you're running low on gas like that. So it is difficult to justify in this build, and it's very likely that they're not even playing it. You can value stuff like Relentless Pursuit as well, a lot of matchups like this. But if they don't have it, that these pack your bags are going to be absolutely devastating. Also, because even if you do have the deny, there's a very big difference between a 9-mana board clear and a 1-mana one. You don't feel good about denying a 1-mana play.
Yeah, the tempo loss is just too much in most cases. And usually you want to deny the very first copy that's played. It's not the most impactful one, but denying the last pack your bags, all you're doing is making it so that instead of just getting the value for that deny, you're also not stopping all the cards that were being shuffled before. So if they didn't deny the first one, which they had the option to, I believe they did have the mana available. I think that's not going to really be their game plan, trying to play more tempo and trying to play more for maybe winning the game before Pack Your Bags even comes out. It has been a slow start for Team France in terms of the cycling. And when the first copy was played, it was played quite late. So maybe they're going for that option.
Lauren Prodigy joining Fiora as they stare down into a Gambler, a Frog, and a Servant. And this is looking really interesting for France because they can potentially go for double Glimpse Beyond here, to counter, to set up the draw while at the same time playing around single combat, but that would force them to waste 4 mana. And at this stage of the game, you really want to be carrying over your spell mana. You want to make sure you're not behind this, especially when it's their attack token. And you can utilize the Glimpse Beyond rather when they're declaring the attack with Fiora to stop the level up from happening, right? Even though that does give your opponent more options to counterplay. As right now, Portugal could technically deny and single combat to navigate around double Glimpse Beyond if they desire to do just that. Chen always feels fantastic to play alongside challengers. It feels great. It's basically, hey, I get to pick off your stuff for free.
And Chen coming down now makes it so you can start, taking advantage of his barriers that basically happen for free every turn, while still having the mana backup to like you said, have interactivity, have both deny and single combat or sharp side open. And slowly, once you have this board, if you're the Fiora Shen player, if you can keep this board, then you're going to be in a very good position. That's, I think, the scariest thing is getting to this stage while still having mana to back it up. And in this case, you can if you are Portugal.
This is where the complexity lies in Legends of Runeterra, the initiative system. This is why I love watching these games. This is the biggest reason, by far, for me. Like seeing these top level players navigate around the initiative system and use it as a tool to force your opponent to make suboptimal decisions, like the bluffings, everything about it. I really like. And we do see, for example, they did not want to develop the Fortune Croaker last turn because that would leave their Cursed Abomination open for a Barrier Fiora attack, which would force them to go for a Glimpse Beyond on a 2-mana 4/3 without getting any sort of damage output out of it first. And that's something that France just was not happy with. So they're like, hey, we pass. You want to, you can make me burn this mana, or you can declare your attack. One of the two. And Portugal's like, hey, no, we're gonna make you burn the mana. We're gonna build this board. We're looking forward to that Bright Steel formation there in the hand, which will instantly level up Shen. And I really like that line of play. I like that pass from Portugal a lot.
Yeah, and this is, now finally France can develop a much bigger board and be feel much more safe and even get some damage in with the elusive unit here. I think it's not worth, Sharpsight can block elusive. This could be Fiora just going for a free kill here and making France answer. Again, you're expending 2 mana, but I think you have enough to play with the deny as well, backing it up with 6 mana still available. But yeah, they just take the hit instead. I think they're not too worried about the chip damage coming in just yet. And going to next turn, that's going to be possibly a Bright Steel formation. I think not going to come out just yet because you don't have enough mana to back it up with deny. You'll have only 3 mana left in the spell bank. But that's looking like just a late game win condition.
What if you completely disregard the Ruination being a thing, and you play around Pack Your Back setup, and you actually play Bright Steel formation next turn, considering it's your attack token next turn, right?
Well, Vengeance would be a thing still.
But they still get the barriers. They still level up Shen immediately.
Yeah.
I still think that's worth it. It also protects you against Pack Your Bags. It just feels like the play to go for here. the only thing stopping Portugal from doing this, I think, is the idea of a ruination. But if they believe, like, that's one of the things that, you know, we mention a lot when like casting Czechia games, right? Like Pakrvac only gives so much respect. No, but okay, they're holding on to it. They're building up instead.
I think it's especially when we mentioned the fact that this deck, you know, we don't see a River Shaper yet. They have a lot of spells, but when you have no units, those spells are all useless. If a Ruination comes down, it's almost game over, right? At that point, I mean, they have no chance to redraw. Their hand's already looking not slim, but it has just cards that are only viable with units on the board, basically. So, and there's it would be I think a troublesome situation to be in against France, but there is the go hard. I think that's the third go hard if it is played, and then it'll become a pack your bags. And Portugal going for the safer approach here, not playing the Brazil formation yet, waiting for them to have that mana backup on turns 10 and onwards.
You know what? I also think? I also think that they are another reasoning for them not playing the Brazil formation is actually for safety against pack your bags, because this turn it's less likely for France to have that pack your bag set up, right? Mm-hmm. And they can still navigate around it in a certain way with stuff like Spirit's Refuge. They can counter it with an eye. But the key thing is next turn they can play Bryce Steel formation defensively, fill up their board with barriers, be safe from pack your bags, and at the beginning of the next turn open attack and get the barriers back again.
Yep, and have deny back up all the way through.
Exactly. Bryce Steel formation on defense makes a lot more sense here. And I like, the more I think about it, the more, this is why, you know, these teams are in the finals. Like they know what they're doing.
And there's the glimpse being threatened with the single combat backup. I think there's so much spells in hand for Team Portugal. They're not really scared of any answers. So even though there's still 6 mana up, a second glimpse can come down, and that once again will be answered by either a second single combat probably to stop any kind of card draw from happening. And then there wouldn't be any really scary answers. But yeah, just the first single combat to answer. The kill does come through with a barrier on Fiora, so she stays alive and very healthy. And that's 1 out of 4 now on Fiora.
Really, really nice attack there for Portugal, breaking through the defenses. France trying to stay alive here, as they do still have Gangplank. But now that the attack has gone through, they could develop Gangplank for a powder keg. But ultimately, unless they go for the they have to go for the go hard now, and they may be inclined to try to go for a card draw here, or at least play the at the very least play the Pool Shark, because the Pool Shark can basically make it so that it enhances France's chances of drawing into pack your bags and going for it immediately before Bryce Steel formation happens down, because I'm pretty sure France is taking Bryce Steel formation into account, especially when they have Elix in their roster, right? Who's an expert in Fiora. Shen here. There's the pack your backs. There it is. It's drawn. This may warrant a deny. We could see a deny from Portugal here to this pack your backs, and followed up by a Bryce Steel formation to deny a second one.
It has to be played immediately, though. If not, Bryce Steel formation can come down. Everything would have barrier, and it would be definitely not as effective if you're Team France.
Will France try to ease into it and bait the opponent to leave themselves wide open, or will they try to go immediately and play around the Bryce Steel formation? This is a very, very crucial moment of this match, of the finals. This is like this is a $15,000 sorts of worth decision, you know? I love it. Force the deny. That's a tempo.
Well, they didn't commit it yet, Mogwai. They're teasing you.
But the reasoning behind this is you force a loss of tempo from the opponent. They have to invest the 4-mana card to stop your 1-mana card, and you still have a lot of card draw that could, like, and by baiting this into a Bryce Steel formation, that's basically all of Portugal's mana, right? So they have to, but I still feel you have to deny this. You lose your entire board. You just can't. You cannot win if this goes through.
And there could still be a vengeance, obviously, because it's 1 mana. You still have 12 to work with if you're France, so you still have a vengeance for the Bryce Steel formation, or, I mean, really for anything you want. And the chances of them having, if they play Bryce Steel formation, will be at 0 mana. And I think that maybe is not what Portugal wants to do. You'd never want to be without any reactive options if you're playing this Fiora Shen list.
Really, really, really intense decision. Portugal definitely going to take as much time as they can to make the call here, but I think ultimately they have to deny. Like, Spirit's Refuge is just nowhere near good enough. Nothing else is good enough. You have to counter that. Yeah, there's just no way around it. You have to counter this, and you got to drop that Bryce Steel. That's what you were planning for. That was your original plan. Go for it.
The knight comes in, the pack your bags is erased. Of course, the next pack your bags will still be pack your bags. It has not been used. It has simply been denied and stalled out, basically. And it can be drawn again. Of course, we see Glimpse, Beyond, and the Salvage. Salvage can toss pack your bags sometimes, which is going to be unfortunate if it does happen for France, but it's a possibility. And we'll see now what Portugal does. They can commit 9 mana on Brazil formation, and that's great play. But then all of a sudden, they have no other options. They're at the mercy of France, and they have 12 mana still to work with on the French team side.
They pass.
I think it's a safer way to do it.
But is this safe though? If they salvage into another pack your bags, it's over. They're gonna go for it. I don't like that. Oh, they're punished. They're punished. They're punished. I'm telling you, they had to Bryce steal there. Oh, will France go for this now? They do.
Yeah, they have to.
Board wipe. Board wipe. Oh, Portugal is gonna regret this.
There can be a lifesteal single combat or just a lifesteal to save one of the units, but yeah, it's Spirit's Refuge rather. But
yeah, and Sharpsight can save the Shen as well. Yeah. It's better than nothing, but still, man. Oof. With 7 mana still for France, this is bad. This is really bad. Dropping him down to 5 to 10. Sorry.
To 10, they're down to 3 cards as well in hand. So we mentioned the fact that they needed to refuel. They haven't found a River Shaper yet. They haven't been able to draw into too many cards. They can play Brazil formation, which will be answered by Vengeance next turn possibly. There's no more denies left. And Fiora is still only 1 out of 4. She's not close leveling up just yet.
And right now, like, France is also looking at 6 damage here. Like, because if they attack, it's very likely that, they could just be representing lethal here,
Abyssal Eye as well.
Abyssal Eye, yeah, exactly. Like
you're not deep yet, but you can go in and force out something like a single combat, for example.
Yeah. Ah, man, that obviously it's important to know that it's very easy for us to make these calls. We have the power of casting and the power of having access to both players' hands, right? That does give us a bit of an advantage, to say the least. So obviously it's easy for us to call this, right? But keep in mind that these teams, they don't have that knowledge, so they have to make these very difficult decisions. But ultimately, I do think Bryce steal formation was the play to go for there, and I think we're seeing Portugal being really, really punished by this, because a one-off of Ruination, you kind of like lose anyways at that point because you've already been forced out of your deny. So it definitely. It's definitely going to be, this is backbreaking. Like they have to resort to their units, and Bryce steal formation without anything to formate English is just not good. So it's looking tough.
And the Pool Shark's not attacking, not wanting to give Fiora any chance at killing a unit and still surviving here. Everything now attacking has at least 2 attack, and Fiora would be dying to that. But there is the single combat onto one of the Pool Sharks.
Oh, they're going hard. They're going in. They're going for the win condition.
Yeah, and there's still lifesteal on Fiora because of the Spirit's Refuge. So she gets the 3 health back on the next as well.
They got deny. Well, but they still have the Glimpse Beyond. So even if they do that.
I think it's tough. I was thinking about it before looking at the cards. Maybe Fiora could sneak out a win with just the right spells being drawn, but with Glimpse and Vengeance both in the hand already for Team France, I'm not sure it's possible. They can get a kill here on Pool Shark, but the Glimpse can happen, and then you only have the Concerted Strike to get it to 3 out of 4, but not 4 out of 4.
Yeah. This is Portugal's last chance, but is there any way they could potentially navigate around this? Not with that low. Not with that low of a card count in hand, but there is always the chance. Okay, so but if they commit to the concern, the moment they do that, the Vengeance is going down. Yeah, France is just in absolute control here. Portugal trying to go for a Hail Mary win here, but that not going for Bryce information there, gonna dig their own grave, unfortunately. But like I said, it's such a hard call to make, man. So easy to say when you look at the opponent's hand, right? But yeah, there's the Glimpse Beyond to stop that. They still keep Vengeance in the back, respecting the possibility of deny and or other combat spells. And as long as France does not mess up and respects the Fiora, they should be fine here. Losing Shen as well.
Concerted Strike can come in here to guarantee this kill on the Pool Shark and stop the Glimpse Beyond, but then that's all that Portugal can do here with this Fiora list. And next turn on the open attack, well, they're under threat right now at 3 HP, so
And not even that, because like I said, the moment they commit to Concerted Strike, Vengeance goes down.
Well, there would still be the 9 mana up, so France would have to think.
Yeah, that's true.
Would have to think if, you know, what are we playing around here? Is it too committal to play a Vengeance right now when the 9 mana is still up?
They let it go. Another salvage, another go hard. That's just fantastic news for France. They're so healthy up. Like, the only thing they got to worry about is that Fiora. As long as they respect that Fiora, they could even just go. They could just try to kill her now. I don't know. The barrier's still up. Never mind. They could kill her next turn. Or
they could go hard now. The problem is that, I mean, next turn, only one of two things can be drawn. You can't draw both a kill spell, like Concerted Strike or Single Combat, and Deny. So there's going to always be counterplay from France because they have the Vengeance as well.
We may see a Gangplank into go hard here.
Especially, this might just be a Vengeance with 9 mana up now, with only 2 mana up now for Portugal. There's no counterplay to it.
Yeah, and
the Vengeance comes in.
Yep, and that seals the deal.
The patience works out for France because they wanted to make sure there was no deny mana available. Even if there's only 2 cards left in hand, you want to just guarantee that's the case. And at this point, just going for blockers now. If you're Portugal trying to survive, but Go Hard is here to stop this Fleet Feather Tracker, and the Elusive is here to try and go for lethal. Although there will be the Bright Steel formation possibly blocking the 3/3 and then killing the Abyssal Eye.
They don't have to open attack though. Like France never has to open attack here. France can just very easily develop the Jaw Hunters into a Gangplank, for example, and that just guarantees their win. But they're only versing 2 cards here. There's only so much. Like, they just have to, like, I guess they only have to, like, respect the judgment, the random judgment, but that's basically it. Like, the moment Portugal goes under 8 mana, there's nothing France will have to worry about. Yep, once they reveal Shen, they know it's over.
And they're now down to 7, just trying to get more blockers onto the board. But we mentioned at the very start of the game, you can run out of fuel, and no River Shapers were found. Maybe none are played even in this deck. We saw the Chevalier instead. Maybe it was substituting the River Shapers. We haven't seen one yet. And yeah, that's the surrender coming in from Portugal. So game 1 for France with this Go Hard list versus Fiora Shen. Fiora Shen, a deck we've seen do some crazy things. In this case, the cards weren't there, and you couldn't get the win condition off with so many glimpses beyond, so much interactivity from the Go Hard player instead from Team France. And again, this is a best of 5. So 1 win for Team France. They need to still win 2 more to get this first place and to win this tournament that's been going on for over a month now.
I like how he's like, victory celebration right there, just like looking down and just nodding. Yeah. Just like I
mean, the work isn't done yet. This is the start only. There's still a lot more to play.
Yeah, no, and France has to keep it cool, make sure they don't, make any crucial mistakes. And like I mentioned prior, like if we get a chance to speak with the Portugal team, I really want to ask them what was going through their mind with that decision there, because ultimately, like, we saw like both hands, we knew that was the game losing play right there, not playing the Bright Steel formation after the first pack your bags. That ultimately cost them their board. If they were able to preserve that board to a certain extent, it could have been a completely different match. And I think it's very important to know, because these micro decisions end up going a long way, as it is 1-0 for France. Like we mentioned prior, best of 5. So France still needs 2 more wins as they get Go Hard, the W with Go Hard right there, as they have the aggro Jinx Draven Discard, which is a deck that has been very underrepresented as the tournament has gone on. Aggro has just been very, very underplayed in general. So it's nice to see it there. It is pretty threatening, especially when you look at the rest of the lineup. There's also Misfortune Scouts. That's also a very threatening deck. Lee Sin, we've seen, can really excel in this format. And then, of course, Heimerdinger Vi and the infamous Czechia Fearsome. Like, what France has left, like, every single one of those decks is spooky as hell.
Yeah, 9 decks, but all 9 decks seem to be, great decks. I think that's the diversity in Runeterra really being showcased here in this tournament. And again, the one thing to mention in the best of 5 means that if it ends up being, 2-2, and they're playing this final game 5, because of the way the format works, when you get a win with the deck, you can't play anymore. All of a sudden, the pool of decks you can play becomes much smaller, and maybe we see a lot more of a targeting lineup where you can kind of expect a certain deck and choose your matchup better in that sense as well. So we'll see if that ends up being the case. Of course, this is the first best of 5 in this tournament, so it might play out a little bit differently at the very end of it, and it's maybe less rock, paper, scissors and more of a strategic kind of lineup decision.
Well, Portugal's lineup is comprised of their own Fiora Shen, which we just saw in play right now, did not get the win for them. Then they have Ashe Noxus, which they are going for now. They're going Ashe Sejuani. They match up Ashe Sejuani into Scouts. That's really big. But still, we have seen this matchup go for Scouts, because one of the things Scouts can do is they can go under, spread out really wide, especially if it's some sort of variant, with maybe the Island Navigator, amongst other things. If they go wide and, Ashe does not find stuff like Reckoning, they can be overwhelmed by rally effects. Very, very interesting matchup. But naturally, when it comes to a Demacia mid-range sort of deck, one of the few things you don't want to see is some Frostbites coming your way. So, good-looking matchup for Portugal, but not guaranteed by any means.
And these are two classics of the tournament, meta and scene for the past few months. Scouts has always, come in and out of the meta, but has always been a thing and one of the most relevant decks in the past few months. And Ashe Nox, I think even more so, has become a huge staple for so long. And seeing this matchup, I think it's one of the first times we've seen in this whole tournament, which is very interesting. We've seen it very little.
I would ask you for the stats. I'm not sure if you know, but
I don't know that much, Mongo.
I'm gonna put you on the spot here. I think it's safe to assume Ashe Sejuani has been the most banned deck of this tournament, right?
I'd say either Fiora or Ashe Sejuani. Yeah, those are the two that seem to get most bans.
And we're going to see it in action here. Really solid opening hand there for Portugal. When it comes to France, the curve is perhaps a bit too high. They may want to end up lowering that, but as we can see, not only Island Navigator, but also Petty Officer in this Scout lineup, which I like a lot. I like this version much more than the Bannerman one.
The one thing to mention, the current mulligan for Portugal, all of those are 1 health units. So if Misfortune is found, she'll have a major impact on the board, with no blockers being able to get any trades without Troll Chant backing them up, for example. And there's a Misfortune. So Caster Blessing once again comes in.
Also, important to note is that France does have the attack token on turn 3, which allows them to develop Misfortune and attack with her that same turn. And as of now, only Battling Burke can withstand the bullets. It's funny. You got a Sentry, you got an Archer, you got a Trifarian Glory Seeker, and an Old Man. And who's the most resilient of them all? Well, card game logic, ladies and gentlemen.
Old Man strength is something you shouldn't underestimate, Mogwai. It's a thing that very much exists. And battling
I agree. It actually does exist. Like it's no joke. We see the attack here from Omen Hawk and versus Sentry. Classic turn 1, turn 2 openers for the Freljord region, getting France down to 17. As France is deliberating whether to develop the Bryce Dio Protector or not, and ultimately decides not to, which means that we may not see Misfortune go down this turn. Instead, we could see a Petty Officer turn. No, it's Misfortune. Okay. They can play around Culling Strike with Sharp Sight, which I think is the reason why we're seeing Misfortune here. Even if Ice Archer goes down, by the way, they still would attack. So I definitely expect a Trapper here, 100%.
Yeah, Trapper on curve, also a great top deck for Team Portugal. I think it's one of the key cards in this deck to play it on curve and be able to draw into that Yeti very early on, especially against a deck like Scouts that plays on the board and plays to overpower you on the board very quickly. A 5/5 Yeti for 1 mana puts a stop to that very quickly as well.
That, by the way, that is the ideal curve for most Ashe decks. Turn 1 Omen Hawk into a turn 3 beefed up Avarose and Trapper. So you're playing a 3-mana 4/4 that is already above anything else in the card pool regarding stats. And you're going to be drawing a 1-mana 5/5 very shortly. That is just the epitome of openers for Ashe Sejuani. And all this is lacking right now is a nice Trifarian Assessor to allow them to draw a billion cards.
And France putting in the pressure here, they can have the Sharp Sight to back it up, so they can guarantee without any spell mana for Portugal they can survive this and take down a unit, which is I think important considering the start from Portugal. Maybe they were feeling, okay, they're going to overpower us very quickly. There's too many units on the board. Let's try and kill one of these off first. And there aren't many or any 1-damage pings for the Portuguese team. So it doesn't matter if you're Misfortune's 3/3 or 3/1 if you don't put her into combat anymore.
Exactly. That's very, very important to note. Barriers are also really good in this matchup, even though Frostbite is extremely good against any mid-range unit-based deck. Barriers are also something that Sejuani herself has a very difficult time dealing with. Cards like Riposte can allow you to reestablish a blocker after a Frostbite from leveled up Ashe. amongst other things. Bryce Steel Protector could go down here onto the Misfortune. Unfortunately, France cannot Bryce Steel into Petty Officer, which is the only reason why they're taking a little bit of time here, deciding what to do. But Bryce Steel feels really neat here. They can definitely wait, though. Now, because of their timing, utilizing the Yeti as a bit of like an initiative bait, they get down into Torpedoing Glory Seeker, and even though they have 2 ways to protect Misfortune, they no longer have the mana for it. So Misfortune is going down. This is massive for Portugal.
Yeah, Misfortune has, I mean, Scouts used to be, you play for board, Misfortune is important, but not, you know, the biggest win condition. And it morphed into just leveling up Misfortune wins you the game, and you're playing all out for Misfortune, basically. And now with Misfortune dying here, it's a problem. I mean, it's definitely a problem. You're going to lose out on a lot of value on cards like Relentless Pursuit we see in hand, the Blinding Assault as well. Cards that really synergize when Misfortune is on the board, and you get a lot of value from them. In this case now, with a very weak board playing against Ash Nox, it might get tricky.
And like they had so much to do with that Misfortune. I think that was a huge misplay by France, actually. I think preserving Misfortune this turn was the absolute priority. And because there's so many things they could have done with this Misfortune. Leveling up seems really easy, by the way, here. They have access to do 2 different scouts. Like Genevieve attacking on turn 7 for France here would have been insane. Especially if Misfortune was leveled up at that point. Like, this is really gonna hurt France. Like that could be, you know, the Bryce Steel formation skip from last game. You know, that could be on that level of misplay.
It's a trade 1-for-1. First one team does again. They don't know the full cards. It's kind of hard because they were under pressure. I think they had to do something at that point. But yeah, it's gonna be tough. The only silver lining I was gonna say was maybe because they don't have an assessor, they're gonna run out of cards, but even then, they have Farron in hand to create that card advantage with Decimate, and there's no heals usually on the side for Team France, but they draw the Assessor anyway, so I'll just start, you know, the Caster Blessing is really coming in full effect here, and they have a chance to, fight for the board now with still 3 units on the board there for the single unit for Team France, and then still have card draw to make it into the late game and win at the very end of it as well.
I was debating whether they should go with the Island Navigator or not. The problem with Island Navigator is that it leaves them without the potential of going for riposte. It also stops them. It still does enable the Relentless Pursuit, but the problem with Island Navigator is that it just doesn't break through this poor state. That 5/2 is a big nuisance. So developing a 2/1 instead that can trade into it is much more preferable. And we see a pass here from Portugal, basically saying, hey, we're fine with this. Go on, attack. I promise you we ain't got no frostbites waiting for you. It's all fine.
We can see that all these cards, I mean, Blinding Assault, Relentless Pursuit, Island Navigator, they all, you know, their value is almost duplicated when Misfortune's on the board. That's what you're playing these cards in the deck for. And when Misfortune's not on the board, all of a sudden it feels entirely underwhelming. You're playing a 2/4 that has Scout, sure, into a Yeti that's going to destroy you, or an Assessor that comes down next turn or this turn, and it starts feeling bad. The longer this game goes, the less of a chance that Scouts has to do anything. It's an aggro deck that has some kind of a different approach to aggro. It's not just burn or just flooding the board. You have the Misfortune level up as one of the win conditions, but in this case, I think it's just going too slow.
This play by France, there was a lot of implications there. They could have developed the Bryce Steel Protector onto the Valor, and thus picked off 2 units. They could have gone with a riposte as well to take down a potential bigger unit that would go down after the first attack, right? But ultimately, committing any of these 2 resources before the opponent develops their own Frostbite would leave them vulnerable to like a very bad value exchange. Like if they go Bryce Steel Protector and the opponent reacts with the Niceville Archer, then all of a sudden, you know, they have a Scout with Barrier, but it has 0 attack. You know, it can challenge stuff, but it can't kill anything. So all of a sudden, like you're left, you're in an awkward position here. That's a good pull for France there, getting the elusive unit, at least for his turn. As we see Babbling Burke getting Sejuani, that's great for Portugal. Sejuani's fantastic.
Yeah, the late game's looking better and better. And the moment that Genevieve comes down, Sejuani can come down, frostbite it, and suddenly those 2 attacks that you might have gone in become 0 attacks. You can't do anything else with her that turn, or maybe the next attack token for France. So a heads up play, a play that I assume Portugal will use very reactively because the Scout synergy is, you know, buffs get double the value, but frostbites also get double the value for your opponent. So it is tough in this specific matchup as well.
France opting to attack with the Island Navigator. You know, willing to exchange into the Babbling Burke and not get a solid trade there. I think the reasoning behind this is that what you mentioned prior, in this matchup, there are no pings for the Ash Frostbite deck. So there's not as much of a difference when it comes to the health stat, unless you're talking about combat, right? So this does allow Portugal to draw through their deck, and they do find a Culling Strike. Culling Strike could be really strong in the right scenario. It's also one of their ways to deal with misfortune. And right now, France will have to resort to something like a Repose to do that. There's the Flash Freeze as well. Portugal really stacking up a bunch of cards, and they haven't even dropped Trifaring Assessor yet.
And Team France here may be happy with this very low mana curve that they've just drawn into the Cithria as well. They can flood the board this turn. Playing the Bright Steel Protector will dissuade any kind of attacks from Portugal for the most part because of the barrier on one of the units. And then they can play Genevieve next turn, although they won't have mana for Repose to follow it up or anything. So I think it's just going to be too difficult to make a big impact. And the silver lining that there isn't a board for Assessor to do anything with right now because there's no 5 attack units on the board. But Sejuani comes down.
Keep in mind, we also know what they have in hand, but obviously these players don't. And one of the things that France is probably talking about a lot, and something that they always have to respect, is the threat of the Reckoning. Reckoning is a card that just completely just board wiped them. And because they're playing a scout version of Demacia and not, the Ionia with Shen, they don't have access to Deny. So they have no real way to interact with that card unless they apply single combat. But I don't even know if this deck actually plays single combat. Actually, I don't believe it does. Instead, it focuses on the combat tricks and the relentless pursuits, because you don't really have great targets for single combat since your curve is a little bit frail. You have units that are generally weaker but spread out, into 2 copies instead of 1, which allows you to capitalize on effects from Genevieve and Rally, but also leaves you vulnerable because you don't really interact as well. But it is looking like a Genevieve setup here, as they're going to pass. They have a total of 7 mana, which means they do have access to Genevieve plus Riposte, but that's basically it. It's either Genevieve and Riposte or Genevieve and Relentless Pursuit. And this is the turn. This is where France has to go in.
And things like Archer and Flash Freeze are going to really hurt any kind of big pushes here for not just the 2 scout attacks, but the potential of a Relentless Pursuit even. So 4 attacks being thwarted by these freezes. So the Archer comes in right away, hits the Genevieve, one of the scout units, and now you can only attack with Island Navigator and the Navori Blade Scout, which, you're not going to get great trades there at all.
I'm starting to think, can you justify a proactive Riposte here onto Genevieve? I don't think so, right? But it feels bad because you need some way to power through these defenses, right? But that Riposte could also be coming clutch into taking down a bigger unit potentially. But ultimately, okay. So France going with the open attack. I like this. I like this use of Genevieve. I love it. I love using Genevieve to get away a chump blocker. And going for this attack, because what this means is that if they go for a Relentless Pursuit, they can follow up with a full-on scout attack and then go for another normal attack, because they have not used up their scout attack this turn.
That being said, a few of the units will be going down. Genevieve will still be at 0 attack, so you can't really utilize her for much more of an impact on the next attack either. So again, the freezes are really just coming in clutch. If her post comes in to try and kill Sejuani, there's a Flash Freeze in hand as well. Exactly. So this matchup can be very difficult in some situations, and this is one of them where you get stalled out in the mid game. There's combat tricks and spells from the Frostbite player, from Ash Sejuani player, and then all of a sudden into the late game, you're staring down a Farron or an Assessor that fills a hand again for the Ash Nox player, a Culling Strike, and much more of these combo interactive plays like Flash Freeze and Culling Strike, etc. And it becomes very difficult for the Scouts player.
There's a reason why Ash is considered to be the Demacia Slayer. The combination of Frostbites with beefy high power units is more often than not a little bit too much for Demacian mid-range list to overcome, as having their Genevieve play being completely shut down by just a 2-drop that also gave them a 3-attack blocker. That's too much value. That's too much value for the Freljord player. And Portugal here they have enough breathing room here to develop an Avaros and Hearthguard, get a buff on their deck going on, and now we're looking at a Trifarian Assessor that's also buffed herself, I believe. She's a 5/4, which means she will draw Portugal 3 cards here, which is pretty insane considering the board state and their hand size. Double Farron as well. Okay, no, she's not buffed. My bad. Still two card draws. There's Ash, which cannot be played this turn, but there's still the ability to utilize Culling Strike. They have the ability to combine potentially Troll Chant and Culling Strike as well, amongst others. So this is just looking so good for Portugal here.
And a bit of a priority pass here, I believe, from France, just playing the Blinding Assault here, seeing what, obviously they still have riposte mana to kind of maybe have a really good combat trade go in their favor, going to their next attack next turn. But we'll see what Portugal wants to commit to here, what they want to attack with, how proactive they want to be with their spells like Troll Chant and Cooling Strike, knowing that there is going to be some amount of interactivity possible from Team France.
I like this pass from Portugal a lot. There's no reason for you to dive into riposte or anything. Like, you have a thicker board state in general, and from this point onwards, you're just gonna have no hard time developing more easy. And there's the second Trifaring Assessor. This is the Trifaring Assessor that just feels mean, man. Like, this one just feels so tough because it's just like, just play Ash into Assessor. Yeah, you're spending 9 mana. You're going to draw 1 billion. You still have 3 mana in the backup for Flash Freeze. You can even justify Assessor without Ash backup as well. Though, I'm saying drop Ash in Assessor because I love, drawing more cards with Assessor. I'm a big fan of that. But this is probably correct. There's the Reckoning. Still enabled. The Reckoning will wipe out 80% of France's board, except Riposte can save something, right? But yeah, that's really interesting. We see the attack here. I definitely expect the likes of Flash Freeze or even Troll Chant potentially to happen here, even though Flash Freeze makes the most sense, I think.
Yeah, and you can do both. I mean, you still have the chance to Flash Freeze here and then have a Troll Chant for the next trades. Obviously, France is on a clock. They have to win, and they have to win soon, or else this game's going to go to territory where they cannot compete anymore. With Farron's coming down, with Assessors filling up hands, etc., they're going to get choked out, and they're not going to have the value to survive in the late game.
Letting Sejuani go down there, interesting. Really, I think this may mean we're gonna see a reckoning.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a pass. I like it. Honestly, I like it. Okay, so we're kind of getting a bit ahead of ourselves here, because the reality is Portugal is in such a position that they don't have to, like you mentioned, they don't have to do anything. Like, they just stay back. They wait for the opponent to attack. They can react with their combat tricks and their frostbites, and they're safe. And they have a very easy time rebuilding this board as well from the ground up.
Every single one of these cards, when they're played from Team France, if they're not doing anything close to providing lethal, it means one less card they have to deal with, and eventually you run out of cards when you're Scouts player. There's not really any way to draw cards with this list, and once they get to the late game, it's usually over.
There's the attack from France. We can't see the attack token right there, but they do have the ability to. I believe they have the ability to attack again. We can't see the attack token because of the webcam, but no, they don't. No, they don't.
They've attacked with Genevieve twice, so they've attacked once with Genevieve, and with a non-scout attack token, they still attack with her only.
They took down Sejuani. Yeah, I forgot.
And now they have the full attack token again, so they can do a scout attack and then a normal attack. But at this point, Portugal is continuing to keep passing. Not have to commit anything. Now Genevieve can't trade into anything unless she plays Riposte. And then a Flash Freeze can come out to punish that if they see the value in that. And now we can just get some great blockers coming in here where there's no good combat trades because of the beefier units from the Freljord side, from the Ash Nox player. So now it's France that has to be proactive with their plays. And then now Portugal can punish them and see what's left in their hand. Only 2 cards left now.
The problem is France's board is too small. Their units are too weak, and they can, besides the Genevieve trade into Hearthguard, which feels pretty neat. Despite the fact that they have 2 combat tricks here, it's just not enough. After that, they just completely ran out of gas. And
you take this, I think, if you're Portugal. I mean, yeah, you can Troll Chant. You would save 2 units, so maybe it's worth it. And now you see what is France going to do, and you still have Flash Freeze to answer.
Exactly. Yeah, I love this line of play. That's one of the things that is very important to pick up, especially for less experienced players in Legend of Runeterra, is when you're in a dominant position, play reactive. Wait for your opponent to commit something and utilize your mana advantage as a tool to get the upper hand. And that's something that we see a lot from these players. As Sharp Sight, yeah, we see the smile there from Aoi. Definitely not. You don't feel great doing that, right? But it's 1 card versus 8? Yeah.
It was a 1-for-1 from Troll Chant to Sharp Sight, except Portugal saved the Assessor as well, and they have 8 more cards to play, whereas France has 1, and they have no chance for card drawing. Genevieve is out, which means the scariest kind of combo piece with Riposte and Scout is Genevieve, and Challenger, now she's gone. It's only 2 very pathetic 2/2s that don't do much on their own. And yeah, I think this is going to slowly be GG here for Team France with all the value that Portugal has in their hand.
I just got to say, 4/4 Avaros and Trapper is a pretty good card. What do you think?
I mean, if a 3/3 is good, a 4/4 is better. EU math, we have that, 4 is definitely more than 3. We know that as a guarantee here. And yeah, it's looking really tough here. Reckoning can come out as well. Riposte would save 1 unit, but it wouldn't do much more. We could even see Farron come out. You still have mana for Flash Freeze as well.
And down goes 6/4, #thick Ash going down here. And this board is looking mean as hell. This Reckoning is just so brutal. I mean, there is definitely counterplay, but you see, they can't even afford to do that because they need the Riposte to counteract the Ash attack that will Frostbite to at least be able to survive and open attack next turn. But I don't think there's a universe in which Portugal just open. No, never mind, it is their turn to attack. So they have to Riposte here, which will allow them to. Actually, they can block anyways because I thought at this point Ash would have leveled up. But it seems she must be very close, very, very close, like maybe 1 away. He's probably at 4.
France surviving on 1 HP, but no
11.
cards left in hand. One small bear
David.
on the board.
It's okay. It's time for the Demacian Assessor. Never mind. All right, GG.
And that is basically it. I mean, Portugal can do anything they want at this point. They want to, again, continue playing reactively, like you said. Probably play a Sentry here, just have another blocker to trade out with one of these cheaper units. And probably just want to save, or just play the Farron, sure. I mean, you still have the Flash Freeze.
Captain Farron goes down, generates triple decimate. And I don't know. I see like a bazillion ways for Portugal to win here.
Well, I think, yeah, that's GG. And Portugal brings it back and ties the series 1-1 against France. Scouts hasn't been played a lot for the last few weekends on this tournament. And now maybe we're seeing why. It has problems when it can't win early and it can't win in the mid game. And your opponent's able to shut down the game plan. The MF dying, like we mentioned, that was a very important turn. Yeah, and suddenly they just got deflated. And Portugal, playing very patiently, playing very safe, able to slowly get that win, going to the late game, playing that Farron with Overwhelm and all the decimates, et cetera, et cetera. So 1-1 now in the series, and we're going to be going into a game 3 to see what these teams want to bring to the table.
Excellent showing by Portugal right there. We also got to see why Ash has been banned so often. It's interesting because Misfortune Scouts was perhaps one of the best performing decks in the early stages of this tournament. It was very represented early on in the first few days, but ultimately kind of like fell a little bit out of place and was ultimately, disregarded in like people playing Fiora and Shen and Ash way more frequently, right? And we did see, the nature of a Freljord Demacian mid-range matchup right there. Frostbite putting in the absolute work and Scouts being shut down. But I do want to emphasize, I think that was a crucial mistake for France, letting Misfortune die. I think if Misfortune sticks around that game, that could be a completely different match because she could be just absolutely devastating with all those challenger units, the scout challengers and everything. They could just start picking off their board super easily, and they also had the tools to protect her from stuff like Culling Strike as well. So definitely on the caliber of Portugal's, it's easy to call it misplay because we have the information, right? But ultimately, let's call it, unideal play. 2 very big unideal plays that have led, the other team to victory, I think. And now we're going to be going to game 3. No more 2-0 claps for France in these playoffs. They finally have run into their match.
It would have to be a 3-0 in this case. 2-0 wouldn't quite do it. It would have to get that third game as well. So a bit more difficult to get the clean sweep in a best of 5. But yeah, could have been a possibility. Both of these teams known for the clean sweeps, Portugal as well. Not the last one, they did win 2-1 against Croatia, but before that, they went on a massive 10-game streak. So both players...
Absurd.
Seeing the finals, you're going to expect much closer competition where both teams are going to obviously do their best and play their hardest to try and win the tournament and not get swept, especially not being humiliated on the big stage in the final here. But yeah, both teams with a win means that now they have only 5 decks to choose from. And as we move along, that number might become even smaller. So matchups and certain, targeting can happen. And it could be much more specific and not as rock, paper, scissors, which a lot of players have mentioned is kind of all over the place. But in this best of 5, just a little bit less if it goes to a game 5.
And definitely understand their point of view, and ultimately, a competitive environment should always prioritize the competitors over anything else. But I gotta say, man, it's been a hell. So we just got word that the players have asked for 1 minute of pause. So we are gonna do what we are hired to do, ladies and gentlemen. Fill in the gaps.
Maybe more than 1 minute. That might have been a bit, too precise. I think it's a bit more than a minute.
No, but I think like what I was saying prior. Like I think it's a good, like from a spectator standpoint, we really got to see or witness one of the biggest strengths that Legends of Runeterra has as a card game, and that is just an unparalleled like metagame diversity. I've been playing card games all my life, and I've never seen something like this. Like the ability, there's so many different viable decks, and but that all obviously, like too much of one thing is also like not usually a good thing overall, because there is always downsides to everything, right? I do believe one of the downsides to this crazy diversity is the polarized matchups, right? The rock, paper, scissors sort of environment that is, that flourishes from this. And it's also important to, acknowledge that as well, right? But ultimately, I don't know about you, but I'll take, diversity and a little bit of polarized matchups over, the same two decks being played any day. And here we go, folks. We see the matchups here. It is Lee Sin and Zed versus Fiora Shen.
It looks like it was literally 1 minute, because that wasn't much of a pause at all. Right away, the players queuing up. Maybe someone had to take a bit of a bathroom break and wanted to not miss out on any discussion with their team. But right away, Portugal playing Fiora Shen. They played it in game one, and they've already lost with it. So going to this as a think, okay, are we going to find, a similarly bad matchup? Are we going to be able to finally get a win with this deck? Maybe a little bit less confidence when you lose in a deck to then win with it later on. There's a bit of a psychological impact as well. And we'll see if Fiora is a deck that has been banned all day and all month long in this tournament. It's a deck that can be very strong, and Portugal may be trying to take advantage of the fact that it hasn't been banned on their side.
Lee Sin, perhaps one of the MVPs of at least today, but
and
overall
yesterday as well.
The playoffs in general, like definitely has shined as a tournament deck, and it's actually making me think that perhaps this deck has been a little bit underrepresented in certain portions of the group stage, considering how well it's been doing thus far. And here we see a pretty promising opening here by France, even though it is light on units. Like you generally want to see your 2-drop, having access to Zed with your attack token on turn 1, which means we get to attack on turn 3 with Pale Cascade backup. Feels pretty neat. And Nopify right there is I like. Okay, so they look away the Pale Cascade, but they keep the Nopify, which I really like because that counters single combat. Super good in this matchup.
Yeah, and that's a card that maybe when they're trying to stop on the Lee Sin turn, you want to have that backup as well, to have the interactivity to react to your opponent's spells as well, and not have to waste 4 mana on Deny, for example. And because all the spells except for Concerted Strike are quite low mana, I guess, yeah, that's really the only one. I mean, single combat is the main target here. Nopify does find a lot of value.
I think Portugal, I think this pass is going to cost Portugal big time, because they don't have the makings, they don't have the ability to stop this. Like, unless they develop Bright Steel Protector now. No, they go River Shaper. Zed is free to attack here.
And this is a lot of pressure early on. This is what a lot of the reason why Zed's in this deck. It does have, of course, some synergy with gems and a lot of these spells that Lee Sin also benefits from, but also just the pressure early on to chip down your opponent to 16, 14 HP, and then be able to get the easier kill with Lee Sin once he levels up later on.
I like this blocking the shadow so that the River Shaper actually gets to strike, still slowing down Zed's level up, and also basically replacing himself in Portugal's hands. Still not an ideal start for Portugal at all. Getting a free attack with Zed at this stage, especially in this kind of deck, as you draw into stuff like Mentor of the Stones, you have Deny backup with Nopify as well. Really clean hand here for France.
And it's the key. I mean, right now we're seeing both players 4 mana, 3 spell mana, but there's a Zed on the board for Team France. And getting that advantage early on the board, you can ride that advantage and that tempo all the way to the mid game and continue getting more and more value out of Zed. So we'll see what Portugal can do to try and stop this game plan. But this is huge for France to get this Zed under these first few turns, get the damage in, 17 HP already for Portugal, and being able to use him for just to pressure the opponent more and more and making maybe less than ideal plays to then finish it off with Lee Sin at the end game. We'll see what Portugal can do here.
I definitely think you Zenith Blade here if you're. It's tempting, but obviously we do see double single combat, right?
Yeah,
that's the biggest problem because they can counter one, but the other one, that could be a bit of an exchange there. But ultimately, would that be that bad? I don't think so, because I think you do go down. You still draw your Zenith Blade. Yeah, you still draw your Zenith Blade, and you get rid of 2 single combats. That's basically like only one more single combat in the deck to worry about, right? And you lost a Zed, which you have another one in your hand anyways. But I really like the Zenith Blade, not only because of the Daybreak allowing you to cycle through your deck, but also because it allows you to get some attune value out of this Eye of the Dragon as well, which is really neat because it allows you to play Eye of the Dragon, but basically pay 1 mana for her and still carry over a full 3 spell mana to the next round.
And there's a first single combat can be denied by Noblefy. France thinking, great, we have the answer, but then a second single combat will probably follow. So the punish will be there from Portugal, although the punish means they're also down 2 more cards. And yeah,
will they counter this? Is the question. Will they counter this? Because there is Noblefy is such a like there are other scenarios in which single combat can represent more, right?
More value, yeah.
Yeah, so because right now, they're going for the deny.
Ooh, interesting.
Very interesting, actually. Since they go for 2 spells, I wonder what I guess it makes sense.
I think the value in this is trying to have it so they can have a deny-like play for only 2 mana in the late game where they might be more mana starved.
Exactly.
So they can use the 4 mana now and then still have the Noblefy for only 2 mana to do pretty much a similar thing against most plays later in the game where they might need the mana to use it for different things, to protect the sin, etc. So yeah, I think this is a fine play.
There's the third single combat. A hat trick right there. It's a fine play, but I don't completely agree because I think that dropping a deny there, Concerted Strike is also a thing. Concerted Strike also exists, and you see the second single combat go down there. Is that now it's more likely for them to draw into a Concerted Strike than it is for them to draw into single combat. So all of a sudden, your answer to Concerted Strike is gone. I don't know. I think there's an argument for just going Noblefy there. But it is true that what you said is completely true. Like they have the ability to navigate around single combat in a cheaper manner, which can allow them. It could be the difference between them setting up a Lee Sin lethal, for example, or not, right?
And I mentioned in the last turn how Zed was on the board and the mana was the same, so they had a bit of an advantage. That last turn, Portugal basically equaled it out again. They drew a card and they were able to kind of reset the board once again. But now another Zed, another attack token for France, means they can attack here and they have a Solemn Grave backup. If something like a Screeching Dragon comes down with no spell mana to back it up, you can just use a quick attack on Zed to take it down if it does block.
For newer players, what we are referencing when we're talking about card advantage is it's very simple. The amount of cards each player has. You can just do a very simple counting right here. You see France has 6 cards in their hand and 1 on the board. The same goes for Portugal. So both players are on equal card advantage. And right now, France does have a slight health advantage. And after this Screeching Dragon goes down, it's safe to assume that their momentum is pretty much halted as well, as they need 1 more mana. Man, if they had 1 more mana, that would be sick. But Portugal would not play into this otherwise, I think. If they had 1 more mana, Portugal would respect the Sonic Wave.
Yeah, I miscounted that. That is only 2 mana, so they can do the full combo with the generated card as well. And instead, just going to, again, Portugal needed to kind of stall out the pressure from Zed, and they've done so pretty, a good job till now.
Concussive Palm is great here, though. Concussive Palm is fantastic. Even though the threat of deny is there. So if they go for the Concussive Palm and Portugal responds with a deny, that would leave them in a bit of a precarious position. I think this may justify them going for the Zenith Blade first to try to bait some sort of interaction, and then respond with either Bastion or Concussive Palm. But no matter what you do here, you have to Concussive Palm. You can't let that Screeching Dragon attack. This is difficult, man. I'm happy I'm casting it, not playing.
This is a specific matchup that has a lot of interaction from both sides, which obviously in card games and in Runeterra as well, the more choices you have, the higher the skill expression is, because you just have more avenues to go down, and picking the right one or the optimal one becomes more difficult. That's why aggro is generally seen as an easier deck, because there's maybe only 1 or 2 paths you can go down: go face or don't go face. With these decks, there's so much interaction with spells and priority, etc., that it makes that learning curve, or that skill expression much more difficult and much higher. And it's why these players, why good players can do so well with these decks, with Fiora Shen, for example, and with Lee Sin Zed as well.
Down goes because of Palm, giving away, by playing that Eye of the Dragon, they let their opponent know that they don't have a deny answer. But as we can see, Portugal does not have one themselves, and that is huge. That would be game losing, pretty much.
Well, I'm not sure if game losing, but definitely very impactful.
Yeah, close to game losing, I think. Like if they were able to deny that concussive palm and get the hit off with that dragon right there, the momentum would be pretty ridiculous. The only thing Portugal really is lacking in a scenario like that is the fact that they haven't spread out as much as they would like to. They have too many spells, I think. Obviously, it's normal because they've drawn a few with the River Shaper, but from this point on, Portugal is probably like, okay, we have enough spells. Let's draw some units. Let's develop this board so that our Bright Steel formation can come down turn 9 and blow France back.
And looking at this Zed, it's missing the Lee Sin counterpart. Going into the mid to late game, you want to find Lee Sin. That is your win condition going into the later game. We're on turn 7, no Lee Sin to be found in hand right now for Team France. And this Zed isn't going to do much in going through the board and get beefier with a lot of counterplay as well from Team Portugal. So this is a problem with some of the decks that kind of focus on this almost singular win condition in most cases, Lee Sin being that win condition in this deck. If you don't draw him, you can have a hard time closing out games.
And there's what we mentioned prior, the concerted strike is in Portugal's hand. France, by resorting to the deny earlier, has no answer for it. Though ultimately that line of decision is irrelevant because they ended up picking up a third single combat anyways. So they still have the ability to interact with that. And single combat could very easily be used alongside concerted strike to deny the spell shield, which is where Notify would really come into play, right? But by developing the Mentor of the Stones, that tells us one thing. It's very unlikely that they are going to resort to Zenith Blade this turn. Close to impossible, really. Sonic Wave into a buff with Notify backup could potentially be a thing, but the problem with that line of play is that, quick attack is great. Yeah, it's fantastic, but barrier kind of just nullifies the keyword completely. And besides Hush, there's nothing else that this deck can do to bypass barriers. So as long as Portugal has enough mana open, France always has to take that into account, and that's really going to affect the decision making. As we see single combat here, this is the last single combat. Nopify, the best target is single combat, so 1 + 1 is 2. You go for Nopify. Like in this scenario, there's not much to think about. Is there any other play? Maybe Relentless Pursuit, right, that you can counter, but that's basically it.
Yeah, and at this point, with 8 mana still up, this is the scary thing with this Fiora. They have so many combat tricks and so many ways to completely swing these trades in their favor that when there's 8 mana up, you just feel so bad doing anything because it feels like they're gonna have all the answers to any play you try and make. And this is the scary thing with this Fiora Shen. It's not just Fiora being on the board and getting the win condition, the 4 kills, but just playing reactively as a Fiora Shen player. Your opponent has to respect you so much because you can punish them in so many ways.
With 8 mana, they can play not 1 but 2 4-mana barrier plays here. One granting them lifesteal, the other one granting them +3 attack, which allows Portugal to just completely shut down most imaginable attack patterns here. To be honest, I like this play a lot. I love this decision from France. I was thinking about mentioning that. I'm like, will they go? Like, I absolutely adore this play. This is really good. Getting this has a lot of implications because now the buff from the Mentor of the Stones makes it so that even if they give barrier to the Bright Steel Protector, Zed will not go down. Like, they need to give him something like Riposte, right? First of all. Second of all, you're threatening the biggest and most valuable unit in your board with a 5/2, like with a 3/2. So if you see a barrier go down there, you're not too sad. What you really want to be doing is you want to keep this Zed alive. That's the ultimate thing. And down goes the Concerted Strike. There's no way France would have to interact with this. They lose Zed, which allows them to preserve the dragon in this exchange. This is massive for Portugal.
And we mentioned it. I mean, there's so many ways to be punished when there's 8 mana up for the Fiorshan player, and we're seeing it happen right now. I mean, this is how you can do it. Zed is down. The board has dwindled now for France. They have deep mana to get some card draw, but that only draws spells. So if they don't draw a unit, they're going to have trouble, I think, closing this game out. Mountain Goat is something, but it's not Lee Sin, that's for sure. And the longer we go into this game, that Bright Steel formation comes down, and that is extremely hard to deal with.
That Chevalier draw is nuts, by the way. That Chevalier draw is fantastic. It can threaten the Eye of the Dragon. If they use something to protect Eye of the Dragon, they can just give it a riposte, and it's drawing you units, which is exactly what you want here with the Bright Steel formation coming in next turn. Like, I love it. I really like the inclusion of this card in this deck. I think it's brilliant. I think it's actually low-key brilliant. It's like the unit version of River Shaper. It's great. It feels great here. It feels absolutely great here.
Yeah, especially onto this Eye of the Dragon. I mean, it's you don't even need the riposte. You just challenge Eye of the Dragon, and you make France be the one to react and to play first, and then you can again try and punish. You do want to keep this Chevalier alive because you need this card draw. You need this fuel in hand, and you need units, like you said, to make this Bright Steel formation even better when it does finally come down, possibly 2 turns from now or next turn even.
See, Guiding Touch is being there, used there to cycle through the deck, drawing France into another Eye of the Dragon. Gonna opt to make use of the burst initiative rule and pass over initiative to Portugal without risking them passing their entire turn. As Portugal is gonna go for the attack, I think that's ideal. I would attack with the Screeching Dragon onto the mentor. Maybe not. Maybe you don't want to give them those gems at this point. I actually, I can respect this line of play. You definitely go for this attack though. Oh, that feels great, dude. And they get a 3-drop. That is perfect. The cousin Blonde Grappler with swords being drawn here for Portugal, which will curve. Oh, that allows it to curve out into Bright Steel so well. Oh my god.
We'll have to see, though. But I think they can't really I mean, yeah, there'll be a 9 mana next turn. I don't know if they can commit the Bright Steel formation immediately. Maybe it gives France too much of a chance to be able to play their own game. If they had a Lee Sin, for example, they can go for some crazy surprise Lee Sin. So I think they might have to be a bit more reserved than that, maybe hoping to play on their attack token instead and play, again, more reactive on their defense turn next turn. But we mentioned it. I mean, if you don't draw Lee Sin in a Lee Sin deck, you're going to have a bad time. And this is what's happening for France. More spells, more deep meds, but no Lee Sin.
Another Bright Steel formation. I think at this point, man, you go double. Like what? Like you just go double, dude. Now you go Bright Steel into Bright Steel. Because I was gonna say, you can justify if you draw another unit, you can play a unit, and then you have a double barrier to protect you from an incoming attack, right? But the problem for France is you can see in Aoi's expression right there, they have nothing to represent any sort of offensive pressure with. Like everything is too weak. They've lost 2 Zeds. It's not like they haven't drawn. They've drawn 2 Zeds, but they've been answered twice. And now, Pepsi Cola, drop it. Slap for dominance. Don't overthink it.
Still 9 mana up, though. It could be scary. We've seen Lee Sin do crazy.
I know. It's probably not, dude. It's probably not correct, but come on.
And Lee Sin must be leveled up by now, I believe. So. It can be tricky. I think you have to. We've seen.
Yeah, you have to pass back.
Portugal being extremely safe in the last game with Ash Sejuani against Scouts, and I think.
Oh no! They got that cojones. There we go.
9 mana up for France.
It's fine. Bright Steel goes down. The second will fall after that with, like you mentioned prior, the 4 mana backup, which not only for barriers but also for a potential deny top deck as well. Super relevant. There's Cithria.
Ooh, that could be massive.
Okay.
The reaction from Pepsi Cola, he knows how massive this can be. Cithria comes down immediately.
Oh man, the power.
And yeah, Owie has to be thinking he's in big trouble because they have a 1/1 Mentor of the Stones and a 1/3 Eye of the Dragon that can't do much here. The Palm can come down and say that is one way to react here to stop. It's a strike. It's kind of an attack effect. So if you stun on stay on the board, you won't get the +1/+1 and the fearsome tag on all of these units, but you're still getting the Bright Steel formation attack. So it's not like you just saved the game. You're still in big trouble.
I'm just gonna say I love the fact that we're getting Bryce Steel formation gameplay in the finals of the tournament. I think this is one of the coolest aspects of this deck for me. Even though Lawrence Chevalier has definitely taken that title for me with this, like that's such a. I'm definitely gonna start running that card in my own variants because that's such a neat addition. But we're gonna witness a Bryce Steel formation attack here in case players don't know. Some players don't know what this card does. Every time you attack, you will be giving barrier to all of your fellow units. And this allows you to attack with no repercussions with these challengers. And this is going to allow Portugal to just completely board wipe. Unless they rope. Please do not rope. Please,
Portugal,
Pepsi.
Thinking what all the options might be for 9 mana.
Peps. What are you doing? Yo.
They're resetting. They got Spirit's Refuge now to heal up a bit, apparently. They're resetting everything. And they didn't have enough time to attack here, so... Things are going downhill. Owie, of course, very happy here. Pepsi-Gola, the opposite, hands on his head. And roping is a thing. The new turn timers, it matters. Players have to be careful about roping when you're playing with two other players in a call and discussing plays. It can be difficult to make a decision quickly, but in this case, there's a punish. I mean, it's not a game-losing punish, but there's a punish. They're losing out on this big attack here from this attack turn was very important for Pepsi-Cola and for Team Portugal.
Getting the barriers around the challengers is also like getting the value from the Chevalier, and attacking face with a 9/9. That's also pretty good, I think. This is devastating for Portugal, but I mean it doesn't put them out of the. But that's the thing, man. Against Lee Sin.
It's
every time,
it might,
exactly.
Yeah. It might
every time you pass over the attack token is a very terrifying thing.
We're saying it's not game losing, but the moment Lee Sin gets an attack token and you're the player that you have a riposte and a Bryce Steel formation, and that's it, and you're losing your card advantage. All of a sudden you have no cards, and the French player had another deep meditation, able to draw into more cards, finds the mountain goat as well, can find Lee Sin on the next draw possibly as well. He can be punished for taking too long for roping.
France should not develop a goat here, I believe. France needs to carry over as much spell mana as they can so that in case if they draw a Lee Sin top deck, they can do their best to try to guarantee a kill here. With the Mentor of the Stones on the board, Lee Sin will go up from 4 attack after level up to 6, 7 from the gem. 8 from it would actually represent it would be close to representing Lee. So we see Zed, the third Zed being drawn before the first Lee Sin for France. So even though that was definitely a bit of a punt there for Portugal, not gonna sugarcoat it. That was that hurt. That hurts, but it happens.
It's one of the cases where when you're a Lee Sin player, you sometimes don't mulligan Lee Sin away in the early game because he's so pivotal to winning these games, and you have to make sure you draw him, even though he's a 5-mana card, and usually you're going to mulligan a card like that in any deck you're playing. In this deck, he's kind of the superstar. Sometimes you need to guarantee you draw him, and this is the case for France, showing us what can happen if you don't draw your singular win condition in most cases, because you almost always win with Lee Sin here. If you're playing a Lee Sin Karma deck with the Invoke package, we saw Croatia being able to win with Cosmic Inspiration, but in this case, there's the singular win condition that is Lee Sin most of the times, and the second Bright Steel formation comes down.
This is a big power play. They have a total of 3 challengers, which means that it's absolutely correct to play another Bright Steel instead of a River Shaper, because you can say, well, River Shaper can draw you more cards. At this point, you don't draw cards. You're going to kill your opponent. You have to take them down. Like, this is the board state to do it. You get the weak chump blockers out of the way, and you go face with your double Bright Steel formation, and you're good to go. No matter how much, regardless of how much healing they have, they can go over 20, which means they will be one-shotted. So they do. There's another Mentor of the Stones, but the thing about Mentor of the Stones is that it can only block Cythria here.
Yeah, can't block fearsome units, and Cythria was stunned last turn, but she will have the effect this next turn. So triple attack effect with double Bright Steel formation, and the Cythria are going to happen next turn on the attack for Portugal. They'll have to be a bit quicker than last time to make sure they have the time, but it's going to look pretty difficult next turn for France.
There is one potential thing France could do here. They could go for a proactive gem onto the Mentor because proactive gem onto a burst speed bastion could be the only thing that could allow them to live potentially, as it could grant them a surprise fearsome blocker. But if I'm just Portugal, I just challenge that thing out of the way anyways as soon as that happens. So no matter what France does here, as long as Portugal does not forget to attack with all of their units next turn, let's hope. Yeah, they are going for that. They're going for the gem onto the mentor. But Portugal should see this. Portugal should see this and should use their third challenger to remove the mentor. As long as they do that, they win.
And Riposte can, of course, also get even more damage to go through on the units that are unblocked. And Deny can't stop. It's a burst speed spell, so there's not going to be any counterplay. Deny can't stop anything in terms of what Portugal has in hand right now.
The thing is, Riposte ultimately doesn't matter here, because if they are able to block, like, all France needs to do to survive here is be able to block one of the two Bright Steel formations, right? If those two Bright Steel formations hit, it doesn't matter how much damage Cythria does. Cythria will be blocked anyways, right, by the other mentor here. So that's basically what it comes down to. And they can drag out all of these, and now all of a sudden, they're fearsome. Okay, they're just letting that happen. All right. I mean, that doesn't. I don't like that.
I think it's GG anyway. I mean, even if you block one of the 10-10s, there's an 8-4 there as well with +4 from Riposte. It's 20.
Yeah. Riposte does do it, but I mean, if they had like something like Hush as well, but I mean, yeah, it's a lot of ifs, right? But I mean, this works out as well. We see the Bastion onto the Mentor of the Stones to block into the Bright Steel formation. That's basically what France has to do here, right? Like, they have to block one of these two Bright Steels, otherwise they die.
And there's only 3 cards in hand, so they have to hope, okay, there's no Riposte, there's no Sharp Sight. Sharp Sight would also do it because they only need to attack here, and there's no more interactivity. Well, yeah, there's nothing else that can be done here from Team France. With
it's Riposte, a wrap, like,
it's GG.
Yeah, Portugal started off 0-1, but maybe they're going to mimic a little bit, their playoff run in their group stage phase here, starting off a little bit slow, but then tearing it up here, as it looks like Portugal is going to be moving to a 2-1 lead over France, making up for the lost game 1 and moving to just 1 win away from winning the European Masters.
Yeah, match point being threatened by Portugal, a team that, again, we have to highlight, such a rocky start and then such a crazy streak, and now to the finals and being 1 game away from winning it all is crazy. As soon as France accepts and clicks this OK button, they'll be... And Portugal is suffering here. I think this is some psychological combat warfare here from Team France, making Pepsi Cola suffer a few more seconds at least.
What's the downside to it? Like, you make him nervous, you make him like sweat. That can make them misplay later down the line. I like it as a strategy.
They're playing for all or out. I think France is using the card game warfare, psychological warfare. In the end, though, Pepsi Cola rewarded, a smile on his face, gets the win there for Game 3, and again, 1 win away from winning it all here.
Let's talk about the elephant in the room here. How horrible would it have been if Portugal lost that game because they didn't get to attack with their right?
Caster curses exist. Please don't mention things like that, because then they happen the next game. It always happens.
Nothing. I said nothing.
Positivity only blessings, no curses, only blessings.
I'm sorry. Apologies.
And now we're getting to a point where Portugal only has 4 decks to play now. They only have 4 choices to make. 3 were bans, 2 were wins, so they only have 4 decks remaining. And this becomes a bit more interesting. If you're France, you have a chance to maybe snipe certain lineups, or have a deck that's favored against 3 of those decks. You have a higher chance of getting a good matchup. And that's one of the small silver linings you have if you're down in this series. You now have maybe a chance to get a good matchup going into this Game 4, and then play it all out to a final Game 5 in this best-of-5 series.
Honestly, at this point, I think I'm a big Portugal fan. Not only because of the comeback story, which is always a great story in any sort of competitive environment, but also just because of, like I mentioned prior, the passion that these players, you can feel it when you're watching them play. And you can feel it even more, like, after that interview that we had with him as well. I also see Manitas, like, a lot, like I said, on social media, saying, keeping track of all of his games, and just a team that has taken this very seriously. And it's nice to see them, like, reach this point, right? And it would be an amazing win for Portugal if they took this here. But France does not want to say no. Does not want to quit here. France, as they said, they never surrender. And they can still pull it back here. It's a very tight, and France has only lost once. throughout this tournament as well. We talk a lot about, Portugal's crazy win streak, but in reality, France is up there as well. Maybe not so many 2-0s, but ultimately, they have the same match record than Portugal. So I don't know, but very fitting finals here, and we're going to see if it goes to a game 5 or not very shortly as we move into the picks and bans. We see the decks that got the wins for each teams right there, as it is 1 and 2. France with the Go Hard victory, and Portugal with the Fiora Shen and the Ashe Sejuani double back-to-back mid-range wins. Now they're looking at either Anivia Control, their own version of Lee Sin Zed, or even Go Hard or Nightfall.
And a lot of different decks available for Portugal. Decks that are all very varied. There's a Lee Sin Zed, there's an Anivia that's a very control and late game deck. There's the less typical, I think, Diana Leona deck that it's hard to put into one exact archetype. I think a bit of a control shell, of course, with the Invoke and the Eclipse Dragons we mentioned as well.
Slow.
And then the Go Hard list. It's more of a combo list that has aggro at the start, and then it switches into kind of a control with the huge board clear and pack your bags as well, and kind of the burn synergy there at the end. So a lot of different options here for Portugal and France. What do you think France might go with here, going into kind of a do or die moment in Game 4?
I mean, considering 2 of the 3 decks are Shadow Owl's base control decks, I would be surprised if they went with Jinx Draven, even though this is where the mind games come into play, right? They could be expecting Portugal to think like that, so they bring it expecting them to expect that. Yeah, you can go on forever, right? But ultimately, I do think Jinx Draven is a big risk, and they are going to opt to go with Zed Lee Sin again, as they run into Go Hard. This is a very interesting matchup, actually.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned before with Jinx Draven, of course, Withering Wail would be huge with like Anivia, for example, but Go Hard doesn't really run Withering Wail, so maybe it would have been a better matchup. But yeah, in the end, we're going to be seeing, again, Lee Sin. Maybe France trying to actually draw their win condition this time around might change things. They did not find a single Lee Sin last game, which was definitely, not a good thing, because I think they had the chance to do a lot of impact on some of those attack token turns after the Portugal kind of misplayed a bit with the attack with the Brightsteel formation. And we'll see if they can find it this game. I think it's pivotal to find Lee Sin when it's your win condition, basically.
It's very important to note that even though we do see Go Hard there in Portugal's opening hand, which is obviously ideal, this matchup, you're facing Ionia, which means Nopify exists. I believe Nopify should be like a 2 of in this deck, right? It depends. Some variants run 3, some run 2, some run 1 even. But we do know they have at the very least 1, because we have seen it before. So they have access to Nopify and Deny to counter Portugal's win condition. And they also have the ability to apply a lot of pressure early on, especially this Mountain Goat. Before we saw Poland get punished for this, because earlier on, as they were responded to by France, actually, with double Go Hard onto it. This time around, France has, they are the ones with the Mountain Goat against the Go Hard deck, and they could, suffer the same fate. So ultimately, it's going to come down to whether they decide to go for it or not. Yeah, and they're like, hey, you know what? The odds of them drawing both Go Hards early on are not that good. So I'm going to go with a Mountain Goat, because if I connect with this onto the Nexus, it is honestly pretty ideal, especially considering the only 2-drop that Portugal has in their spawns is an Elise that will trade evenly with it, but actually not, because France will get a gem out of that exchange.
And yeah, no Nopify in hand is not great for the French team. I think that's one of the most impactful cards against Go Hard. If you're able to find it and play it early and stall out that first Go Hard, it's massive for this game plan. Also important to mention that there isn't really that much interaction that can stop Lee Sin from this Go Hard list on fast speed once he attacks. Vengeance, but you can play Bastion, you have Denies as well. So it's once Lee Sin comes down and once he levels up, I'm not sure there's much that Portugal can do to efficiently stop his damage from coming through.
I like this Go Hard a lot, because it makes it so that basically Portugal is saying to France, hey, you want to block my open attack with Elise? Fine. But if you want to drop this, you can't even block the Spiderling here. Very important. And France ultimately not deciding to utilize the gem onto the Goat to heal it, because they want to preserve it for a potential Lee Sin setup later down the line. I still do think you definitely block Goat into Elise here, and just live with that Spiderling being a thing. It's not like you really cared too much about it anyways. And yeah, that's true. That's one of the biggest, that's one of the scariest facts. Oh,
you can guiding touch here and save the goat.
Of course.
Guiding touch comes in, and you're looking at comparing this game to the last game where you were missing so many of the combo pieces. Now you have Lee Sin, you have Zenith Blade, you have gems. This is what you want if you're a Lee Sin player. You want to have the full combo.
This is great. The second Zenith Blade, perhaps a bit excessive, but it also, it's whatever. It's there. This hand is looking really ideal. And like you mentioned prior, even though this is a Shadow Isles control deck, it's very different from most variants. And even like the standard Shadow Isles control decks, like back in the day with Trundle and Tryndamere, with Ruination, Vengeance, Withering Wail, all that good stuff. Those decks did not start winning against Lee Sin until they started incorporating Frostbites, right? So non-Shadow Isles reactive tools, which this deck does not have. This deck has Vengeance, which just gets countered by Deny like 90% of the time, and then they have Gohard, which is slow speed. So as you mentioned, they have no way to stop Lee Sin. Once the Lee Sin machine engine goes on, it's going to be very bad for Portugal. So Portugal needs to find a way to apply pressure. Actually, this is one of the cases in which you actually want to preserve Tisafate, I feel, for the gold card.
Yeah, I was about to mention, you mentioned there was no way to stop it, and when I just saw TF come into hand, gold card is one way to do it.
Yeah.
Bastion can, Bastion wouldn't stop it either because it's not targeting it would stop it.
But it doesn't stop an open attack. So if, for example, what France should do here, they should wait for the ending of an attack token turn for Portugal, develop Lee Sin, and then jam it up, or give Lee Sin overwhelm that turn, and then the next turn just go for an open attack with Lee Sin, and you navigate around Twisted Fate. I think that's the setup that they got to work for, and if they do that properly, it's looking like a really likely win. So it's a race. Again, usually with Lee Sin, if you don't have the necessarily tools to disrupt it, it ends up being a race. Like that's why aggro decks were so popular a few patches back, because Lee Sin was a dominant deck, and the best way to beat it was to just kill them before they got their combo off, right? So that's what they have to go with.
It's why Scallops was so prevalent, and it found a spot in the meta, and then it just quickly shifted out once Lee Sin was nerfed. They're like, all right, we're out of here. We'll see you guys in 2 months again.
Yeah.
3 mana still up here for France. Not really much to do. I think they want to save this spell mana for later on. And they have a very resilient 4/4 goat still sticking through here, trying to be a scary unit on the board. And Lee Sin still pretty far away from leveling up. Not many spells have been played. No Mentor of the Stones have been found, which is great to have all those gems to be played very cheaply to make sure Lee Sin levels up very quickly.
The dead don't need riches.
See the open attack here effective immediately from Portugal. I like this. They acknowledge Lee Sin being able to go down here and honestly trading to any of these attackers except for the elusive. So going for the open attack and threatening 5 damage is pretty ideal. Dropping him down to 13. There is some health gain in this Lee Sin deck, but I think we've already seen 1 Guiding Touch go down. So there's only 2 more sources of potential healing besides Eye of the Dragon. And the way Portugal wins this game is with early aggression. It's really the only way. Because ultimately, I mean, obviously go hard into pack your bags can be really neat. But the longer this match goes, the more time France will have to pack up or build up the counter spells and deny that line of play. As there goes the open attack, I think Goat into Butcher is ideal here. You want to stay as healthy as possible. Because if you are the Elysian player in this scenario and the players of this caliber, acknowledge that the way they lose this game is if they get aggroed. So they got to mitigate as much damage as possible.
There's a gem coming down slowly, doing more and more to level up this Lee Sin. Also passing priority to see what your opponent reacts. You still have a lot of mana left. Want to see what they want to play. And this is the Portuguese team still going very wide. This is kind of the thing they do. This go hard list does. It goes very wide with cheap units early on. You have a very low mana curve, but because you have so much cycle and card draw, you don't get punished by that, by running out of fuel in the late game. And then you're able to close out the game with things like Doom Beast, things like Pack Your Bags, once it is flipped. So Portugal is sticking to their game plan. And like you mentioned, they know the importance of being aggressive and of having to put the pressure on very early and not relent throughout the entirety of the mid game.
France debating whether to develop Lee Sin here or not. Very important decision. If they do just that, they will actually only carry over 2 spell mana, right? And ideally with this sort of deck, you want to have as much spell mana as possible. So there's already like that one downside to developing Lee Sin. And there's also There's also the downside that we mentioned prior that he's yet to be leveled up, right? So unless you can represent a pretty solid open attack with him, you're also at the mercy of Fate going down as well. So because we see that gem there, we may just witness a mountain goat go down here, and France being a little bit more patient with their setup.
That being said, if France can't go into the Lee Sin turn next turn, they're going to have to be careful, because the turn after that on the attack token back to Portugal, they can get into some trouble from a very wide board attacking them as well. And they'll have to be careful. I mean, they have to, again, they're on a clock. I think you mentioned it, that this go hard list has to go fast and it has to go hard and be very aggressive in their game plan and try and win before Lee Sin can go off.
They actually opt to develop the Twist of Fate after seeing they're not going to be committing to Lee Sin here, which is very interesting because, there's always the threat of them playing Lee Sin next turn, and Twist of Fate is an ideal counter to that. But they also have a very, very good tool against leveled up Twisted Fate that people don't mention too often, and that is a 2-mana counter known as Glimpse Beyond. Glimpse Beyond has the ability to completely nullify Dragon's Rage and make it so that they only deal damage through potential overwhelm, right? Generated by Zenith Blade. If there's no Zenith Blade, not even that. And having 2 copies of that, I think we will see Portugal being very, very patient with those cards, as there is a Doom Beast as well, which is very relevant. That 2 health gain can go a long way, while also applying some damage as well. They have the ability to Chronicler of Ruin into Zap, which we've seen before. There's several plays here by Portugal, but it is France's turn. The thing is, if France develops Lee Sin, they don't even have Deny nor Bastion backup for it. So it would be a perfect turn for Portugal to Vengeance it, which makes me believe that the odds of us seeing Lee Sin this turn are very unlikely.
Yeah, I agree. I think we'd be playing too much into that Vengeance possibility. And it is a card that is very commonly run in these go hard lists as kind of the top end removal. So yeah, we're going to see, it looks like an open attack here from one of the goats, utilizing the overwhelm at least to get some more chip damage in.
I like Sonic Wave. I like it. This gets some damage in there and also makes the Lee Sin lethal that much more likely. They also want to prevent the level up from Twisted Fate, which would be, that's one of the most devastating things the Lee Sin deck has to deal with.
So much damage out of nowhere, and if a glimpse is played, that's 2 more damage coming in through overwhelm as well because of the Zenith Blade being played in the mountain goat so many turns ago. So.
They kind of have to kill him next turn, right? It feels.
Yeah, that's what I was saying before. You might
have to win.
You might not make it in this turn if you're Lee Sin, but if you survive the next attack turn from Portugal, you have a really good chance of winning this game with Lee Sin on the final turn. 2 turns from now.
What do you think about Gem here? I think Gem here is pretty good. Gem onto the go to prevent the go hard. Yeah. You have to.
You need as many blockers as possible.
You still have Deny open. You still have Deny open, and you need this goat. This goat still has has overwhelm. I mean, Challenger is temporary, but it has overwhelm. It can go a long way. There it is. The question is, will we see France trying to get a little bit of a little bit greedy here and go for like a? Nah, I don't think so. Never mind. Doesn't make sense. I said nothing. Like, it's one of those things that when I started like actually talking it, it's like, yeah, no. I'm gonna stop here. Don't do that.
I believe this is the second go hard being played. Or is that the third already? Second. I believe it's second.
Second.
Quite slow.
Second. Yeah.
And so still has to find the third, and then the final pack your bag as well. Deny is going to be up as well. Next turn will be kind of a setup turn for France, kind of surviving any kind of weird stuff that Portugal can try and do, and the turn after that will be the attempt at a lethal, already at 9 HP for Portugal. So. With Lee Sin, he'll do a lot, and you can definitely get his attack up very quickly with Zenith Blade as well.
It's intense, dude. This is intense. Like it's like you can feel the intensity for Portugal. They're fully aware of. Oh wow, they go for it. I mean, to be fair, like these decks don't play Vile Feast because of the Zap Strafe and synergy. So it's pretty much guaranteed that they don't have to worry about any interaction there, unless it's. These guys are running the random like Black Spear, but I don't think that has been enabled this turn anyways. No, it has with Chronicler. But yeah, that's really really solid for France, keeping this really strong overwhelm unit in the back, and they're going to go for a proactive glimpse beyond. I think this is necessary.
They know they need all the attack they can get next turn. They need to be as impactful as well. They have to find, go hard. They have to get the Doom
there it
Beast.
is! And then they can draw into a pack your bags as well afterwards, and they have Doom Beast in the back. This is a very menacing attack as well. If they block into the 4-3 and the 3-3, they're still looking at maths 6-8 damage. That's just not enough though. Unless they're able to get pack your bags, they do draw into another go hard though.
I think they might. Yeah, they find the whole thing. So I mean, Denai's going to be there though for France, and they have the mana to use it. Of course, the turn just started. 8 mana still up for Team France,
and France cannot Lee Sin and deny this turn. The moment they drop Lee Sin, they're vulnerable. They're wide open.
That being said, there's no Vengeance in hand yet to punish a potential Lee Sin next turn, or a TF to stun it with gold card either. So
yeah, that's true. And there's always the option of deny, but I have a feeling deny is going to be going down this turn to stop the pack your bags here. It has to.
Yeah, also it would be a game over probably for France with the entirely huge board. I mean, this is the thing with Go Hard. Not only clears your board, but it can do so. It's one-sided, so you can clear and then full attack swing with a very wide board, a very cheap unit, which is what Go Hard always does. And we're seeing it represented here very clearly.
One of the downsides of resorting to deny here is that that's pretty much all you can do that turn. So you're still going to take a very big hit. And the other option is... You can still deep meditation. You can still search for another one, but you can still deep meditation and find the Nopify. But that ends up being more mana anyways, right? Which basically leaves you with because you really want to be carrying over that 3 spell mana over to next turn for Lee Sin. But it comes down to this. This matchup comes down to this. If Portugal is able to find lethal here, they will win the European Masters. If not, we will be going to a game 5. But it comes down to this turn, ladies and gentlemen. They have to find lethal. Their first pack your bags has been denied. Salvage can find another one, but if they salvage this turn, they cannot Doom Beast.
They can also glimpse and croaker this turn, depending on what they expect to be the hand for France. They would be drawing more as well.
They could glimpse.
They would be drawing 3 cards, so you have a higher chance than with just salvage.
That's true.
And if they find it with Glimpse or Croaker, depending on which one they play first, they can still Doom Beast as well. It would depend on what they expect to be any interaction for 4 mana from France. It's the only thing you have to think about. But we see it here right away. Yeah, the Glimpse comes in first. You still have 3 mana up for Doom Beast if you are able to find the pack your bags right away. You still might be scared about a second deny in hand for France. There's still 4 mana up as well.
But I mean, you're not as scared because if they go for something like a second deny, the odds of Lee Sin killing them next turn is very likely. They do
find
double, which
there's
guarantees.
No stop to this. There's no stop to this.
And by sacrificing the spider, because at least will generate another one, they lost no tempo whatsoever. This is over. They can Bastion. But is that enough? Can Bastion allow France to survive here?
I'm
you can see the tension.
5 damage to the Nexus as well. You can still play Croaker after playing this as well to have yet another attacker on the board.
They don't save the board. Oh my god. This means
there's no
dead.
play here from Elix, and it's going to be a full swing here from... There's no heal either in hand.
They have the hush, but that only prevents 1 damage.
There's too much damage. The least as well is Spiderling. Yeah, it's over. Portugal's going to win this.
Yeah, I think France is just, being, considering it's the finals, I think they're just, letting it play, but they got no answers left. They could try to go for a demeditation, but there's no 1 mana spell that can save them from this amount of damage. It's over. I think we're going to see a pass here. And Portugal takes it. Portugal takes caralho. Portugal is the victor of the European Masters. As we see there, the 3 players, the Pepsi just all over the place. And then we got
tournament. It's crazy. I mean, just winning this tournament after such a month-long adventure with these 3 players. They must feel like a family already, taking the 3-1 win in this best of 5 against France. And you can see the emotion on all of their faces. It's going to be quite the winner interview once we get to that. But, congratulations to Portugal. We mentioned the rocky start. They turned into a huge winning streak and a great performance in this final day as well. And yeah, just huge congrats to them. Really clean play and fantastic last game there from them as well with the Go Hard list.
And they just seem to be getting better and better throughout this tournament. They even said that initially they had some struggles. They had some game losing misplays, but they learned from this. They didn't get discouraged. and they just kept improving and just 2-0ing everybody. Honestly, I think they've proven to be the strongest team in the tournament, and I think there's no doubt about that right now. I think it's just the consistency and the quality of their performance is over the top. And I think there's no other team that would be more deserving than them for this tournament right here. So props to Portugal. Well done. And honestly, like a very inspiring journey as well because of that, 0-2 start. That's very important for a lot of competitors to keep in mind. Sometimes you start off really bad, but that doesn't mean it's over. And you can just pull up Portugal, man. It's easy.
Not just an 0-2 start, but an 0-2 with losses to Russia and Latvia, which were considered the inferior teams in the group.
Yeah.
It'll automatically put them in a spot where people were thinking, okay, they're definitely not going to win against Poland. Then they're 0-3, and there's no way they're making out of groups. But then they win against Poland. They start their win streak there, win 10 games in a row until the semifinals, lose 1 game to Croatia, but still win 2-1 there to make it to this final here. And against a French team that has been completely dominant. Yeah. Maybe not, we haven't talked about them as much, but they won the group stage with, I think, the best score. I think a 5-1 was the best score that any team had. In the entire tournament. That was only the French team. They did.
Well, but Portugal, I think, too, right?
They were.
No, they lost.
They lost the first 2 games,
Yeah, true. We're going to be heading over to an interview with the winning team very shortly. Obviously, we do want to hear what they have to say. All right. It'll be France first, and it's going to be Elix. I think he just joined us. Hello, man.
Hello, guys.
Hey, so how you feeling? Obviously, not super great, right? But it was a really tough series, and you guys played pretty well. How do you feel about that?
We are, to be honest, we are not sad because the Portugal team played very well.
Yeah.
We are just a little bit sad for the game 2. We didn't expect the H-Seju, and when you play Scoot against H-Seju, this is almost a free lose.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And after we made a few mistakes with the Seju Z-Lee in game 3 and game 4, the mental just crashed. So yeah, just GG to the team Manitas, Cyber Dragon, and Pesp Scholar.
Yeah, I think in card games it can happen where we saw with the Lee Sin deck, you didn't find Lee Sin the entirety of the game. You drew so many cards, deep meditation, you were cycling your entire deck and could not find that single Lee Sin that could have won you the game after that, a bit of a misplay with the Bright Steel formation, the rope timer for Portugal, and you could have won it there if you had the Lee Sin that next turn, but you found the Z instead. So it can happen with card games. You can be punished sometimes and not find the card you need when you need them, but I think overall, you guys can be very proud of your performance, not just in this finals, but the entire tournament. You guys were playing, I think, at a stellar level, all 3 of you. And I think France really showed up in this tournament for sure.
Thank you very much. And I think they won this tournament also because they made a crazy taking between yesterday and today. As you have seen Fervor Noxian in the Ezreal Draven. We were afraid about a crush in the TFGP Go Hard deck. So in the mine, they were better than us.
Yeah. I mean, they definitely have gone a long way as a team, but you guys have definitely established the most consistency overall. And I think there were a lot of very interesting calls. I think I do want to ask you guys, what was going through your mind when they forgot to attack with the Bright Steel formation? Well, they technically roped, right? Because there was a turn in which they did not. They played Bright Steel formation. They did not attack with it. I'm not sure if you recall. On I believe it was the
actually, when we saw it, we almost didn't care. We were just focused. So please, God, RNG, give me my Lee Sin. I won't. No matter what.
You drew 3 Lee Sins, right?
No, 3 Zeds. 3 Zeds.
Right, that's right. 3 Zeds before the Lee Sin. So that's crazy. Yeah, that's definitely unfortunate.
That's it.
But I think you can still be, I think, very proud of your performance, like I mentioned before. And is there anything else, Elix, you want to mention? Obviously, it's going to be your last and our last time. This is the end of the tournament to say anything at all. But I think we'll be seeing you, and we'll be seeing Owe, and we'll be seeing Flaxo probably in the seasonal tournaments, or definitely in more tournaments as Runeterra evolves as an esport. But is there anything else you want to say? Your closing thoughts or your parting thoughts to your fans?
this is just the beginning. This is the first official event from Riot. The next year will be amazing. I mean, this year with the pandemic and all this stuff, it's quite hard. But thanks God, we still can play Runeterra. So just keep it in mind, just the beginning, and see you very soon to the next tournament.
Thank you for being a part of this tournament, man. Best of luck in the future. I think you did a fantastic job, not only as a team, but also yourself as a player, like really representing the number one player in the ladder for the qualifier. I think, you like what you mentioned the other day, just because you're good in ladder doesn't mean that you're good in tournament. But in this event, you definitely proved that you're good at both. And we're excited to see more of you in the future. So best of luck, man. And
thank you. Thank you very much. Wish you the best and see you.
Take care, Elix.
Cheers.
Bye-bye.
And that is the final thoughts from the captain of the French team, the team that came in with the first seed, so definitely one of the clear favorites. As the tournament came along, they showed up to the final, ended up losing it to Portugal, though, and we'll be talking to one of the Portuguese players as well very soon, the victor, the winner of this tournament, taking home $15,000 and the French team as well taking home $6,000 to split,
not bad.
Of course, between three members. Definitely a nice prize pool to take in this the very first, really major Riot tournament.
Yeah, we should be in an interview shortly with them. Very excited. Like I said, this has become one of my favorite teams to watch throughout the event, and it's just great to see that passion. You can notice it there. Like you saw on the left, like Pepsi just like jumping all around, and Manitas just kind of like having like a identity crisis or something there, right? He just could not believe it. And I don't know. It's both fun and it's nice to see, especially because, like I said, I think players like us can relate with players like them, and it's just really, really cool to see them win this whole tournament. They definitely deserve it.
We'll be seeing who will be. I assume it will be Pepsi Cola, but we're going to wait for confirmation. It could also be Manitas or Cyber Dragon. We're going to have
all three, baby.
All three. So I was wrong. It's production's going all in. They're like, all right, take out the big technology, put all three players in.
It's gonna be interesting. All right.
We'll see
I'm just gonna lay back and just let them go.
Give them their moment. Of course, they are the winners here, and they are the ones that want to share their happiness with all the viewers at home that have been watching and following this tournament for so long. It's been a month-long journey. It's been one of the longest tournaments I've taken a part in. Well, the longest actually, and it's been a cool experience for sure.
It's been amazing. Obviously, I wanted it. Yeah, I was a little bit biased, not only towards Spain, obviously, but also towards teams like Czechia. Like I was really excited to cast their games, but Portugal is one of those dark horses that as time has passed, has grown more and more on me. And I'm pretty happy with my predictions as well. I got most of them right early on, and here we go. We're joined by the crew. Boa, caralho! Good job. How's it going, guys?
Hello there.
I don't get in trouble for saying that.
Congrats to all of you, first of all, for winning the first ever, major Riot tournament. It's been a month-long tournament. You guys have been going at it for so long with a rough start and then a crazy streak and a crazy final day, I think, from you guys with insane play and just overall just great matchup knowledge and strategy, and your lineup as well has been amazing. What do you guys have to say? What are your initial feelings after seeing that you won this final game?
I will talk for me. I'm really confused, and yeah.
Yeah, I can still believe it. I still think that I'm probably dreaming because I also can't believe that we already won. But
I can tell with you, Manitas. Like you were just like, you looked like you didn't even know who you were at one point. Like, what is happening?
Like everyone that watched me on stream, like just watch me just going everywhere and just moving all around. And I'm a very nervous person, so I still can't believe. I don't know what I just don't know. I'm very emotive. That's just that.
Well, regardless of whether you guys believe it or not, you 100% deserve it. I do have a very important question, though. I need your input on this. I need to know exactly what happened. Pepsi. What happened with that bright steel formation? You forget to attack with it, or what?
No. So basically,
what was with your hand?
Our hand was very had no removal, right? So the only way we win is if we control the board and we have one big swing, right? Mm-hmm. It's our win con. And their win con is just Hail Mary the Lee Sin, right?
The Lee Sin, yeah.
And before that, they only had like 4 cards in hand.
Yeah.
They top decked deep mid, which defeated the purpose of the play. But
Yeah.
basically, we know that they have like few cards in hand, and if we just control the board and don't give them gems,
so you
can't.
So you didn't attack with the Bryce deal to not allow them to trade in the Go?
For the mentor.
For the mentor. Oh,
and it's possible. It's possible.
All this time. Okay, so I want to apologize, guys, because I honestly thought it was like I think you did too, man. We thought it was a misplay.
No,
roping. It was
because you were roping, right? Because they were at the end of the rope.
Yeah.
So
I think the only misplay we did was when we attacked with the Fleet Feather and we didn't pull the goat and it just attacked.
We took a lot of time, but I'm not 100% sure.
Okay.
But like as the Lee Sin perspective, I usually want mentor to die to give me gems to activate. Right?
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah. Like,
and that's basically just what was going through my head. I'm not sure if it's correct.
That's why you guys have the gold medal and not me. So really awesome props, man. Like really key decision making. That's one of the things that I really want to clarify a lot when I'm talking about this game is a lot of the like most important decisions like are very easily like ignored, right? Like when you see when they're at this high level. And if you're just like looking at it casually, it doesn't feel like much is going on, but in reality, like all these like the use of the initiative system, like every single step in the way, like you guys definitely, it felt like watching you guys was like feeling like you were always one step ahead, and it was awesome to see, and it was also like very motivating as well as a player myself. Like it just goes to show just how much depth this game has, right? Which is one of the reasons why we enjoy it to the degree.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
I wanted to ask you guys, aside from the gameplay, which I think I mentioned before and I'll mention again, was fantastic. Very clean plays, very few misplays from you guys all tournament long. How was the team aspect? Now that you've finished, you've won, you have the gold medal, you have the $15,000 prize pool. How has it been this whole month? Playing together and preparing together, and you guys maybe didn't even know each other before the tournament started, and all of a sudden you're thrown into like, hey, you have to be best friends for a month and try and compete together and be a team that can work together and win. How has it been for you guys, that journey?
It actually has been insane because I already knew Pascal from before. We have a small competitive group where we train together with some other players and we practice. And I only knew Cyber from another small server of Portuguese players, but we didn't we were not in touch that much.
Yeah,
we just knew the existence of each other.
Yeah.
And this month it all changed. Now we talk every day. We train every day. We play together. Cyber is also part of that small group now. We're more than just a team. We're actually friends at this point, and it's a good experience. I'm happy with having these two colleagues because they're really good friends. They're really good players, and I'm really happy with all the experience. That's all I gotta say.
That's great to hear. Not just you guys showing up and just winning the tournament and it being kind of very cold and calculated, but more a lot of a teamwork aspect and friendship and a lot of emotions and passion, which is always I think great to see in sports and esports and any kind of competition. I think it's a big part of it as well. Not just winning, but doing it in a positive and a cool way like you guys have done.
I think one of the things to highlight, because you guys share a bit of a similarity with the French team, in my opinion, in that regard. Like, I also, I'm not sure who mentioned this to me, but I think you guys have even though you're all very experienced players, some of you specialize more in certain archetypes over others, right? Does this have any sort of effect over your who has the last say in a certain play? Like if you're playing a specific deck. Because we spoke with the French team and they had this sort of protocol, right? Elix is the Fiora Shen specialist, so he has the last say on that. How did you guys? How's your team dynamic in general been when it comes to ultimately coming up with decisions? Have you butted heads at any point? Because obviously that's one of the things. Yeah, for sure. Right? It's impossible not to. It's impossible.
I mean, the first week was a good example of how things can go pretty wrongly because we were not, we didn't have that much experience as a team together, and some calls failed. But after that, we trained a lot together. We got our communication better, and everything got more smoother, and all the calls were done smoothly. So
that's awesome. Also, very important question. What are you gonna do with the money?
I still don't know. It's weird. I don't know.
I already kind of know what to do, so I'm gonna save half of my money for future occasions because it's good to save something, and the rest I'm gonna the other half is gonna be for one good big dinner with some of my friends when I'm able because of all the pandemic. Also, I'm gonna finally try to do another tattoo because I haven't done a tattoo for such a long time, and having all this money, finally I can do at least a new tattoo, which is nice.
What about you, Dragon? No plans?
I mean, I could buy a new computer because my crappy one.
Actually, yeah, same.
Yeah, I couldn't pilot a single game because even with just Discord, my PC starts lagging. Yeah,
I need a computer with the webcam, right? Like, be too much. I bet. Yeah, I feel you.
Like overall, it was Manitas which piloted the most because of that. Like, most of the time I had technical difficulties, so I couldn't pilot, and yeah, Cyber we didn't even try because
you guys have no idea how many technical difficulties we had through the tournament. If you guys even see, I'm not in the same place where I was in the semifinals because my light went out, and I just had to move to a friend's house, like running at. It's literally raining, and I had to run to a friend's house to be here.
Listen, next tournament you're going to show up with the cleanest webcams, the cleanest feeds, 180p, the cleanest mics, the smoothest voices, and we'll see you guys in your full glory.
With all your sponsorships and everything.
But yeah, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just saying, like, I definitely need to rewatch some games because some decisions were definitely like hard. I feel like
very hard.
I think like the Shin Fiora game we had like to use all the removal, which was super uncomfortable. But like the Z was doing like a lot of pressure. Yeah. So we felt like we needed to do that, and that game we almost lost. And the TF Go Hard, we say like, okay, they use deny instead of Nopify and the Go Hard. I think this is the point where you have to go in. So we just use double glimpse.
I love that you call it. Yeah.
Like because it's a really good card glimpse, right? In the matchup, you can like half the damage on Lee. Yeah. But we just decided like they have the hand to beat us if they draw Lee. So we just say like, okay, it's time. You will try to finish the game, and it worked out. I think I can see some misplays, but it's very debatable. I will say.
Exactly, like some there are misplays, and then there are debatable plays, right? Because there is an argument for everything. That's one of the things. Like especially newer players think that you reach a certain level in which all you have to do is learn what to play around. But a lot of times, at a certain point, all the cards. It's like you just have to. First of all, you have to think how many copies they have left, and you got to make a call. You got to be like, hey, you know what? Is this worth risking? I mean, if I make this play, I win the game, and it's very likely that it's not going to happen because they show the deny before the Nopify, for example, right? So you got to pull the trigger. And I feel like some teams, especially in the group stage, have been better at this than others, and it really shows in results.
I mean, friends did that today because we were with 5 mana and we passed to represent Caramel, and I was just watching the VOD. I actually thought they didn't had Lee.
They had Lee.
We thought they didn't have Lee because they played it in a way where it we thought they didn't have Lee, and they actually had it. It's like, so maybe playing around Crumble was wrong. I don't know. It's like really debatable, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So, it was
left the Crumble on purpose on that round.
They could have played the deny on purpose with Nopify. Like, there's always all these crazy mind games that can happen, right? So ultimately, you just gotta make what you believe to be the most likely and best call, and just go with it. But that's why card games are exciting in a way because of that, in my opinion.
There's so much depth.
A final point I wanted to mention: we have the seasonal tournament coming up in less than a month. You guys, I assume, are all going to be trying your best to fight through the kind of crazy single elimination journey to make it to that top 32 cut. Is there anything specific you guys are going to do to prepare for this? Are you going to prepare together and use this new friendship to maybe elevate all three of yourselves to that final spot, the final top 32 for this tournament? What's the plan in general looking into that tournament?
We've been all preparing, not only together but with some other people, because one good thing about Runeterra is that the community is very tight and is very wholesome, and everyone is kind of it is really easy to reach anyone and to play with everyone. And there's no competitivity like in that stuff of I don't want to show what I'm thinking of bringing. And it's more about let's train these matchups, because everyone wants to just get to the top 32, and after that, whatever happens. So we'll keep on training together for the seasonal tournament, obviously, I think.
That's awesome to hear.
Yeah, it's good to hear. Again, huge congrats to all three of you, Manita, Cyberdragon, and Pepsico. You guys have played amazingly. You've won the first ever big tournament. That's something that I think no one will ever forget. Even 3 years from now, the first ever big tournament winners were you three. That's something that not just the prize money, but I think the pride of showing up for your country as well is something that you guys can be very proud of. And it's great to see, I think, for all the Portuguese fans that I've definitely seen in Twitch chat, populating it with copy pastas. So congrats once again, and
Thank you.
Celebrate your win tonight, because you guys deserve it.
Yeah, you deserve it. If that was me, you'll never hear the end of it. So yeah, brag away. Enjoy your privilege, and have fun with it, guys. Well done. Now you can relax for a bit and enjoy your win. Awesome job.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's going to be it from the Portuguese players. Of course, they have a lot of celebrating to do tonight. But Magua, you and I are going to go for a very short break here, and then we'll be coming back with, or we can just do a big recap. No break necessary. Yeah. We've powered through this day. We can just do a little bit more as well. And let's just recap a bit what this tournament has been, because it's been going on for a month and a lot has happened, and we've seen group stages and playoff weekend and everything. And I think it's important to highlight, what all these teams have done and who has ended up making it to the top of the tournament.
Really quick TLDR. Basically, this is the European Masters, a European tournament in which every country is represented by 3 players. They form a team and they go up against other countries to decide an ultimate winner. We had 4 different groups of a total of 16 countries, Group A, B, C, D, and they had to go through a group stage, which was comprised of 6 days, as the top 8 teams would qualify to the single elimination bracket playoffs, which would go from quarterfinals to semifinals and finals. We saw Spain and Croatia representing Group A. We saw France and Italy from Group, I believe, C, Poland and Portugal from Group B, and Germany and Czechia from the Group of Death, aka D. Group of Death was actually taken down, surprisingly. There were high expectations from them, but both Germany and Czechia went down to Spain and Croatia in the quarterfinals, as France had a very dominant start against Poland here, and Portugal with the classic 2-0 win against Italy, as well as today we covered the semifinals that you can take it from here, Pin.
This is going to be much more recent in the memory of the viewers, because it just happened today. Spain with that, for us, devastating loss in the very first match of the day against France, the 2-0 win from them, and then Portugal taking down Croatia 2-1 in the other semifinal. We saw the 3rd and 4th place match after that, with Spain getting a bronze medal at least. It's something. It's, some silverware.
It's nice.
It's more than something, yeah.
It's amazing. Like, considering the level of competition here, I'm very proud of Spain.
And the 3K prize pool as well is something that, it's also something.
I'm very proud of money, too. Very proud of money.
And Spain also showing up with 3rd place. I think they can be very proud as well. But in this final, Portugal able to start off with a loss in the very first game, and then take it back with 3 wins in a row to make it a 3-1 win over France, and win the first ever major tournament that Riot has held for Legends of Runeterra.
Phenomenal team. They deserve all the success. And we had just an amazing tournament in general. It's been an absolute pleasure to not only witness this event, but obviously cast it as well. Not only alongside you, David, but also Max and Pulse, who've done a great job as well. And it's just been fun, man. I did not cast in, it's been a year for me, actually. And I remember why I used to like it so much. So it's been quite a ride. And I love the fact that we had, really what I love the most about this is very simple, that we got to witness some of the best players of Legends of Runeterra go at it. High competitive Runeterra is a pleasure to watch, and it was nice to cover it with you, man. It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been enjoyable. Of course, we have a friendship that goes back quite a few years, so being able to work on the first major Runeterra tournament together is always great.
Yeah.
And as you mentioned, Max and Pulse casted yesterday the quarterfinals, and have been here with us in the group stage. We've been swapping around, and it's been great, I think, casting with everyone. It's been always a great experience. And of course, Riot for organizing the tournament and making the kind of risky call of making it a team-based tournament, of making the format the way they did. I think were huge risks. And I think they definitely were a success. I think overall it's been a great experience for the viewers,
they don't shy away,
for the players. Yeah, they take risks, and it's always nice to see innovation in the card game genre as well, when it's been kind of stale in terms of the Conquest format and in other games as well. So great to see. It's been a great experience. Of course, the production side of things, they've been fantastic as well. Have to give them props as well. And to the viewers at home who were able to stick with us the whole tournament and enjoy this Runeterra action with us. It's been a fantastic ride and a fantastic month. And it'll be back in some shape or form next month with the seasonal tournament, the weekend of the 14th, 15th or so of December. So definitely stay tuned for that, with broadcasts happening in every single region, in NA, in EU, in the Asian region, everywhere. There's going to be major Runeterra action happening very soon.
Like Elix said, it's only the beginning. If you're interested in being a part of the competitive Runeterra scene, you just like anybody else can qualify for these tournaments. It's going to be contested on the ranked ladder, and we're good to go very surely. I believe we're 1 week away, David, or something like that.
I think the cutoff is the 4th, 5th in a week or so, and then the actual tournament will be 2 weeks from now, I believe.
Awesome.
Second weekend of December.
As soon as the climb goes, just give it your best shot, and you too can be Pepsi Cola. So without further ado, thank you guys so much for sticking around and watching this event. You guys being here obviously means a lot, and I hope you enjoyed the games as much as we did. So that's basically all I have to say. Shout outs to the production team and Riot and David as well. Why not? And that's basically it for me. Love ya. Hope you enjoyed, and we'll see you with the next one.
Take care and good night.